All right. 2076 Imperial Football League season. We're at week 4 already. A little bit delayed having a chat about the draft, but maybe it gives us a chance to also have a look at how the season is shaking out in the early days. This is me, Boots. I'm with Melman, Tom. I'm also here with Rick, the Horsetooth GM. I think we got Joe, Tijuana GM around, a little bit in the background, maybe. Hoping maybe to get one or two other people jump on as we go along. Um, but yeah, welcome everyone.
Yo,
Hey,
how you doing?
Hey, yeah, all good, I think. Um, Couple of bowls in the bag, so I told Tucson last week, and I'm just having a chill season this year. No pressure on Calgary to do anything. Um, yeah, but I thought maybe before we have a look at the draft, I might maybe just check in with some of you guys about where your teams are, where you're at in a sort of, building the teams or what you're happy with, what you're not happy with, maybe. But for some of us who've
sounds
been
good.
some of us have teams that we've been GMing for a while. So maybe we can also think about, some legends who've retired recently. I had a big chat with Tucson about that last weekend, which I'm going to paste onto the end of this video. We had a really big chat about, a lot of sort of legendary players that have retired or are just about to leave Madison. But maybe
Nice.
maybe Tom, start with you with Alaska because um, yeah, you won the bowl 2 years ago. First time over here when you've had a lot of success in other leagues, but you got your first Imperial.
Yeah, yeah, I was shocked to be honest. Because I felt like that was one of the least talented teams that I'd had here, certainly in terms of like individual star players. But
Right.
there seems to be luck seems to be a large part of it. I think if experience has taught me anything, it's that you can, you build good teams and stuff like that, but other things have to go in your favor. And that year, things just seemed to run for us. Um, was it two
Yeah,
years ago?
yeah, it
Was
was
it
two years.
now?
It was 2 years ago. I think you'd had 3 seasons. That was the third season of three where you'd had like 12, 13 wins, so that kind of, very respectable numbers, right? So you're regularly hitting the playoffs, and then, you know, as you say, then you only have to win a couple of games, basically, don't you? And you're there.
Yeah, I
So you
mean, the
get a
big
few
thing,
few dice rolls, and you can overcome maybe what you thought was a less talented team, but you're still getting 12 wins in regular.
exactly. The big thing for us there was beating Vegas, who are like our division rivals, and they're the team that I've always been kind of going back and forth with ever since I joined the league in terms of taking one off each other. And he's built a
Yeah,
good team there, and he's
yeah,
got a chemistry system, I think, and stuff. And we won by 1 point in the conference final, and that was really kind of, despite being
nice.
outplayed, that was kind of when I thought maybe something will happen. you
Yeah,
know. And I think Howie was the GM of Boston at that time.
yeah, that's right. Because he beat me in the conference game on the other side.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we would have
but
had a showdown in the big game.
oh, I think you would have smashed me. I think the Calgary offense was something to be feared. But but Boston were as well. I mean, I took Boston seriously. They had nearly 500 points for that year,
Yep,
I think.
yep, yep.
Um,
Their offense was very good that year, and I think the other thing that happened for you on that run to the bowl was you didn't have to play Murfreesboro, right?
yeah, yeah, exactly. Actually, yeah, mentioning Vegas, Murfreesboro are the team that knocked me out almost every time, crushed my
Yeah,
hopes and dreams. Like,
yeah, yeah. They have been your absolute nemesis in the playoffs, haven't they, for over a really long period?
yeah, pretty much ever since I joined. I think it was 2059 was my first season, and
Right,
yeah, because this league is one where I've always had good regular seasons and terrible post seasons. The other
right.
leagues have been kind of a different story, but yeah, it was good to get over the hump. And we also had a bit of a perilous situation at QB that year because we had a guy who's now retired that I got in free agency. I can't remember his name, but I think he retired this year, but he was our starting QB, and then he went down like 3 games into the season, and I had to play this Harris Harp guy, who since then has gone on to be the starter. So he's the one who won us the bowl, and
Right.
then
That's not what I want.
he had
Yeah,
another
keep going.
dodgy season.
So this is last year when you won 8 games, Horde.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought, oh, maybe he's the guy. And then the next year, yeah, George
So the other
Powell
guy,
was the
George
original guy.
Powell, was the other guy. Yeah, that was your starter
Yeah,
before. Yeah,
but he'd been doing okay for me. And then after that injury, he came back. None of his ratings had dropped or anything, but he just was a turnover machine, really.
right.
But Harris Hart
Wait.
came in pretty much, I think he was a free agent.
Mm,
I think we had a chemistry guy as the original backup, and I might have brought him in as a free agent. But either way, he played really well, really conservative, but really well. And then he's
yep,
been the guy ever since. But I'm not sold on him really. But
yep.
the year where I had a high draft pick, I think there wasn't a QB at the top of the draft, or someone else got him first, so I ended up having to take a guard. Otherwise, I would have liked to have gotten a franchise QB at that spot, but wasn't to
Yeah,
be.
that was 74 where you got the guard, I think, wasn't it? A really good one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he's 80 rated, but I mean, I like a guard. You don't have to talk me into taking an offensive guard, but
No.
I would have really liked to take,
Oh yeah, you took this guy Ingram at 1-3 three
yeah, a skill
seasons ago.
position player. I mean, he's
Yeah.
talented. He's got good intelligence and everything else, but
Yeah, he's superb.
yeah, I can't remember if I actually looked much at that class after it happened, but yeah, you can see like no QB until what, pick 20 or something, 18, 20 or something.
Yeah, and that was a McAllen one, so maybe like a bit of a weird guy. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, looks usable, but maybe not top five material.
26 and he's still 46% developed though. That's gonna,
He hasn't played.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Southie gets on,
Why?
we'll grill him on. Why not?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah, he's
what
got
happened
development.
what happened last year then with the bit of a bowl hangover, 8 wins, didn't make the playoffs, which is pretty unusual for you.
I think that was just that was like a realistic come down for us, I think.
So numbers
Because
correcting themselves a bit.
yeah, absolutely, because we haven't been an overly talented team for a while.
Yeah.
When I inherited the team, I had some decent skill position players, and I drafted the first year I drafted, I had pick, I think it was 1-2 maybe or 1-3, and I got a really good receiver, that I had for 9 seasons. So I had high end talent that I used to make good use of in the regular season. But since those guys retired, I'd never really been able to fill those gaps again. But I've just focused on drafting and trying to get good offensive line. I've got a couple of good tight ends that I did draft, which I'm pretty happy with. But in terms of like a
Yeah.
running back to lean on or a QB to have, calling the shots, we haven't really got anyone there. So I wasn't that surprised the year after the bowl that we had a pretty
Yeah.
mediocre season. To be honest, I think we wrecked our own draft pick. Those kind of years you
Right.
want to
Right.
be bad enough to get some talent rather than clawing back and finishing 8-8. But we've had a good start this year.
Yeah, you got a little bit rub of the green with 3 homes to begin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
got
And
a
then look at
win
that.
over the Hookers.
From week 12 to week 17, we play like one game at home. So that's a pretty tough stretch.
Yeah, yeah, that is. You need to get as many wins on the board as you can in the first before the bye, basically, don't you? To set you
Yeah,
up for maybe a
exactly.
slightly tricky stretch there. Although
Exactly.
looks like you're playing the NC South. A lot of rebuilding teams in there at the moment, so maybe not the worst NC division to have to go up against this year.
Yeah. No, we'll take the wins however we can get them.
Yeah,
So we need them because that's the thing. It's I don't like to lose. I watch all the games on Soul Vision, even when I'm struggling for motivation with the game or whatever. I always sit and watch the game on, I think it's faster speed or something. But it just makes it much more painful if your team's getting beaten to watch the games. That's quite a good motivator I've found. So
yeah,
that
that
kind of
is.
gets me tweaking the game plans and stuff. Even if I think we haven't got much of a chance, I'll still do it just because I can't sit and watch it if we're just getting smashed. So.
Yep,
But yeah, we
yep,
haven't got a particularly diverse game plan from what we've been doing before. We're just trying to make sure the most talented guys get the targets,
yep.
and then just hoping to God that our 36 overall running back can keep rushing for 5 yards a carry. But remains to be seen, I think.
Is he doing that so far? I saw your team average was a little bit lower than that.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean we've got. Oh, I haven't had a close look at the depth chart recently, but we've got an 18 overall guy somehow getting 200 carries and somehow running for 4.37 yards per carry.
Yeah, on 200
Oh
attempts
no,
as
that was
well.
last year. Thank God, that was last year. Right, okay.
Oh, that was last year. Right, okay, he
I
hasn't
was
carried the
looking at his
ball this
player
year.
card. Yeah, I was looking at his
Yeah,
player
yeah,
card. Oh,
yeah, yeah.
thank God.
So is it this guy, Aquilino? He's your lead back, is he?
Yeah, this is the other thing is I didn't have much money to play with in free agency, as you can
Hmm.
see
Hmm.
by the money I've got
Yeah,
left over
less
now.
than 2
So
million. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't take any big swings on any guys. I don't think it's just a load of extensions to young guys.
Yeah, that's the kind of curve I've been on for years as well. Just re-signing my picks basically, and then having, you know,
Yeah,
vet
but
minimum pickups in free agency, and that's about it.
yeah. But I mean, the topic of QBs, at the very high end, obviously, is always an interesting one. But I do welcome people's thoughts, and I'd love to know how people navigate the landscape of trying to find and get bridge QBs, and what do you do in between the years where you got to pick in the top five and you've got a guy. I mean, because for me, it has been a case of I've got certain criteria. Every year, I'll search the player pool to see if someone on a roster matches that, or if there's anyone in free agency that matches that. But
Hmm.
there's not a lot of guys, and this guy, he's looks okay, but you can't really.
He's superb over the first three games.
Yeah, he's been amazing these three games, but like you say, all at home, small sample size, but he's just you can't let rip with him really. You have to play quite conservative,
Yeah, yeah,
and
but
that's
I
okay
mean,
when you're
you
playing from
tend
in
you
front.
tend
But
to anyway, don't you? As in, you'd like to run the ball, right? Which to me
yeah,
is you know, is pretty conservative approach to playing the game, or it's
yeah,
low risk at least.
yeah,
If
yeah,
you can run it, then it's low risk.
yeah, yeah. But things I have
Yeah.
noticed in this game plan that when I've had, when you have talent, the talent plays to its own level. It goes through the game plan, like specifically a guy I had in the IHOF. Well, I mean, and a guy I had in the RZB, two other leagues I'm in. I had two really good QBs in there that were running the same game plan, and sometimes they make everything better.
Yeah, sure. Especially when they get some cohesion and stuff as well.
Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, that's why I haven't really changed this guy out because I thought I'd keep him around for a little while. He was cheap initially, and then I mean he's still pretty cheap now, but he was cheap initially, and he'd done enough for me to think, well, I'll keep him around until someone better comes along. But they just haven't yet. So if
Yeah,
he goes
yeah, yeah,
down, we're screwed because I think the other guy I drafted him, but I don't think he's anything. He was a sixth
yeah,
round draft pick, so he's not going anywhere.
yeah. Pretty green.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah,
Well,
so
hopefully you don't have to find out this year.
no, 3-0 at the moment, but could very well be like 3-13 come the end of the season. You
No,
just don't know.
I don't believe that for a second.
But you never know. You never
Because
know.
though you got that, yeah. I mean, it would have to be some turnarounds. Like you say, it would probably be a long-term injury. Might be the only thing that could derail you to that extent. I would imagine.
Yeah, well, the biggest change for us this year was we changed our defensive coordinator. So I've been a 4-3 since I joined this league,
Hmm.
and I'd actually liked that because 4-3 is the first scheme that I'd ever sort of learnt about. When I started playing Madden 20 years ago or whatever. So I
Yeah.
kind of understood that a lot more. But this was the only league I had a 4-3 coordinator in. So I've always been thinking in the 3-4 mindset about the type of players that I need to acquire, and then I've had to switch that off when I was playing in this league. So this year I found when I was looking at the defensive candidates for the defensive coordinators that there was a good guy and
Hmm.
he was a 3-4, and I thought, well, I'll switch over to him, make some marginal gains on the ability, and I'll see if I can improve our defense with that scheme that I'm a little bit more familiar with now just through all the different FOF
Well, your defense is
leagues.
playing very well. It's one of the best in terms of points against so far.
Yeah, I hope
Um,
that's to stay.
and that actually answers a question because I was looking over the teams of you and Rick and anybody else who might get on the call here. And the thing that struck me with your defense was why is everyone a 4-3 size guy when you play a 3-4? Well,
Yeah.
now now the question is
That's
answered.
it, exactly. Scrambling to make those changes in the off season, but
Yeah,
But yeah, there's yeah, because guys like Tyler Murphy, he was
Yeah,
someone that I was
279 pounds.
thinking,
He's almost like a weak side linebacker, a big one maybe, but yeah,
yeah,
for a
I
three
know.
four.
Would you believe it? He's not actually available to switch to that position. If I look at his position switches, he can switch to only the 4-3 linebacker position. Oh no, he can switch to strong inside and weak inside, but not on the outside, despite his size. But
I wonder what that
guys
is
like
about.
that, I just thought, you know what, I'll keep hold of him. I need the bodies. We're not rich along the defensive line in terms of talent at the moment necessarily, so
Yeah,
I needed to keep guys basically. So a little bit of a roster rejig in regards to that because of the change of scheme, but hopefully it'll be better in the long term.
yeah. I think it was like the 228-pound guy playing weak side linebacker and the 224-pound guy playing inside linebacker that caught my eye when I was looking for
Yeah, yeah,
things. Yeah, because
yeah,
they
yeah.
are really, really small, aren't
We need some
they?
guys to get in the weight room or get replaced eventually. I think, yeah, I think a lot of guys couldn't gain weight, but I had to roll with them. So because like the cap situation as well, I couldn't make any kind of
Yeah,
splashes where I needed to. So
yeah. Well, it doesn't seem to be doing you any harm. So, great, great start to the season.
that's the benefit of small sample size, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. Shall we have a look at Horsetooth then? We've got Rick here. Do you want
Okay,
to?
here you go.
Yeah. Well, Rick, I mean, you've got some serious talent coming through there, haven't you? And it's
Yeah, well,
starting to
the
make its
first,
mark.
yeah, we kind of when I took over initially, the team had won maybe 8 games in a 4-year stretch, but they had the first pick in the draft, and they had the quarterback drafted a couple seasons back that was really good in Ingram.
Yeah.
And so I struck gold on the first 2 picks with Lane and Mathis, and now Mathis, of course, is suspended, but that's another story.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. He'll be
the
back.
first year of the
Yeah.
rebuild, we magically won 11 games. Somehow, some way, we won 11 games. And then the next season, the defense, the wheels fell off, and we were 32nd overall. We couldn't stop anything. There
Yeah.
was at least half a dozen losses by a possession or less. And I said, you know what? I got to rebuild something. So I endeavored to add a running game to this team. And so I sold out. I sold a draft pick and picked up a good guard. I shifted a guard to center, and I
Hmm.
picked up a waiver wire tackling Yankovic. And now the O line is playing pretty good. 3 games in, but I'll take it.
I think you're the
And
number one rushing offense in the league at the moment, aren't you?
yeah, not by much, but
Yeah,
and
never.
the defense
But that
is not middle of the pack with yards, but we're number one with points allowed. So I'm happy with that. And offensively, I got lucky and drafted wide receiver fifth or sixth. I don't remember what pick, and he's filling the gap for Mathis being gone in Hedrick. So I got lucky there.
I
So I
had an
brought up
eye.
the
I had
second.
an eye on this guy. So he's like the low route running, but huge everything else. Yeah.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
history tells me I've watched Ben draft enough wide receivers with a low route running. All of a sudden that explodes 2 years later. So I'm going
Hmm.
to gamble on that notion. So,
Yeah,
but
and
the draft,
he's
yeah, the
going to be
draft was
useful.
mostly focused on running, and I
Mm.
got the guard, and then
Yep.
I got a few other pieces along the way. I found let's see what I'm trying to remember who I drafted this year off the top of my head without looking at my little roster here, which
Yeah,
I
but
will
it's
go look at the
Emmons.
roster.
Emmons is the guy you took at 13. He's going to be a
Yeah.
fantastic player. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Let's just sort by
Yeah, yeah.
what you
Yeah, I
got with
grabbed
us.
Emmons and Clemens turned out pretty good. And McGarity is useful. And I grabbed a couple free agents off the wire. Diego Cipher, not the smartest guy, but hey, I'll take it. We run now. So,
Yeah, I
and,
actually tried to sign this guy in as an undrafted free agent as well. I didn't make a big play on him, of course, so you got him for
yeah,
a
because the
fairly.
thing is, I wanted to shift the team to a run first, but high percentage passing, much like I do in the IHOF, where if a
Hmm.
team tries to target my run game, they're going to get burned by the passing game. So I put the
Yep.
kind of the same formula in there. And because I've strayed away from the all pass crap I was doing for many seasons and just every league I'm flushing out all that passing crap and putting in a steady run game and a really good passing game. And this team was next on the list for the revamp. So,
Yeah.
so far,
Yeah.
so I can't complain.
Yeah. And if you
And,
do that when you have a 1-1 pick quarterback who is a good one, a 1-1 pick
Mhm.
wide receiver who is a good one. Okay, he's injured at the moment, but you know.
Exactly. And I've got him extended for 4 years. I've got good future cap space ahead of me. We lost a lot of cap room this year, but I said everybody who was a red flag, they're freaking out of here. I
Oh
don't
yeah.
care.
You got that almost 60
I
million
flushed 2 of them
lost
away. I
cap.
said, you guys are gone. Anybody that was 10 years, you're gone too. I just cleaned house. And I said, I'm going to keep this roster together so I can get the cohesion to rise. It takes, 3 years for that to happen? But I'm going to pretty much keep this group together as best I can.
Yeah. Well,
We got,
I don't know if you've seen this, Tom. If I do scout view on Horsetooth, I mean, there's a lot of high-rated players, and a lot of them are in high-value positions as well, right? Tackles, cornerback.
we've had some good drafts, knock on wood. So
Yeah.
Looks great.
Yeah. Yes, it does, right?
Fantastic, yeah.
And anytime
and
I see a
we're
team where the bottom player on the roster list is over 50,
Yeah.
it's very rare that you see that depth like that, I think. Yeah.
I mean, a 75 rated QB in year 5 who's signed for 4 years or whatever.
exactly.
It's like,
I even got my suspended tight end to accept a reasonable deal and got him pushed out for 4 years too. Next year's challenge is Buddy Lane. So
Yes.
I'm gonna have to finagle that one, but I think I can get him. I have enough room to
Well,
pull it off.
yeah. I mean, don't forget there's a franchise tag in this league as well,
Yeah,
so
exactly. If
you
worst
can
comes to
hold
worst,
on
I
if you
can
need
tag
to.
him in and kick the can down the road, as they say.
Yeah.
But I think I can pull it off. I'm pretty good at getting good contracts for reasonable rates.
Yes. You look very well set, man. And I mean, you know your way around the game planning and stuff as well. So, I mean, I see bowls in the future for this team. Don't
Yes,
you, Tom?
I like to think that as well because we've got
yeah.
the talent. Now it's a matter of it playing well and doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah.
So far, we're running well, passing well. In fact, I ramped up passing a couple percentage points up just because Ingram can sling it. So I added a few more passes his way.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll start adjusting as we go. If I play a team that's terrible against the pass, guess who's going to have fun? I'm going to light it up for them. I'll give a few more passes to Rodney and company.
Yeah. Do we play each other this
Right?
year? Because I'm terrible against everything. So,
I
let's have a
forget
look.
which division I'm playing. I'm
Yeah,
playing
we
with
don't.
Colorado in it. Maybe that's your division. I
No,
don't
no,
think I
no,
play you guys.
no. I think you're playing Colorado because you're on a third place schedule, and so
Yeah,
are
there
they.
you go.
Yeah,
There it
yeah,
is.
yeah. So you're playing the South, actually.
Okay. But yeah, so far so good. We're up 3-0, and we've
Yep.
won an overtime game against CDO, Colorado. And yeah, I can't complain. Can't
No,
complain.
actually, you're playing the East, Texas, KC, Orlando, Boston,
Okay.
so on. But yeah, okay.
In fact, I have Texas on the schedule next.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, the only thing I would wish for is the defense plays a little better. And Mr. Nawariki, I don't know about him. The guy can't sack anything, and he's with the number one pick on this team. AI chosen, of course, several years back. But
Yeah,
3 sacks is his ceiling is 3 sacks. It's like, come
There's
on. He
there's
won't
a
gain weight, and I'm not going to cut him, so I'll just let him
yeah,
ride the contract out,
yeah.
and then
Well,
I'll figure out what to do with him. I'll let him go probably.
when we take a look at the
He's
draft,
probably a
there's a
4-3 over guy anyway.
yeah. When we take a look at the draft, there's a guy like this that was drafted in the first round. And yeah, I don't like that pick in maybe in the first round at all. Definitely not at 1-1.
Yeah, he was AI's choice because he had the highest
Yeah,
grade, and that's how the AI picks go. Highest grade, winner, winner.
yeah. I mean, probably can stop the run, but he's got the wrong profile to rush the passer off the edge, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Basically.
I moved him everywhere I could. It's like, you know what? I'll just, like I said, he's out of here next year, so he'll be a free agent. So let the people start saving their money and bid on him because I'm not.
Well, he's going to ask her for an unbelievably big contract as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he did want 38 million this year, and then 22, 23. But I said, I'm not giving you 38. I got other things to fix. So,
We've got red flags to
and I
cut.
can find a linebacker who identifies as a defensive end, and I'm good.
Yeah.
Because as I say, his position in a 4-3 is replaceable. I can find a heavy linebacker or a decent defensive end who can stop the.
Yeah, his pass rush percent over his career is less than 4.
Yeah,
it's garbage.
Yeah, I think he'll do better in somebody's 4-3 over because weight wise, he's a 4-3 over guy. Under, he needs a little bit more weight. Yeah, the 4-3 under guys are what 275 to 280, and the over guys are 260 something to 270 something, I guess. And he's the odd man here.
Yeah,
but he can stop the run, so he can play. He just won't get me anything sack wise.
Yeah, which is therefore not worth paying for.
Exactly. So the other guys are picking up the slack. Of course, the best sack guy I have my team is hurt with a sprained knee, but he'll still play.
Is that Creek, the tackle?
Yeah, Rufus Krieg.
Yeah,
not too bad. And Mike McCoy, he got 4.5 last year. He has 4.5 now, I think. Oh no, he just came back from. Oh, I hope he did. He's got 4.5. Lucky. Look at that.
Which guy is this? It's McCoy. Yeah,
Mr. McCoy.
Yeah, an undrafted guy.
Exactly.
Who's much more useful.
The only thing going for him is pass rush technique, run defense wise. Not so good. But
he's got the endurance as well, right? That's the other thing that's missing from that Nakori guy. He can't.
This is the group I have to keep an eye on. Defensive group.
Yeah.
But I've got the right scheme. I understand the scheme. I used to, Melman would appreciate this when he first met me. I was a 3-4 guy everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You had that Blitzburg style defensive game planning as well for a few seasons where it was just sending everyone.
Burned too many times, it was time to say, let's learn this 4-3 garbage. And I figured it out and liked it because there were more players there. I could find more players because I could find oversized linebackers. I can find linebackers in the draft that identify as defensive ends, and the pool was so much bigger. Whereas in 3-4, it's so specific. You have to be this much weight or that much weight. And if you're undersized, you're going to get bowled over.
I think that does seem to be one of the more standout benefits of the 4-3 scheme. Is that definitely you have a larger player pool to choose from in terms of trying to construct the defensive line. Because like any draft, if you're a 3-4, you go straight to the defensive ends, but the majority of the top guys, especially the ones that can really rush the passer, they're always 4-3 guys. It's really rare to get a heavy 3-4 guy who's got that high ceiling.
It's really hard to get them to even want to gain weight. So
yeah. So it's definitely
the 3-4 is really good when you have the right personnel. I will admit, I won a ball game with the 3-4, but I had to have the exact right personnel to pull it off. In the 3-4 or 4-3, I think I have more flexibility. At least it feels like that to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really run a 3-4 anywhere, and I don't feel very comfortable playing it. But one thing I do think about the 4-3, which can be a struggle, is you need a lot of defensive front guys on the roster, and they can get a bit expensive.
Oh yeah, and a lot of them get banged up. That's for sure. But I keep 8 to 9 of those guys tackles and ends.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very rarely that I have the luxury of having less than 4 tackles active on any game week. It's only if you have a real monster guy with like 100 endurance, and then he can just stay on the field on every personnel group. But
because that's one thing I've never had. But I know that one day I will be blessed with a monster defensive end who's going to get me 15 to 20 sacks a season. I know that one day I'll get lucky.
Well, we might talk about one of those a little bit. In fact, we can talk about him right now because there has been one of those on my team. Um, Tom, you will know this guy. So here he is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's in his 13th season.
Oh, that's good
Um,
for a
he's
defensive
on
end.
a he's on 188 sacks, 432 hurries, 500 QB knockdowns, basically, on his career. He needs 4 sacks to be the outright record holder for sacks for any player on any league.
Jeez, that is
So,
crazy.
so he really is going for all-time all-time GOAT in any multiplayer league status. That's what
Yeah.
he's going for this season. Um, but there's a bit more chat about that with the extra bit with Tucson, because he's basically also having a season where he's just chasing numbers, guys that can take records. Yeah, but this is the type of guy you're looking for then, Rick, that you've never had. They are quite good fun.
Exactly. I had one of those in a 3-4, but I've yet to have one in a 4-3, but I just recently shifted over to that. So it's only a matter of time I get lucky and land one of them guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Can we see his
And the
career
other thing I'll
stats?
add about the 4-3 guys is they have coverage bars, which a lot of times those 3-4 guys don't have. So that in a small way helps my little zone coverage crap that I play.
Right. I'm convinced that one of the reasons this guy is so good is that he doesn't have any coverage. So he's pure defensive end, basically.
he's, he's laser
Interestingly,
focused.
interestingly enough, he was a 3-4 guy. He was over
Oh,
290 when I drafted him, and I weight trained him down to be a
mhm.
4-3 size guy.
Yeah, 282.
282, yeah. He started about
Yeah.
292, I think.
Yeah, that's the other thing was we got to get them early in their career so they refuse to do anything weight wise.
Yeah. What did you want to see, Tom?
Just his career stats. If you just open up his career
Yeah.
stats there, so we can see like his
Yeah. So here
peaks
we
of his
go.
career. What's the most
Yes.
sacks he had in a season? So
Yeah, 25,
25.5
25 and a half. That's the record for
You got
single
older, you
season
got better.
sacks.
in 14 games as well.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
11.5% pass rush percent on that season. Yeah.
I mean, that is just crazy. He had a couple of years where he's a bit banged up then. So he played 9 games or started 9, played 11 in 2069.
Yep.
But other than
That's
that,
right.
actually, he's been pretty consistent.
Yeah. 2072, he only started 11 games, but that's just one of those freaky formation things.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 24 sacks in the postseason as well. And
And that year, 7 sacks in the postseason. That's nuts.
yeah. Yeah. And you see that 20, yeah, I think that's the season he had 5 sacks on a game in the playoffs.
Right. Yeah. He's just
Yeah.
absolutely dominant. Looking at his
Yeah.
draft class, was he obviously going to be great? Yeah. So I'm just looking at Draft Analyzer for that year. I had him as he was the fourth best player on the board that year.
Yeah, I got lucky that everybody chased wide receivers and didn't bother to do the sensible thing and take this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he worked
A
out
good pass rush
amazingly.
will do a lot of things for you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and this guy's had really, it's not just these kind of like, averaged out numbers either. He's had moments, right? Like last year in the playoffs on the way to winning the bowl, I was playing a tight game, I think, with Tucson, actually, and he had a sack fumble in the fourth quarter
Yeah. I mean,
in
it
a one
changes
score game.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's this guy's got moments all over the place as well as just gaudy numbers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's never been an offensive tackle that he hasn't had the better of at some point in his career
No.
with numbers like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And when he was at his peak, he was a sort of high 80s rated player, and that endurance bar was full, and the pass rush bars were full, and you know he was playing. Yeah, you'd see him getting sacks in. Yeah, like I say in the playoffs, actually fourth quarter and stuff like that, right? When people are gassing out, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's when he come into his own basically. So yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's something that I never used to pay attention to that hard, right? When you're filling out your defensive depth chart and stuff, and you get the little endurance warnings. I used to leave people on there if they kind of had the small concern or anything like that. When they get to extreme or very concerned or whatever it is, I'd start thinking about it. But really, for those pass rush guys, if they've got questionable endurance, I had so much more success by just making sure they had their endurance for the third downs or the third and long or the high receiver sets and stuff.
Yeah.
Their sack numbers went right up in my 3-4 in another league when I started paying more attention to that. I mean, he's still got good endurance for a 35-year-old guy though, 67.
Yeah,
Like, still.
he does, but you can see his numbers like tailed off a lot last season.
Yeah.
But he got most of those sacks towards the end of the year. And
Right.
that was when I took him out of some personnel groups.
Yeah, yeah.
He wasn't playing all, but he was playing, I think, base, nickel, third down, and one of the other ones. And then I just put him in nickel and third downs. And then he started to produce again. So he
Yeah.
definitely is in a point of his career as well where he's playing more efficiently when he's playing less.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's crazy though, because looking at the retirement stuff in the help file, the how should retirement be determined, I kind of look at that sometimes and wonder if there's clues in there about how long we should expect careers to be and stuff like that. The defensive line peak end is the 10th season.
Yeah.
The
But I
average
think,
year is 4.8 years for a career.
yeah, but I think that tells us that this guy is a genuine one of the greatest players the game has generated, right?
Yeah, he
That
is. Yeah, he's
because
an
he's
Normally
exceptional
that
on
3%.
everything, including how long he's playing for and so on, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
definitely.
it's telling us he's one of those absolute peak, super rare sort of 5-star recruits or whatever, right?
Yeah,
And
he's a cool player.
there isn't even one of those necessarily in every draft, or maybe they're even rarer than that.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
game engine produces a few guys like that, but
Mm.
not many.
No, I wondered, when the drafts are being calculated, whether it looks at the current level of the player pool in the league, so it doesn't get too top heavy. There must be something in there
I'm
that
sure it does.
stops the
Um,
Yeah, some
draft from
seasons we
producing.
see a bounty for all of us, and other seasons we see a barren desert.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, but I'm sure it does that, Tom, because I think you can see it in leagues where there's like all the best quarterbacks are old.
yeah,
You will
yeah,
definitely start getting good quarterbacks coming in to draft classes.
yeah,
That's the place I notice it the most because that's what I'm most often looking out for, I suppose, and also because the number of them is relatively few, right? Compared, wide receivers, there's probably 7 or 8
You can
times as
test
many
that
players
theory very
generated.
soon in the IHOP because about 5 quarterbacks who are all drafted in the same class are going to fold into retirement. So we'll see if
Mm,
the game pushes it under the top.
mm.
Yeah, so he's got 50 more sacks than the next guy in the IFL.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, 57 more sacks
And
over his
it's not
career.
because I know anything that nobody else knows, right? I just put him in the chart and he sacks people.
Go
Yeah,
get them.
yeah, that's it. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
and
what the talent, isn't it? It's the talent elevates the play past what any GM can do, really, with some
yeah.
players.
Look at his combines. He's 35. If you
Yeah,
saw a recruit who was running a 4.69 40 at defensive end, you'd be like, oh God, I'm drafting that guy.
yeah, yeah. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because once you put a team in pass mode, he goes crazy.
Yes. Yeah. So if I get ahead, which I'm struggling to do this year, basically the 2 games I've won are just like absolute steals off teams late. Yeah, but that's actually a very good point as well, Rick. That guys like this, they play even better when your team is winning, right? So he probably would not have be approaching like an all-time sack record if my team had been bad all the time, because he just wouldn't have been, he would have been defending the run too
The
much, basically,
opportunities for
right?
sacks would have been
Yeah,
reduced because,
yeah. So he has benefited also from playing on a team that has been,
and he
regularly
still would have
playing in
been
the
good
playoffs.
regardless, but he's
He still would have
better
been good.
because
Maybe would have made
the
150
defense was
sacks.
good.
Yeah, yeah,
The defense would stop the other team's run game. The other team would then shift into passing mode, and then it's time to feast.
yeah, exactly. Now, guys, Should we take a look at the draft? To be honest, that's what I think most people watch these videos for. So they're probably not too impressed to spend 50 minutes just talking about, our rosters and stat accumulation and stuff like that. Are you up for a bit of draft chat?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, let's
Sounds
go to the
good.
draft.
I've just let Southie in as well, if he's there.
Hey, oh,
He's muted at the moment.
oh, hey man, Southie, how you doing?
No, well, this was a terrible draft for me, but I want to see what everybody else did.
We haven't even started on the draft yet.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah,
Oh, my timing is.
we've been chatting about our rosters, and I was just kind of pulling things around to the draft. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna release my starting quarterback and go with the young guys, I think. Um,
Okay. Okay.
unless
Yeah. Tell us.
anybody wants to make a trade for a guy I just signed off the street. I don't even know if you can do that. So
So we were wondering, why has Ethan Dilday, a first round pick a couple of seasons ago, why has he not been playing? So you're
I
saying that you
regret.
are going to play him or what?
No, I'm gonna play Ferguson.
Oh, you're going to play
Uh,
Ferguson,
I prefer Ferguson to yeah. That
and you
was the
took him in.
year I
Ah,
took him in the second. Yeah. Um I took Dilday the year that I screwed up my staff and I didn't love him.
ah.
But well maybe I'll play Dilday. I don't know. I want them to kind of battle it out and
I haven't checked the avoid interceptions, but I mean, I think Dilday looks quite
yeah, I think he
capable.
does pretty well on that. Yeah. So we might go
Yeah.
with him. I just hate the lack of accuracy uh mainly.
Hmm. Yeah. And the scrambling is quite nice on Ferguson, isn't it?
Yeah. I want to see what he's got. Um,
Yeah.
Are you having to talk yourself into that with Ferguson? Just because I know you like the accuracy bar, but what about the sense rush bar? You're not worried that he might get sacked and fumble it?
yeah. Maybe
Well,
I'll
I
go
think
Dill. I don't
it,
know.
it's
One of
it.
these two is gonna have to emerge, or we'll be looking for a new guy. I don't want to take one at the top of the draft. That'll just send my cap spiraling out of control. So uh,
Hmm.
we'll see. Hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah, because you haven't started very well, have you? Considering you went to the
No, it's been
playoffs
brutal.
and won the
It's been
division
brutal.
last year, it's been a tough start.
Yeah, defense has played okay. I wouldn't say it's been great. We lost our best pass rusher for 5 weeks in the second game, and
Let's have a look.
yeah, we got problems. We got problems.
Slavin. So,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
He had a great second game and then hurt himself or
And then he got injured.
had a
Yeah.
little appendicitis on the plane ride home.
Yeah, and that actually quite painful. If you've never
I
had it.
had it too. I had it
Yeah.
too. I actually had the worst case of it. So I had a
Oh my
ruptured
God.
appendix.
Oh.
So
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah. One of my kids had appendicitis on December the 31st once.
Oh,
So yeah, been to a little
horrible.
bit of a sort of New Year's thing going on. Had a few drinks and stuff like that. About 2 o'clock in the morning, one of my kids is like, "I got a stomach ache." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, you just had too
Oh
many,
no.
had too many chips and too much what's it called, candy."
Yeah.
Yeah. And then my wife is a doctor, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't know, didn't feel right to me." She's got them like saying, "Can you jump up and down?" And he like jumped once and like collapsed in agony, and she's like, "Oh my God, okay, here we go. We're going to the hospital."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun way to
I was
see
in
you
the
in the new
hospital
year.
for a week.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, good luck to Dwayne Slavin or Slavin or whatever he's called. Yeah, we're pulling for you, man. We know it's nasty.
yeah. Hopefully maybe he can come back early. I 1, 2, 3. So I guess I get the bye for one of those weeks, which is good.
Oh, you're
Uh
you're playing me next.
not looking forward to that at all.
Yeah,
Not looking forward to that.
I don't think I'm gonna beat you down as bad as I did in the playoffs last year,
That
which
was
was
that was
that
the
game.
worst. That was the worst game I've ever experienced in
That game got
any
ugly.
version of
Yeah, what was
front
that?
office.
57-7. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Remember the block
Yeah.
punt? What did you
Yeah,
say
oh
about the
man,
block?
everything went wrong
Oh yeah, that
in
broke
that
the game
game.
open. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah,
scored on
let's
the
get rid of
opening
that.
drive too. That's how bad it was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were ahead. And then Calgary said no.
Yeah, so much for our ingenious defense.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was just one of those fluke results, I guess. Pretty
I
nasty.
don't know about that. With the end of the end of the postseason says that was not a fluke.
I think so. To win by that much when you had a division winning record before and stuff. But yeah, I mean, let's see. If it happens again in week 4, then we can start saying it's not a fluke, I guess.
It has a good chance of happening again with the quarterback situation. I had to cut my starter because he held out, and I picked up that guy off the street,
Mm.
and I don't like him, so we'll
That's
see.
that's that's not the ideal way to begin, is it? Having to cut your starter because he held out.
I
That's
wasn't
not
going to
how we
give him a new
plan.
contract.
No,
Yeah.
no, fair. Well, we will see. Um, yeah, but should we take a look at the draft, guys?
This was a
Yeah.
bad draft for me, but I'm looking forward to looking at this.
Okay, let me just bring up. So this is the yeah. So we'll have a look at the first round picks like we usually do. You might have to help me out with a couple where I wasn't sure whether they were AI picks or not. Yeah, and I only looked at these kind of top 15, 16. I only looked at those in like retrospect, basically, because yeah, I was picking 132, so I didn't waste my time dreaming of all the nice players at the top. Um, yeah, but actually, I've seen a couple of you have played San Antonio already. This is BG Bob, right? I think he's the GM over there these days.
Yeah, is this his
Yeah,
first
and
season or
Antonio
second
Storm,
season?
no, it's him.
What'd you say there?
Hmm?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, I said San Antonio Storm. That's Bob.
Yeah, it's Bob, right? Yeah. Well, he got himself a nice QB 1-1, didn't he?
And he's just going to have to take his lumps for a while, but he'll be okay.
Yeah, he looks nice. In a class that didn't have, I'm looking at it now in Draft Analyzer, just sorted on pure sort of talent. The top positions weren't, there wasn't a obvious receiver or anyone like that, in my opinion. So he looks good for a 1-1.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit of stats.
The other,
He's actually one of 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round. So we're gonna be able to compare a few of them. And there were 21 offensive players, 11 defensive players taken, and of course the big most important thing: no red flag players in the first round. There you go. So you can.
Interesting.
Yeah, I always like a little bit of extra spice when red flag guys go high.
Yeah,
But we
yeah. Oh,
won't.
and
We
this
won't.
guy was no combine as well.
And
I didn't
this
notice
guy
that.
was no combine.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
that's
was
quite
just
cool.
a very high solar seismic and very nice looking bars, basically. And so far as I can tell, I mean, it looks to my scout at least, he basically held his over. He went down slightly, but just a couple of points, nothing to worry about.
the first 3 years, players go up and down sometimes. So he's
Oh yeah,
fine.
for sure they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
like this guy a lot.
yeah, yeah.
I like that he's a no combine guy, but I always like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's cool.
what do you look for a solar seismic, Southie? Because I think some people think that there's a sort of number of which if you get above that number, it's a good sign. I think 39 is maybe just above.
39 with a May 15th birthday is very good. If his birthday's November, you want to be higher, but I don't know.
Because he's going to be low intelligence probably with that
Yeah.
sense rush bar and so on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was
Yeah.
yellow. He's in the yellow group, right? So he's one of the
Yeah.
the dumbest group, basically.
Yeah. I quite like yellow for quarterbacks. I like
do
everything
too.
except purple, to be honest.
Yeah, yellow and green I like. I've never had a
Well, I like purple, but
red.
it better be 50, 45 or
Okay.
something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But he had
Yeah. I
This is
mean.
my top quarterback. So yeah.
yeah, he's mine as
Yeah.
well. I had him
Yeah.
as the 11th player in the draft, like the 11th best in terms of talent. But what's interesting about him is obviously he was no combine, but he had his raw grade was like 5.8, which is high for a no combine guy.
Mm-hmm.
And his development percentage was only 19. So it wasn't like he was getting any artificial inflation from his development percentage being higher. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of reassuring things there about him. But you never know when you take a no combine guy. I mean, you hope he stays how he was, but all his bars look good to me on from my scout at that time.
Mm. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, he was on my don't bother to look at him list, so because I didn't
Yeah.
get him.
Yeah.
I didn't even look at him.
Yeah. So that's another good young quarterback in the NC. Actually, quite a few of those now. Colorado's got one. You've got one, Rick. Dakota has got one. Yeah, there's plenty of good young QB talent on that side of the league for sure. Yeah, nice pick, Bob. Very good. What do we get next? Oh, we got an interesting one next. This right tackle Bryson Horn. He looked, if you just
Okay.
look at the bars, he looked way better in Draft Analyzer. But there was reason to suspect he was not going to become that good, I would say. So
That dash was sketchy.
yeah, let me try and find him, and I'll bring my draft analyzer across. So this is what my scout saw. He's a good scout, so we don't get any kind of masking in that sense. I said in the Discord, I didn't think he was going to be as good as this, and he isn't. He's not bad. He's fine.
Yeah.
He can
For
play tackle, no problem.
5, he has to have a sub 5 dash for me to even look. Or something, at least for that. Yeah.
No, it doesn't have to be that good. I mean, 505 is red?
Yeah, I think 505 and down will be great.
I don't think it has to be that great.
But what do you mean 505 is red?
In
the
game,
game.
when you look at the
Oh, in the
draft class
game.
in game,
Yeah.
it's red. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Is
this
it
is a pretty
505?
good
I don't
dash.
know where it is exactly, but
Yeah, it's something like that. It's higher. It's higher for tackles than guards, definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, as in over 5. Whereas I think for guards it's probably under 5 to get that highest.
And he would also
rating.
have that 3-year window applied to him as well, because next season a full set of games could fluctuate. He can just get the variable applied to him again. Next thing you know, his
Yeah.
run blocking,
Yeah,
blocking
Yeah.
again. Who knows?
Yeah.
he could. I don't think he's going to, but he could. Yeah. I tell you what when I looked at this guy, he had too many. For me, he had too many question marks. Right. So his 40 and agility are good, but they're not elite. Right. But those bars are extremely high to the scout. So that was the first thing I was a bit like,
I think
especially the run blocking.
volatility had to play a role in this, because look at the static bar. Look what happened to it. That has to be a volatility.
Did it drop in the history boost?
Yeah, look at the static
Yeah,
bar.
it's half. It's well, not half, but it's
It's almost
definitely way
maxed.
under. Yeah,
So I
yeah,
think
that's a good point. Yeah,
He's a random variable guy. It just
but I still think there was clues, right? He didn't have elite agility or 40, but those bars are elite.
his bench was nice.
His what?
His bench was nice,
Yeah,
35.
his bench is nice. I'm always suspicious when
No,
offensive
that's
linemen
usually the
have.
aesthetic bar is indicative of that, and that's the one that took the biggest hit. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a bit weird. I do agree with that.
I think
Yeah, so
I think it's just volatility. I think it was a good pick at the time, actually.
No, it's more than that. I don't
looking at
like
think
that.
his
so.
looking at his ratings just on the ratings history from the league scout, so his blocking strength was originally 75, and then it dropped to
Yeah.
43 after PS2. So that's like a 50% or
Yeah.
40 something percent reduction on that side. He was originally scheduled to be like a 77 rated overall, but I mean, and both his blocking bars were like 86, 81, and 86. And maybe there was something there that he was supposed to be better. But I agree with you, like the dark green on the two blocking bars, and also the something I don't know if there's any value to this, but when I look at the blocking strength bar, if it's all the way up, sometimes if I see that they've got a low bench, then I think, oh, maybe there's something there because it's not really
Yeah,
justified. But the
yep,
static
Exactly.
is what you're supposed to see. But because he's got a high bench score anyway, I
yep.
wouldn't necessarily have looked at that and gone, oh, well, that maybe that's indicative that he's going to be good
And
then.
and I think the same about endurance. When I see a maximum endurance on an offensive lineman, I'm like, okay, his broad jump better be really amazing. It is actually really good, but it's still, in combination with those not quite amazing blocking bar things. And also, I just don't think the very best defensive tackles, I don't think they're 6'3". I think they're always bigger. The
Yeah.
really good ones, right? So there was just all these like little signs, and when you have several of them on a player, that for me was like, yeah, I've got doubt here. That Morris Brewer guy that we'll see in a minute, he was clearly a better prospect to tackle, I thought.
You've been looking at Southie's offensive line, where everyone has to be 6'6" or whatever, 350 pounds to get in the
Absolutely.
room.
I know his offensive line is massive, but I basically don't draft tackles who are less than 6'4" unless it's like late, right? And then okay, whatever. Maybe
Yeah,
they can
my
play
draft analyzer
another
said this guy's
position.
going to be, he was going to be, his real position was going to be right guard. So he would have slipped
Huh.
inside at that
And
position.
that's height related, isn't it? Because he's not the weight for a right guard, I don't think, is he?
I don't know, 313. I mean, it
Aren't they usually
seems
a bit heavier?
right for me.
Yeah, I think a little heavier.
But yeah, you'd be,
It's not
if you
far
were,
off yeah, I don't know.
if you were a
Yeah, but
newbie, you'd
the
be
little
disappointed, I think, with how he turned
yeah,
out.
I think he is a bit disappointed. He did ask me why I thought he wasn't going to pan out, and I did sort of say the same things that I'd said on the call just before. So,
Although, hold on a minute.
but having said that, he's not a bad player, right? So he's
No,
just not a 1-2 player. He's fine though. He can play 10
yeah,
seasons. Why not? I mean, he
if you
can
run the
block the
ball a lot.
run. Yeah, I mean, I would probably play him at guard if he stays like this.
Yeah,
But yeah, I mean, it's not a disaster. It's just not quite what he was hoping for.
It's not the superstar you wanted. That's all.
no,
Yeah,
exactly. And the things
if
that
you
might count against him is obviously the contract for the first 4 years, but then the renegotiation demand,
yeah,
to
but
the talent to money
if he's a
demand.
50 rated player, he won't ask for crazy money. I don't think, especially not if he
Mm,
moves to guard.
you'd hope not.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I don't
that's
think so.
probably the best move is guard because yeah, right guard. That's his future.
Probably, I think so. Keep him at right tackle for now, maybe until his bars fill out, and then decide what you want to do with him when you get a better look at him after a few seasons.
Yeah, so I figure he's got 2 seasons where he's at before the GM has to make a call. Because,
Yeah,
like I said, the variables still can kick in, and boom, he's up next season for all we know.
yeah, yeah. And I'll just say it again: he's not a bad player. If you look at what I started at tackle in the bowl last year, he's well better than those guys. He's, I mean, yeah.
The game's random variables give and take. That's for sure.
Yeah,
They
most
do.
of it
This
really is.
this one was a take.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, he also got a really nice player later in the first round, so he got a bit of compensation for that, I think. Um, let's take it. So who was this one? This was Norfolk's first of two back-to-back picks. Let's get them both up. So he went 1-3, went wide receiver Klusterman. I think on the mock draft, most people had him as the best wide receiver prospect. Don't think he turned out to be that, but he's pretty good. And then he 1-4. He went Dante Collins. Yeah.
Is Norfolk still Iceman? Or is it
It
changed?
is. Did he drop out for a season and come back? I think that's what happened, isn't it?
Yeah, he dropped out a couple last time, and now he's back. And
now he's
going
back
into
with the
more
same
leagues.
team. Yeah.
Yeah. So he made these picks. Yeah.
Yeah, he made these picks, pretty sure.
Yeah,
Kloosterman held. He basically didn't drop or bump up. And Collins, the same. They were very stable through the PS2.
I don't like Kloosterman, but I don't know that I
Starters.
want to pick him.
You do like him or you don't like him? Sorry, Southie, I didn't catch you.
I don't like him now, but I don't know that I wouldn't have picked him at the time. So
Yeah.
Well, he was in full rebuild, and he needed wide receivers because I think he had a quarterback already.
Yes, he does. He does.
So that makes sense that he went that direction.
Why don't you like him?
I'd have gone tackle. I would have gone with the other tackle, I think.
Yeah, Brewer that went in a couple of picks.
Yeah. I think you got to do that.
I mean, the receiver's got everything you'd want. If he fills out that 60 route running or whatever, he can run over the middle.
Me and you are looking
Good
at
big
this
play.
receiver drooling, aren't we, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think he looks nice. I mean, his endurance, he might not be able to play every single formation, but he's just
it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I think he's pretty good.
Yeah.
I
He's
had
not.
him
He's not a legendary quality guy, maybe, but he is
No.
one of the best. One of the best, better wide receivers in the class. I think there were a couple that went
My guy
later.
in the 5th round.
Yeah, Kloosterman is going to be able to do more volume, though, isn't he? But well, based on what we see in year one, at least. But yes, otherwise, yeah. What about Collins then? I mean,
Oh, it's a great pick.
Yeah,
is it?
amazing
And
talent level,
I
but
can't stand taking a linebacker that high.
the talent
It
level,
kills
but
me.
Great player is a great player.
what's
There is
what's
something to that.
what's the ceiling for like the talent is obviously off the charts, right? All the bars and stuff, but what's the biggest impact a linebacker can have in a 4-3 system, you know,
Well, they
if the
play a
team's good.
3-4, by the way.
Oh, he plays a 3-4.
Yeah,
Well, I can't talk about guys that are
you
the wrong
can't.
weight in that system because my
And
You
he's
entire
the
can't.
team's
wrong weight for a
Yeah.
3-4
That's
yeah,
a rough
that's what I
wide
mean.
3-4 guy,
linebacker.
but
He needs
He's
30
very
more
light.
pounds on him. So
I don't
Yeah.
think he can put on weight. I'm
No,
pretty
he's
yeah,
sure he
small.
cannot.
Much too
No,
small.
he's going to have to shift inside, isn't he, to one of the inside positions? But even then, it'll
Yeah.
still be what, 5 pounds light, is it? I think I can't remember whether it's 241 or whatever the inside linebackers are in a 3-4.
So something like that. Yeah.
But like I
My
say, his talent is off the charts. But what will his stats be like? That's what I mean. How do you measure his impact on team performance?
my strong inside linebacker last year pretty much carried my defense. I didn't think it was possible. I've always thought linebacker was a non-impact position, but he was incredible. He was all over the field.
Yeah,
So I think it could happen. I don't know where this guy would play. I'd be tempted to play him at weak side linebacker
what in a 3-4?
in the 3-4, yeah. Just for
You'd
the
have him coming off the edge at 238.
38.
yeah, it's not ideal, but
He's making tackles, but he's not sacking anybody. He's not blocking any
yeah.
passes. He's not hurrying anybody. So
So maybe strong inside linebacker? I don't know.
yeah, for his coverage, yeah, he could do that if he could find
And
a
he's got
That's
pass rush strength, which is better inside.
So that's the other
Uh,
thing I find a bit weird about that 3-4 system is that when you're in third down situation, your inside guys don't play, do they? Or they
I
only
think
play if you
the
put them
game
as
depth.
outside linebackers.
Yeah,
um, yeah, I think you're right. The weak side
they do come out.
plays.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me look at my guy.
So that makes me think that in the 3-4, those inside guys are more about stopping the run than they are about, coverage. skills. But I mean, I don't really know. I
Yeah,
really
the
don't
strong
know.
inside, weak inside. When I played 3-4, they had to have 80 or over run defense bars, and I would put them in. And anything after that, pass rush was just a bonus.
Yeah. Yes, there's no doubt that this is a really nice player. Where did you have him? Where did you have him, Tom, on your sort of overall, let's say, position independent talent evaluation?
Yeah, he was in the top 5, I think,
Top
for
five.
talent level. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he was 5th, dead on
Okay.
5th. Yeah.
Yeah, in which case he was drafted around the right position on some sense, wasn't he? If you're sort of going BPA or whatever.
Yeah, he can
My
certainly be part of an absolutely dominant defense if you get some other people around him. He can hold down that linebacker spot.
Yeah.
my strong inside linebacker was on the field for almost every pass play last year.
So you
That's
must
the
have
one
put
that's
him.
held in.
Yeah.
Strong inside, I think, is on the. I just had a look. He's on the depth chart
Okay.
for
So
every
it so
formation. It's the weak inside that drops out. Yeah.
okay, so it's for those four
Right.
or five
In
receiver
nickel.
sets where you don't play an
Yeah.
inside guy. That would make more sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But two very nice players and yeah, two good picks. They're holding up so far. Anything more to say about these two gentlemen?
Good players for the rebuild.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. So next player, 1-5, is another defensive player. Now this is the guy I was referring to earlier when we were looking at that former 1-1 pick on Horsetooth's roster. Defensive end who's not really optimized for rushing the passer, and he didn't look like he was going to be either, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
My scout sees him dropping 10 points. That's my scout, not the league scout. Let me see if I can find him in Draft Analyzer. This is going to be embarrassing because you're going to get to see how bad my scout is. So JT Rao.
This guy's not
Wait.
even the top JT on my board. There's another JT.
Yeah, so wide bars. I don't think we can
Wait, you
conclude
got to
much
see
from
mine
this.
if you want to see a bad
Jeez,
scout.
Boots, that is crazy. What is that? Like how many points is that? That's got to be like a
Yeah,
40-point spread or something.
40.
yes.
Oh,
This my okay, yeah. So my defensive coordinator, he's really young, right? And I thought, what would happen if I took a really young guy and let him like develop over like 20 seasons or something, right? So right
yeah.
now he's got like high scouting or relatively high, but his interviewing is like,
It's
5
just
or whatever, right? So I mean, yeah, it's I basically draft off combines when I pick defensive guys.
Yeah,
Boots.
with
If
that wide of a margin, you might as well subtract 15 off of everything you
Yeah,
look at.
let's get rid of that because that doesn't make any sense.
Boots, if you look in the chat and bring the chat up on screen, there's an image in there that Southie just shared of his bar widths. So people have to see that
Uh,
because that's
okay,
even
talk about
more
talk about this guy for a second while I find that.
absurd. I just does anyone know what happened with this pick? Like, was he a bust or
He
is this
dropped
just
10 points according to my scout.
right?
So
He's a
look
good pick, but not a top 10, but you know.
I think he'd make a great weak inside linebacker.
I mean, look at that.
Whoa.
That is just,
51 to
Well, that's not 50.
100.
I mean,
I mean, at
how
least
do
you
you
know
do
he's
it?
a player.
I don't think I can draft defensive players with it looking like that.
Nope.
No,
I would say we're buying defensive players this year, boys.
yeah.
Yeah,
Was that a
yeah, yeah.
49 point spread? I mean,
Yeah, that's amazing.
so you got like a 50% chance he's either going to be a sub 50 or above 50. Really, it's just what do you have to do?
It's just
Interview anyone you want to take.
Exactly. Yeah.
because
Or
you
I
have a
can't.
think
really good buddy who's got good scouting.
Yeah,
the thing
This is
is,
the last year I do this.
he did. Yeah. I mean, he did look like this somehow. That's the right
yeah.
shape. Uh, oh,
That was actually
sorry.
the idea behind trying this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but I mean, he didn't
Like he's
have any kind of 40-yard dash, this guy, right? So he's never going to be a good pass rusher, I don't think.
no,
Yeah.
for some reason he had like his raw grade, the one that they say is supposed to be responsible for like the talent level is not
Oh, it was high, wasn't
unreasonable.
it?
Well, that's the bureau grade. The raw grade is one that's like
Oh,
viewable
yeah.
when the
Oh, yeah.
class is in game, but it was 5.9, right? So that's like the
Yeah.
position agnostic grade, which is supposed to just be
Yeah.
reflective of his
And
talent
then he
level.
gets boosted for being a defensive end. Yeah.
Yeah, so that wasn't bad. 5.9 was high. I mean, that's like in the
Yeah, and
top
his development was only
50.
30.
Yeah,
So you would think that's a good sign.
Mm.
but he just didn't have the combines to really back anything up.
Especially not the 40, right? I mean, he looks like he was going to be a
Yeah.
good run defender, which is what he is going to be, probably. He's got good play diagnosis. So I think that is quite an
Weak
important
inside
part.
linebacker. He can
I was
play
going to
weak
say,
inside linebacker.
is his future maybe a weak side
Oh,
linebacker in a 3-4?
Inside. Weak inside. Yeah.
he
Or
can't, he
strong
can't,
inside, maybe.
he can't play inside. He can't.
Absolutely. He
No,
could drop weight.
not with no zone like that. I don't think.
I think
No?
if you played him off the edge in a 3-4 in the weak linebacker spot, don't they only ever play bump and running coverage? I think
His
if you're
pass
in
rush
that,
isn't good enough to play weak linebacker.
not even the pass rush strength.
That he can play.
Nah, I think would play strong outside linebacker.
Yeah,
Since
So
that's the coverage guy.
I think in a 4-3 under, he can play left defensive end because he's about the
Eh,
right size, and
He
you
should
need a
that
help.
probably
guy
for an under.
on the left, there's no problem if he's mostly a run defender. I don't think, because the right defensive end is the one who gets the sack stats. Yeah, but it also, yeah, he's
super
incredibly
dumb. Yeah,
stupid. He doesn't have much
The
endurance, which is
diagnostics
bad.
good.
Yeah, that is good, but
that's where
isn't.
it's all gone though, isn't it? All whatever the
Yeah,
26 soul that he had has all gone into his play diagnosis, surely.
yeah. I mean, for me, it's not. I know he's a 61 overall, but the way the bars have shaken out, that's questionable first round value for me.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not an impact player, is it? A
I
sub
don't think. I
50
don't think
pass rush
so.
technique and stuff.
I don't think so.
It's yeah, it's not going to be making any headlines in Hartford. I don't think that guy.
I don't know if this was actually an AI pick.
Did Hartford have a GM? They have one now.
Yeah, I looked at the owners
There.
thing. They've got one now, but I don't know whether he drafted him or not.
Hartford Roadhouse Band. Now he has joined very recently, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Or they have.
Maybe, to be honest, if this was an AI pick, that would explain the
He was
raw
he was
grade.
there for the draft. He was
Oh, he
registered and
was.
chose. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. A little bit like that guy Horn. He's not a bad
Well,
player. I like Horn better than
he's
this,
not top 5 guy. That's all.
but he's not. He's. I mean, for me, I wouldn't take him in the first round. But
He's
when
like
if
late first, early second guy.
when he's
But
on the roster, you
depending
can
on what
find
his
a use
scouts look
for
like.
him in a 4-3. I think.
And maybe
Maybe
he had some
Roadhouse.
Suthi type scouts working for him too.
Yeah. He's got his 50-point spread. Or maybe that guy he can Roadhouse band can write something and tell us what he saw or if he saw something different of what happened with that one.
Yeah, definitely. Come
Good
on
to
the
hear
next
anything.
show, man, and talk about him. And talk about
He
your
was
next
there?
pick.
He was there for the pick
Yeah.
or not?
Mhm.
Apparently,
He shows his name in the conscriptor.
Yeah. Didn't some
But
people join mid-draft?
yeah, there was
That's
a
what I mean.
couple. There was a
Yeah.
couple. I actually, yeah, I'm not sure whether this was an AI pick. I got another one in a minute that I'm not sure about as well. Um, okay, but we'll
Montreal
see.
was an AI pick, and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh was as well. That's right. Tucson certainly intimated that that was AI picks for Pittsburgh this year. Well, we'll see. And there's always the caveat with these guys, right? That what we see after PS2 in year one can change a lot. So, yeah,
Yeah.
we will
Story's not
see.
over.
It is not. Let's push on. So, my number one tackle comes off the board 1-6. He had the combines to back up the bars. He's pretty smart. I love his size. Great pick. In another
Yeah,
draft, could have gone 1-1 maybe.
yeah,
He's the second best player in the draft, I think.
yeah. That's why I had him as his number 2 for talent. But he's got everything. He's got the good intelligence, like you said, Boots. He had the
Yeah.
He
combines,
was like,
like
I don't bother looking at lists because I ain't gonna get him. So,
Yep, exactly. And
he's got
he's a
the
left tackle,
positional value.
so even that, right? He's not a right tackle; he's a left tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
nice.
those the natural left tackles, the native left tackles or whatever, they're worth their
Yeah,
weight in gold, you know. You get one of those
yeah,
guys who's a plus player in terms of ability, let alone a 76 rated, he should have been he should have been considered at 1-4 maybe, or even 1-3 just in terms of that talent, in my opinion. That's just
One,
yeah,
my
two.
yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
that one's a harder one to call
Seriously,
though, because if that guy was a volatility drop, then obviously I don't know what that guy would have looked like. But yeah,
But
for
wasn't
what
Brewer
I
a higher bureau? Didn't he have a
he
higher
what?
raw grade?
I
Yeah.
think he did. I think he did. And just based
yeah,
on all those other things that I said was concerning me about Horn, none of those things concern me about Brewer. So I
yeah.
would have picked him
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, so he was the third highest raw grade in the whole draft, behind a defensive back who's yet to come up, and behind Dante Collins, who was second in raw grade.
Right.
And
Right.
we've seen how talented he is. So
Non-premium positions.
yeah,
So this is a
yeah,
this is a guy who, with a fair wind could make the Hall of Fame, basically, I think. Even
Yeah.
though offensive lineman is a bit weird, right? Because if you don't run the ball much, then they don't make the Hall of Fame, which is kind of
Yeah.
dumb, but anyway.
I don't
is that
understand how they get the all pro. It's just key run blocks, pretty
is
much.
that what it's predicated on?
I think so. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
think, and I think, like how many times you get nominated for Player of the Week, but
Oh, right.
that is also
Yeah, I mean,
dependent on key run blocks, basically. So, you know,
yeah.
yeah, it's not enough to just not give up any sacks ever, basically.
It should be for tackles. I don't know.
Yeah, it should. It's not the way the game counts it is just a bit weird, but yeah,
Does
awesome.
pancakes come into it? Can you only get a pancake on a
Oh,
running play in FOF? I don't know
yeah,
how that works,
yeah,
the pancake
yeah.
mechanic.
Has to be a running play.
Right.
I don't know if they mean anything for all pro.
Yeah.
I think they do. I think they do
Do you?
because
I
yeah,
have no idea.
you get these freaky guys that if you look at the guys who are very top of the Hall of Fame on the website, they've
That's what
all
I was
got
just looking at.
insane
Yeah.
numbers of pancakes, or a lot of them have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy Pokemon
But
trainer, man, Jesus.
pancakes seem related to your overall line more than the individual player.
I think that's true about pretty much all the stats, isn't it? For offensive line guys as well.
Well, the run block, yeah, key run blocks too. Um,
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know about sacks allowed. I think that seems a little more player to player.
Yeah, and the cohesion plays into it in a really big way
Yeah.
as well, right? It really is like sort of unit stats, basically, a bit like the passing defense, I would say as well, where
Yeah.
if you've got one brilliant cornerback and a bunch of guys, your pass defense is going to be rubbish, basically.
This
Yeah,
guy
but
is he's basically a linchpin player. Like that,
yeah,
you'll
superb.
have him on there for his whole career. You'll pay him whatever he wants, basically, and he will build cohesion with other young guys you can bring in. But
Yeah, he very much
he's
reminds me of the guy I had playing left tackle for me the last sort of 13, 14 seasons. I would, yeah,
yeah,
love to have
I'd
one of
love to
these.
have him. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's all I think when I see a player like that. Like I say, especially at left tackle, I just think, well, man,
yeah,
more
yeah.
power to you because he's a good player.
That's why I would put it a little bit for me. I know nobody else agrees. Above receiver because how long do receivers last?
Oh, I don't necessarily disagree with you, man. If there, I would take this.
Yeah,
I would take this guy ahead of Klusterman, for sure. I would.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I'd agree.
and I like to pass the ball as well, right? But this guy's helping me to do that. So
LA they've got a GM, right? They've had a guy for a couple of years. Trying to think. 'Cause I know for a while
oh
they were a bit in the Wild
yeah,
West for a while. Oh, he's just
yeah. No,
Matador
it's
GM.
it's
Yeah,
it's Matador. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah. He's been in the hot seat for a few seasons, I think.
yeah,
Yeah, superb pick. One of the best.
yeah, definitely.
Who we got next? We got Montreal coming up next. There's another defensive player. This is an AI pick, I think, right?
Montreal.
Montreal is. Oh, okay. No, well, I think it might be an AI pick. It's Superman 66, but I'm not sure he was around for the draft for this pick. At least I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, there's no name next to Montreal and they're set to like auto draft or whatever in the conscriptor.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, we don't need to dwell on this one that much. He looks alright, doesn't he? A bit small, if you
What does
care
he
about
mean
such
wrong again?
things.
Lack of
Yeah,
endurance.
yeah, the
is
Lack of
endurance
harmful.
is a
lack of
killer.
endurance, I agree.
Yeah, yeah, the endurance is a killer.
Bit small.
And like a
Everything
bum.
else, all right.
Everything else is pretty good.
Yeah, he went down. Again, this is according to, I made a note of my scout before and after PS2. He went down 11 points by my scout.
Yeah. So he was the fourth highest raw grade in the whole thing. So it makes
Was
sense.
he?
That was
Okay.
yeah. So he had a 6.4 raw grade, and like his combines and stuff look, pretty good. Like he's got a light green soul score, a light green 40 time, dark green bench, and dark green agility. But then he's got 54 position drill and stuff. So he wasn't untalented, and he's got. I mean, that guy could play. I like a bit of bump and run, but he could play nickel. He could play a bit of free safety at times. He can play cornerback, like one of your main two, because he's got the man to man, so in like cover two and stuff. And I like the interception bar.
Yeah, I love that.
That's key for me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
High intelligence, so not terrible,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Yeah, not definitely not terrible. I
yeah,
wouldn't play him safety that size, but then again,
not
in
even free
Vancouver.
safety.
Well, I mean, maybe I would be mistaken in that. No, I don't play guys this small, so I don't play guys this small ever,
Yeah.
to be
Too
honest.
short.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, yeah, I'm a bit from your school, Southie. The wide receiver, six
I'll
foot
take them
minimum.
short when they're in the undrafted free agent list. I'll take them short.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And I might be missing out on talent because of that, but anyway.
That's all right.
The one year I took over a team where everybody was 5'8" and under. It's okay. I have the lollipop guild here,
Yeah, exactly.
and I had to get rid of all of them over time.
Yeah, but like I say, auto pick, so let's maybe not dwell on that too
Yeah.
Yeah.
much. London. So this is again, since we did a video, that's a GM change. London is Slim Mikey.
Yes, it's Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey, we don't trade much in this league. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for you, but you got a pretty nice player at 1.8 by the looks of things.
I had this guy number one in like
You had
talent
this guy
in
number
abroad.
one.
Yeah, just on a pure talent standpoint.
Hmm.
Like he was the highest rated.
He's a cornerback, isn't he?
That's what my draft analyzer is telling me. Yeah, only because he hasn't got that good of a bump and run. If he had the zone and the bump, he could play strong safety. But the man-to-man bar, I think, is wasted at strong safety, right? I don't know if they ever or how often
No,
Do
they
they
drop
cover
it
the
from
tight
there.
end? Or is
in
strong safety?
in cover one buzz they play man to man.
Do they?
Yeah, they can do. Yeah,
Right.
depending on blitzing and stuff, I think. But
Yeah.
I said he's a cornerback just based on his size, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strong safeties are good at 200. He's what, 190?
Because cornerbacks and wide receivers are basically the similar size, aren't they? Similar height, similar weight.
He might be
Safety normally a bit heavier, maybe.
I would think safeties should be heavier, but they don't have to be that heavy.
No, the nice thing
Lack of
about
bump.
defensive backs is that they can. Yeah, it's a bit low on bump, maybe. Yeah,
The
maybe.
I
ideal
don't
weight
know if
for a
that's a
safety is
corner with that
206.
bump. Yeah. And the zone and run defense, I think it might be the right move to play him at safety.
Yeah, maybe the truth is he's just good enough to play anywhere.
Yeah, he
So,
is.
move him around as you see fit, basically.
I'd like a little bit more interception bar. That's my only thing. Like on the defensive backs,
Hmm.
I'd like them all to have, I mean, at a very minimum 50, 55.
Well, maybe that again speaks to playing him at strong safety then, because if I had to pick a position that has a lower interception bar, for me it would be strong safety. You can get away, I think, with. Yeah, that's not a
Yeah.
position that necessarily needs to be a ball hawk, I wouldn't say.
Yeah.
They can be though. I don't know.
Yeah, sure they can, but I
Yeah.
would rather have a guy who's good at stopping the run, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick at that spot.
Yeah,
Good pick.
very good pick. And if he was your number one overall, then a really good pick at 1.8.
Yeah, he had the highest raw grade in the whole class.
He's going to be high. I think he's going to be higher than 70.
It could be.
68% developed. I think so.
Yeah, he's going to be great. Um, so the next one is Rally. So they take the second quarterback. This was an AI pick as
Oh,
well, right? But this was an AI pick. They're open at the moment.
Was that noise
Yeah.
because did someone just see his height?
Ooh. Oh yeah.
oh, I don't
But he
care
is.
about his height. I care about his bench. What
Oh,
the?
you don't care about his height. He's 5'9". 5'9".
It's
Isn't that
not
He's
the
great, but why
tiny
would you
for a
take an
QB.
8 bench quarterback?
Yeah, I mean he's
Because,
breaking all the rules.
yeah, I mean he dropped 15 points by my scouts over PS2.
I don't know if those
So
would have saved him though, those 15
they
points. I think
they
he still would have.
no, they
Yeah.
wouldn't. His
I mean,
his avoid interception is going to be horrible. I can
Did he
tell
have a
that.
high grade and he was AI high grade pick and he just crashed that hard?
yeah,
Yeah.
let me have a look.
Cody
Has to be.
McGriff, he did. Okay, so again, this is like the adjusted grade, but he's
Mhm.
what, top 10?
Okay,
He,
that explains why AI took it because that's the way AI picks that way.
yeah. So the AI
Yeah,
screwed him over,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
I
Yeah.
mean he actually looks worse than his bars looked in Draft Analyzer as well.
Yeah, like I say, he dropped so my offensive scouting is good, and he dropped 15
Yeah.
points
Oh
after
yeah,
Yeah,
PS2.
AI didn't. AI said, "Screw the 8 reps, we're good,"
yeah.
and the height.
Yeah. Who needs to throw deep anyway?
Yeah, that's crazy. Eight bench score and he went at that spot. I mean, and his purple group, he's 5'9". He only had 8. It's 5'9". That's the cursed height, right? Where they say like no good QB is ever generated at that height. Or was that 5'10"? I can't remember what
I
the.
mean, I think you don't normally see them this small.
No, I was trying to look up how big Doug Flutie was in real life, but was he 5'9"?
Yeah, I
Was he
think
smaller?
Flutie was
Oh, he
five
was.
nine.
It says 5'10"
Uh,
on his Wikipedia,
well,
but
he's listed at 5'9". He was probably about 5'7".
Yeah, right.
five
That's what I'm
five
thinking as
seven.
well. How big's that guy at the Panthers?
Oh, what? Oh yeah,
Oh,
what's his name?
Bryce,
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Yeah,
5'10", probably. Maybe 5'9".
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
I
not
he's
mean,
sure
five.
he's.
He's
Kyler
I'm
Murray's
not.
5'10"
probably
apparently.
5'9".
Yeah, I'm not
Probably
sure Bryce Young
5'8".
is. Bryce Young might not even be 200 pounds as well, right?
Yeah, he's very slight.
No.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any guys listed lower than 5'10" in the real NFL. But like you say, that could just be the
Yeah,
ego
yeah,
suck.
for sure. Bit of Wikipedia page editing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's an AI pick, bad pick.
Yeah,
Gonna
that's
eat a load of
that.
cap, sit on the roster, and then hopefully go to free agency if there's a real GM in the seat by then,
Yeah, that is what's going to happen.
and probably retire after his initial contract. Do some
So
work on
another
insurance.
another AI pick, but not terrible.
No,
Brian Samuels.
Yeah, for a
Um,
run blocking team,
What's
yeah,
not
perfect.
to like? Maybe the
for
pass blocking.
But
but this is
in
like
my kind of run blocking, he'd be more than
This is a
welcome.
guard.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he definitely can play right guard as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be a great guard.
Yeah. He's got that Suthi weight right there.
Yeah, 328, man, on the inside. It's just
Yeah, he's a big boy.
crazy.
Big boy. Not that intelligent, but not super bad either. Let's have he's got that very high endurance bar, which I said I'm always a bit suspicious about. Who was this? Samuels? Oh yeah, he was pretty high rated as well by Bureau grade or adjusted grade in this case. He had elite 40 time, which we can see in his run blocking bar. He didn't have elite agility. Yeah, I mean, he just kind of what you see is what you get, I think, with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, sub 5.0 40 time, you'd want a good run blocking bar, and he's got that. So
Yeah. Yeah. So for the
Yeah,
right
I don't know what we're gonna get because he's so underdeveloped.
yeah. And he's dumb. That's going to hurt him.
Yeah.
Like his soul score was 18 or something. So
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we know, don't we, that you can carry 1-2 guys like this. I mean,
You still want a whole line of them. So
you just don't want a whole line of them, right? It's a bit
I
of
had a guy named Clothesline that had an 8, and he would give me, 45 key run blocks and maybe 10 pancakes, but give 20 penalties every year too. So he gave and take.
yeah.
my
Gave and
bowl
took.
my bowl winning center was significantly more stupid than this.
Yeah. Yeah,
Do
you
you
can
think-
have them. Yeah.
Do you think the stupidity is all penalties or false starts, and holding penalties are talent based?
That's a good question.
I'd have thought
I'd
it'd
like
probably
to
all
know.
just be all penalties, wouldn't it?
I
Yeah,
always
Because
operate under
smarts
false starts
isn't a
or
deal
stupidity.
breaker. Because I've seen guys with high soul scores be tops in penalties.
Yeah, I think I've always had a belief that the holding penalties are due to the talent differential between the defensive line and the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's just I made it up in my head. I don't know if it's actually
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
It makes sense though. If you're going against Reggie White, yeah, you might want to grab his shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. I made it, but I made it all up in my head. So whatever.
I mean, that's where all good theories start, though. But this guy looks. I mean, I'd be happy with this guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The
You'd like him,
AI,
wouldn't you,
he's
Rick, the
getting
way you
good.
want to build your team?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's my kind of tackle.
Really nice, especially if you're going to build your team to run the ball.
Yeah.
Would be a disaster
He was
protecting.
he was my target that I hoped would come my way, but didn't.
Yeah, the AI did you.
Yeah, I know.
See, that's the polarity of the AI's choices. Is one choice they go for that QB who's like a 30 overall, and then the next one they actually get someone who's a useful contributor.
Yep.
Yeah, the AI did Pittsburgh well in this one. It burned Montreal.
Really did. Really did. So next up we got Houston.
Quarterback.
Now this Houston has got a GM who goes by the familiar name of Gruden,
which is also known as Ken Argo.
Oh,
Is
is
that
it?
who it is?
Oh,
I
okay.
think
I didn't
it
know
is.
that.
Everyone's using burner
No,
accounts
Ken
over
might be
here.
Miami. Never mind. Ken might be Miami.
No, Ken is
Oh, is he?
Miami.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah. Yeah. This might be a new GM, like to the game as well. I'm not sure. Or no, if I remember rightly, he said he was coming back, having had a long break from playing the game. I think that maybe was what was written up on the forums. Anyway, I think this was a human
I'm
pick.
not sure he was registered for the draft or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I think it might have been a human pick, but let's have a quick look. He's not super
He was
high.
registered, so it was a human pick.
Yeah, and he's also quite far down on the bureau grade, so that would suggest the AI didn't pick this guy.
Yeah,
And I think
he had good Euro grade.
Yeah, well,
just-
it was all right. It was all right. His solar system wasn't much for a purple guy, like we were talking about before. And of course, the thing that really jumps out, right? He's a 0 sense rush quarterback. Now, 5 seasons ago, a 0 sense rush guy won the bowl.
Yeah,
So
good
it can be
system will
done.
take care of you.
Yep, he is also the record holder in number of times sacked, but nevertheless, he won the ball. Um, this is Javier Heath at Madison we're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure this pick is necessarily going to work out, is it?
I
Another
can't,
is
can't see.
Garion would say too many 0 bars around,
Yeah.
at least from the view.
Yeah,
The short pass probably looked like a 0, and Sans Rush looked like a 0. So that'd be 2 of them right there that would turn me off right away.
Yeah.
What's the agility? 8-9.
786.
786. Yeah, 786.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, I meant the broad jump. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah,
105.
786.
I mean, the only good thing is he can scramble and he's a decent medium pass. He'd be a good running team, manage the game kind of guy, but
Yeah,
not
I
a
mean
top
he's
15 guy.
he's starting and he's actually doing all right. He's pretty accurate. The average per attempt is a tiny bit low, but it's not too bad.
He's
Yeah,
overperforming his bars, in
he's
my opinion,
overperforming his bars. Let me see.
with
Firstly,
those
I'm going to check
stats.
his position drill, which is pretty good. That can be part of the
That's
reason why
such a
he's overachieving.
that's such a BS uh combine score.
Go
I
on.
think they just put that in there to
Oh,
throw you
okay.
off.
What, the position drill or the one in the
Yeah, for
game?
quarterbacks. Yeah.
Yeah, this team needed to draft a quarterback as well, I think. That's just playing into things here. He's got a guy who has been good in the league, Rose. He was
Yeah.
drafted the first season I played here, and he was decent. But he's old and declining, so there was definitely a bit of a need reach maybe with this guy.
Yeah. It's just a shame because I don't think this was the class that had the
Yeah.
depth at QB
I mean, if you
to be
need
getting
one,
a
you
guy
need
and
one, right? But he
yeah.
probably could have. I mean,
You
He
could
could have
squeeze a
waited.
couple more years out of Rose, I think.
yeah, I don't know, man. He doesn't have any cohesion on that team. He's just like a sort of scrap heap type pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his first season, right? No, so he
Uh,
played last year and was not good.
We'll see on this guy. How many sacks has he had in the first 3 games?
He has had 8.
8
not
sacks.
bad.
So
Not bad.
been
Mm,
running for his life a little bit in the backfield, but
yeah,
to be expected. I mean, I've got a guy in another league who's a uh, 0 cents rush, but it depends what your scheme is, you know. If you're handing the ball off a lot, I don't think that matters necessarily. But
yeah. And what Tucson said about his Madison team was he just really prioritized pass rushing to pass, pass blocking, pass rush blocking bars on his offensive line everywhere to
yeah,
sort of account for it. But he still ended up being the most sacked guy. But he also has the most yards. So I mean,
yeah,
Look at that guy in RZB, Gainey.
yeah, that's the guy I've got. Yeah, that's the guy I
Oh, you
traded
have
for.
him now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've got him. Yeah,
he's
yeah.
really good.
But I massively reduced his sack numbers just by putting him in a different system. You know, he's still getting sacked a lot, but
Yeah,
yeah, I found that they're kind of less costly. You know, it depends because it's all about like the context of the sacks as well. You know, if you're watching your games and stuff and you're
oh
getting
yeah,
sacked a lot in like key positions or they're sacked fumbles or whatever,
yeah,
you know, getting sacked when you got like first and possession on your own 20-yard line and then you're giving up a sack fumble there and a score. It's like those are game killers. You know, as are
yeah.
sacks in the red zone and fumbling and giving up possession and stuff. So it all
yeah,
depends, but.
yeah. I mean, I think this guy really it's going to be critical, like whether he looks like this or whether he actually over the next couple of seasons becomes something a little bit more obviously something that you can build a team around. But maybe we're not seeing the full picture quite yet.
What was his raw grade? I can find it.
I just had it.
5 something.
Yeah, so 5.0 was his raw grade. Dead on.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah. He dropped a bit as well in after the first round of PS2.
Yeah.
9 points by my scouts,
Yeah.
which is not great.
No.
But he's doing
Yeah.
okay. He's doing all right so far.
That's it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But
We will. Let's just push on. So what we got next? We've got Georgia.
Ooh.
They went wide receiver 112 by my scout. He dropped
Mm-hmm.
9 points.
Yeah, a lot.
His
11,
BPR
but
is
Ooh, November birthday. Ooh.
elite agility. And his 40 was good, but his big play receiving maybe not quite matching up to.
yeah.
I think
He's the
you
guy
need to
I
have
would have
big play
looked off.
receiving to be a first round
Yeah, I would have
receiver.
looked off this guy.
he looks.
He's got the smarts are good, the dash is good, the bench press is good for the over the middle stuff, but then the
Yep.
rest of them just didn't look like it.
The route running might be okay.
Right, running 56.
Yeah, that's just about okay, right? Or usable for sure.
Yeah, the League Scout says 6470 on the route running, and right now, at least my view says 56
Hmm.
high. But still, the rest of the bars don't look like a 1-1, number one wide receiver.
I think you need to have big play receiving to be a first round pick.
I think you have to have endurance, right? Surely you have to have more than 14.
Oh
in
yeah.
endurance.
Sure.
That's going to kill you. This is the
Yeah.
kind of guy that I'd love to get when he's 28 on a cheap deal in free agency, and I'd put him in like the 2 packages where I run slants in the red zone or something like that, and I just let this
Who's
guy feast on that.
Good.
Wait, who's the Georgia GM?
Tony, it says in Conscriptor.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He's been there for a while.
I'm gonna make him an offer of a third round pick for this guy.
Yeah. And
Here's
I mean,
your
how many
chance.
took a
how many
vicious
formations is he going to
3-2
be
hit.
in though? You could
Well,
play
I
him
mean,
in what, one?
if he plays in 11 personnel, only that
Yeah.
probably. And the irony is that he's quite intelligent and quite okay at special teams, but you wouldn't want to use him for that either because of the endurance, right?
No. And see, this guy had a 5.8 raw grade, right, which is
Wow.
reasonably high. So it's
Yeah,
like
he's playing the slot
top
right
20.
now.
But all his combines, like he had a good bench, he had a good agility, or when I say good, I mean they were light green, in Draft Analyzer, good broad jump and stuff. But then his 40 time, although it's 4.45, but it's just there's nothing about his bars when you look at them that made me
Yeah,
think he's going to creep up, and he looks almost exactly like his bars projected. His endurance is worse, but other than that,
yeah,
it's the 3 bars that he was projected to have: his route running, getting downfield, and courage.
yeah. I mean, I play wide receivers who are worse than this, so
Oh
he's
yeah,
definitely
definitely.
usable, and he's started well. Very high
Slants and
average per
digs,
catch. Yeah,
right?
yeah. He's got good
Those are the
yard after
2.
catch, which is what you would expect.
What's his yards per target? It'd be good, won't it, if he's
17
got.
and a half. Well,
That's his
per catch it's
okay.
17 and a half.
Yeah, he'll be useful. Like he'll be
Yeah,
he'll be a good useful player, but again, it depends like that second contract and stuff. If he's been drafted at 112 or whatever, is he going to think he should be earning
I gotta get this guy.
a big sum? Well, you're going to be paying for the cap hit, really, aren't you? Like what the cap is going to have to eat to trade you him. That's where most of the value is going to come, right?
What's the salary? Isn't the cap and the bonus?
Yeah, the
the
Yeah,
GM
first
but that's
round
what
guys are
he'll.
all bonus, aren't they? Yeah,
This is what he'll
Yeah.
eat if he trades you
Yeah.
him.
28.
He'll eat 21
Yeah,
million
that's
next
true.
year or whatever. Yeah, so
I don't think you're getting him for a third, something. Not
Well,
yet,
if he
anyway.
wants to recoup value, This is his chance.
I think he's playing him. So
Did he drop? If you click on his bars, like for the league
yeah,
scout?
he did drop. Again, by my scout rather than the league scout, he dropped 9 points.
Right.
Yeah.
So he went from 55 overall down to 46.
I showed his endurance is pretty good. I mean, whatever that's worth with my scout, but
Well, we've seen. I
that's
know, was that your
incredible.
defensive scout that you showed us earlier, or was that your offensive scout?
It was defensive.
Yeah.
He's quite high developed, which is nice. So he can just go straight in.
Yeah.
And he's still, first 3 years, we'll see if anything changes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right, who was next? Oh, it was Rick with a I am going to run the ball down Madison's throat until he gets entirely sick of it, guard.
Wow.
Yeah, we committed to the run this year. I blew up the offensive line, moved guys around. Like I said earlier, I was hoping for the tackle that Pittsburgh ended up with. So I said, well, I'll just move this guy here. I got lucky on the region wire with Yankovic because I had the other guy I picked up as undrafted. He was the dumb guy with the high-end future on the run blocking. But yeah, this year was let's fix the O-line. Let's get rid of the red flag tackle we have. Let's get rid of the red flag wide receiver we have. And he fit what I was trying to do.
I think this is a better pick than
But not
Samuel.
bad.
Yeah, he's a better player than Samuels. I'm pretty sure about that.
I think so.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
hasn't
this
he
guy's
hasn't
really good.
contributed a lot, but I'm not running in his direction a lot. I'm running more to the guy I bought from Salt Lake City. So a lot of my runs go to him as guard versus Percy right now.
Yeah, he's really green, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're just playing him to get him up, get him developed.
Exactly. I got to put him in, or I'm gonna he'll rot on the bench, and that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and I've been tracking him. He's come up 3 points on run blocking and pass blocking. So hey, maybe we'll have to get him to 28 this year.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
He's great.
Do you have
He'll
a
be like a
mentor?
foundational piece.
Yeah, because the old line is very. Let's put it this way: my cohesion is probably the lowest. It could be like 58 or something like that. But I plan on keeping the group of guys I have together as long as possible because cohesion to me is one of the hidden things in the game that a lot of people take for granted, and I've seen how well it does with some of the teams that I have that have high cohesion. So he's a foundational piece.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I assume this was the best guard, wasn't it, available in the draft?
Yeah, best one I could find. And I don't think I had a second target. It was the tackle that went, and then he was on the list. Either way, it was going to be a offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I like what I like about him as well is it's the balance of his skill. You know, he can do both. He might not be
Yeah.
able to do one
Exactly.
at a
Run
super
block, pass
elite
block.
level, but he can do both to a
I
really,
surrounded him
really
with
high
the
level.
players on the O line, so
Yeah.
he won't get too terribly exposed, but he's not
Yeah.
produced a whole lot right now. So
He's really young, or not, yeah, super young, but 21, I think, is really nice age. And when
yeah,
he's in his second or third contract, he'll probably be able to play tackle for you as well, won't he? When he's got the experience up to 9
Yeah.
and his bars are filled out. So you just get more useful as he gets older, I think.
yeah, he's got the good weight that I'd like. I guess I have to thank Mr. Susie for me liking the fat boys now. So
He'd be the smallest guy on Southie's line, of course.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great,
that was a
great
good
pick. Great pick. Yeah, so yeah, this is what I was talking about when I was saying Horsefield, Horsetooth are primed for long-term success with all these nice pieces.
It's the rebuild's just about there. Now it's just maintenance mode, I hope.
Finding the money.
Yeah, and I traded away next year's first rounder to get the guard that his guard buddy, I guess you can call it. And so my inside run game is okay. We just don't run a lot of Percy right now, but we will.
Yeah, yeah. Well, speaking of running, next guy off the board was the first running back. So this was Ken Argott in Miami.
Yeah.
Let me have a little look here. I don't remember this guy at all. According to my scout, he basically held at around basically the same after PS2.
Drafted guys like that, and they look like that too. So I've had my share of misses.
Yeah, you'd hope for more of that.
This is one
The
of those picks. They
114, I
look
think, wouldn't
good,
you?
and then they have the good combines and all the good stuff, and all of a sudden pre-2 hits and they look like garbage, or not what you hope for.
Yeah, but I think let's have a quick look in the draft analyzer then for this guy. So again, he was quite high rated by that kind of bureau grade or whatever. His combine was all right.
I don't know how good of a class this was in general for running backs. I don't think it
Well,
was
there's one
particularly.
coming up. The best one was picked in like the 5th round or 6th round or something.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the top end of it, I don't think people
Top,
necessarily got what they thought they were
yeah.
going to be getting at this end.
No, and there's one coming up later. I didn't understand the pick at the time, and he absolutely died as well. But we'll get to him. Yeah, he's a big boy. Hmm. I'm not a running expert,
There's a
so
good all line in Miami. He would do the trick.
I think so,
He could
right?
be usable.
Especially like
With a good
inside.
O line, he's usable. With bad O line, he's going to be a 3 yards a carry guy. Cedric Benson.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
that big power inside and breakaway speed, but no speed outside. He's like a kind of I formation, just
Exactly. Limited
thump it up the
inside run.
middle, smash mouth running back, I guess.
yeah,
I hate scouting running backs.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
they're difficult, aren't they, man? Unless they're like obvious, superstars. I don't like drafting them.
Too much at work. Too many bars.
I think I've
Yeah,
drafted maybe 3 or maybe 2 running backs in the 4 years I've been playing the game that have worked out and been good, and both times were complete accidents. Like I just
right.
had no idea. I took them in the 3rd round because I liked one thing, and then they ended up sort of blowing up and being a back that I had for like 10 seasons or whatever. But
Yeah.
they're one of the hardest positions to forecast in my experience. So much going on, so many bars, so many combines tied to so many different bars.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Just difficult. You
yeah,
get maybe
definitely.
you get the obvious ones that are like right at the top of the draft board that are going to go in the top 5, but outside of that, it is a real tough position to hone in on.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. I'm just gonna kind of keep the pace going, so we don't end up sitting here all night.
Yeah,
Next pick was Vancouver wide receiver. He's a no combine guy.
brilliant
Boom,
player. Yeah, no
best wide
endurance,
receiver.
but talent off the charts in terms of most of his
Yeah,
bars.
yeah,
And I know that Ryland loves the allure of the no combine guy.
yeah, and he loves picking wide receiver as well.
Yeah,
I love this guy.
yeah.
Yeah, did you love him before the reveal?
Yeah, I did, but he's too small for me, so that was not going to happen.
What did he look like before? Did he look worse?
He did go up, but he didn't look horrible. I might have to search for him by name, I think. So just a second.
Because I don't really. The way I sort of look at things pre-draft before I'm doing things, the no combine guys are just never on my radar, and I
Yeah,
kind of
so what he had was like the
Yeah.
big play receiving bar
yeah. I mean, he
and
looks like his bars.
the almost max route running.
Yep.
Yeah, you got the number one whiteout for sure.
Yeah, and he's
30.
a yellow guy with a high sole.
Yeah, 30 Sol Seismic with a July birthday or cancer or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I mean, for this guy to be there at 115, I know he traded up, right? I think, if I remember
Yeah,
rightly,
he
but
did.
still, like,
yeah,
he could have easily gone before that. Like, is he better? Is he better than the other guy that went at 1-2? If
Yeah,
he's
Yeah.
got higher bars
Well,
in all the skill categories, right?
he's
well,
better.
endurance, I can't remember on the other guy, but yeah, he's better otherwise. Boosterman's, I think it was.
Uh,
Yeah.
not on
See.
endurance.
Nah, I
No.
would. I actually would say not much in it. Be happy with either.
Yeah, and what then to get him 12 picks later or whatever.
I think he's a
Yeah,
lot better because of the route running, but um,
He's got the
I
getting
don't know.
downfield, which I know Rylan likes. I mean,
if the route running is over, it's going to be 60 like this guy, Kloosterman. I'm absolutely fine with that.
That's
yeah,
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
about what is endurance? It seems as though if you have a zero endurance, that's a problem. But somewhere in the 20s, they'll still get on the field a lot, or in the 30s
Oh,
Get into
maybe.
one position.
oh.
They'll get into one formation group.
This
Yeah.
guy, this guy will get
I
taken
have one
out.
in another league, and he only plays in the 122.
This
Uh,
guy will get taken out on someplace,
Yeah,
like without you
exactly.
being able to control it.
Yeah, because
huh.
even that depends, doesn't it? Like if you put him in either of the 1-2-2 or the
Right.
1-1-3 or whatever, those are like the most common formations, aren't they? So if he's in one of those, he's going to be gone because he would have already had so many snaps
Yeah,
after a certain amount of time, you know.
yeah. But it's the only issue he's got.
Yeah, oh yeah, by far. And it's sort of like about the economy of his effort, right? If he's put into key situations or whatever, or if he's
Mhm.
running plays in the red zone and Ryland's making the most of those skill bars, then that's
Yeah,
what matters, you
and
know.
he will be making the most of them. I think. I
Yeah,
don't, he's able to work his way around that for sure.
yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
good pick.
So I think this guy turned out to be the best wide receiver. I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, we're still on offense. It's another running back.
Oh,
Hmm, check my notes again.
not been that good for running backs so far.
Uh, yeah, my notes on this guy was looks risky.
Yeah,
So
that could
whatever,
be any
whatever.
running back ever, though. Surely it's like,
Yeah, let's have a look. Lawrence. A quick look at why I thought that.
I had this guy as the highest running back, but there was nothing when I look at his bars or at his combines to make me think, oh, he'd definitely be a slam dunk pick. He had a low soul score. He's in a high intelligence group.
Yeah, at least the soul score did go into hole recognition rather than catching the ball or route running or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, that's the other thing. So the soul is split between the whole rec, the route running, and the intelligence, right?
Yeah,
So it's like that's another thing you have to contend with running backs, which is just so hard to
yeah,
forecast. But I like the speed to the outside, and I like the breakaway speed. Like this guy, if you're running
yeah,
reverses or whatever, he might break off one every however many carries. But it's just, is it enough to justify it at a first round slot?
yeah. And he's one of those kind of like, okay, his agility drill was sub average, but a lot of people don't like that to be good anyway, right? Because they don't want the elusiveness. I don't mind it, but a lot of people don't like that.
In
Love the
my
elusive.
uh, in my draft analyzer, 744 is a red combine score, but it's just clear on yours.
Is it?
Yeah, with running backs, the only thing I've found is if the soul is decent and the agility is decent, I have a good chance of drafting a decent guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, I think, yeah,
He was 72% developed when he was taken as well, so he's
Yeah,
like a super
which is a
high
good
developed
lure.
guy.
and his endurance is all right, so you can use him fair amount.
And
I
you
don't know.
can't catch, no route
Yeah,
running.
no.
Yeah,
And he's one dimensional.
It's a tough pick, I think, to
Yeah,
to
it's
think what this guy's future is. If he could be part of like a three group ensemble where he just
right.
runs reverses or whatever, you give him small sample sizes and hope that he does well with them. But I can't see him being like a bell cow
yeah,
or
It's it's
getting
it's one of
much
those
joy.
running backs, like you said, too many bars to think about, too many variables to consider, and
Yeah.
hit or miss.
there basically weren't any first round sort of running back talents available, basically. So I can
And
understand
if you
reaching a
needed a
little bit
running
if he
back
needs
and
one.
you didn't want anybody else, you take a
Mm-hmm.
chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean there were definitely better defensive players available here. Maybe not so many offensive players, obviously at least. Yeah. Let's keep going. So we've got a guards coming up next at Boston.
Good.
This is the guy that I wanted.
This is the guy you wanted,
So I was really, really hoping to get this guy because he was no combine guy, right?
and he went one pick before you
And I'd
picked.
been
Yeah.
talking to Rylan, obviously, and he was drafting a no combine guy, and
Hmm.
just talking, talking about that. And then I saw this guy, and I thought, you know what? There's no one I love here, and there's something about the allure of a no combine guy. And he had, according to my scouts on Draft Analyzer and stuff, like his blocking strength was full, his pass blocking had the potential to be full, his endurance, like his run blocking was just off it, so maybe it'd be in like the 70s or 80s or whatever, but
Yeah.
he had a high raw grade, right? A 6.0 raw grade. And for a no combine guy to have a high raw
Yeah.
grade is, you
Uh,
have to be hopeful that his talent is going to be good. So,
yeah. And it is.
and he's intelligent. Yeah. Is he more of
Were
a
you?
center?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Did you want him to play center?
Yeah, I would have had him at center. Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty good though,
Yeah.
and he's
I like him.
intelligent, and yeah, definitely enough value at this position.
And this is JJ, right? Is it Jimmy Johnson? Did he take over Boston?
Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he? That's
I
right.
think he came.
How he stepped
I think
down and JJ took over.
he came in and he made this pick. Like this was like the first thing he did, I think. So
Yeah, yeah,
pretty good start.
good start for sure. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd say so.
Oh, Howie dropped out?
Yeah,
yeah,
I think he's bowed out of a few different leagues.
Oh,
he has. He's still in the IHOF, and that might be pretty much it. And then he's a co-GM in RZB.
Yeah.
wow. Hmm.
Yeah, I think I get the impression he's been just busy, real life busy for a long time, to be honest.
It's
I don't
interesting
know
that
about
guy's
this guy.
he's got experience at
Well, I like the
right
pass
tackle.
blocking.
Yeah, you like him apart. I mean, apart from the fact he's a midget for you, you like him if he had a bit more run blocking or what?
Yeah, but I think pass blocking is underrated for guards.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, I would take it if I could get it for sure.
And he's very smart or pretty smart.
Yeah, well, like Tom was saying, he was hoping he was going to get him on the next pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's actually take a look at the next pick because we can
Yeah.
sort of
The
put
guy
them
I ended up
side by
getting was
side.
just
This
like
is
a
the guy you
slightly
did
worse
end up
version.
getting. Yeah, maybe
Right.
yeah, just a little bit
No difference.
slightly different bars, but
Yeah. So I've got him as
similar size.
run blocking is 30 out of 55, pass blocking is 52 out of 94, and then blocking strength is 80 and endurance is 54 out of 60. So he's going to be, if he lives up to
Hmm.
his bars, a 71 for me. So I wasn't disappointed when this guy was there because it was a toss up between these two, and he's still got good intelligence. He's a little bit taller, but he's still a center, the
Yeah,
sub 300-pound build or whatever.
yeah,
But I wasn't unhappy to have this guy. I was going to roll the dice on Kimberly.
yeah. And you haven't activated him yet. It looks like.
No, I'll sit him. We've got another guy at the moment. I'll
Yeah,
sit him for a year.
he's quite developed, isn't he? So you can definitely afford to do that. It looks like
Yeah,
if he was sort of
yeah.
like 20% developed, maybe he'd be
I
needing
think he
to
went
see a
up.
bit of.
He's gone up like 13% since he was drafted. I think he was like 43% developed. So he took a jump. I can't remember if I have a mentor for center specifically, but
Right, right. Yeah, but they're quite similar, aren't they? So I guess you weren't too disappointed to be able to pick up this guy instead.
no, exactly, exactly. And it was more the unknown with Kimberly, the no combine stuff that was intriguing me.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, I'm happy with this guy. We needed a center. I think center's an important position on the offensive line,
yeah, for sure.
holding everything together. Not glamorous, but you have to have one. So
All good run games start with a center.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that sort of the role they play in the actual NFL is a sort of like calling out defensive coverages, or you know, they have more of a assisting the quarterback type function, which I don't think is really represented in FOF, is it?
No, I don't think it's modeled, but that is obviously that's what elevates their value above the other
Yeah,
offensive linemen and stuff in real life. But
yeah.
yeah, and for me, like the last few years, I've been drafting other offensive line positions, so center in the middle of the first round. I'm happy to do that.
Hmm. Yep. Yeah, but these guys look pretty handy, I think.
I'd say so.
Yeah. So what happened? What happened after this? So next up, it was Colorado Springs actually, and they took a safety, Swanger, whatever he's called. Uh, he dropped, I think, a
See,
little bit.
this guy, I had him as like the number six pick overall.
I like him.
Yeah, but
Well, let's have a look at.
58%.
I really had his man-to-man projected as a lot higher than that. I had his man-to-man projected as like
Yeah.
65 to 75, and it just didn't get there.
Right,
I think
right.
something might get there. This is a 58% developed guy. Look at all the bars that are fully developed. Well, two of
Are your
them.
defensive scouts bad, Boots? Is that who we were looking at earlier? Your defensive scouts,
Well,
right?
he's good in. I think he's good in evaluating where the bars are at. He's just bad with the width of the bars, which I don't think is such an issue when we look at.
No, yeah,
It's
true.
less of an issue when the player's been revealed, I think. I mean, he
Uh,
could look quite different to this, of course, but
I think this is a free safety.
not without any zone defense, right? Surely. I think isn't zone all the free safety plays?
Yeah.
well,
I know he plays a little bit of
yeah,
bump and run. He plays bump and run in man to man, but other than that, it's all deep
Maybe
zone.
he could be a corner.
he's quite
If his
heavy.
if
Yeah.
his zone defense was 50, I would play him at strong safety.
Well, he is playing. I assume he's
Yeah,
playing a strong safety.
that's where I would
Yeah.
play him because yeah, because his bump and run and everything else is fit for that.
Yeah, I don't know. He's okay. More trials on this now. He's in the right division. And I'm going to curse the next time I play Colorado Springs by saying I'm not particularly afraid of him. So, guaranteed interception return for a touchdown coming up in a couple of weeks.
It's possible. He's got nice
Oh,
bars in some
those
areas,
bars are
but
quite good, aren't they? All the ones bump and run down to interceptions are actually really nice.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he turns out to be a bit of a sort of coverage liability or whether. I mean, sometimes I think with these guys, if they have one bar which is really good, which he does, bump and run, like a coverage bar, right, that then you can just sort of play them anyway and they will do fine, basically.
Yeah. I don't know if something's happened to your internet, Boots, or something, but it sounds like you're broadcasting from a space shuttle thousands of light years away. All of a sudden, it was like an incoming broadcast from
You
Yeah,
sound like you
is
sound
it
like
still like that?
Soundwave.
yeah.
Soundwave from Transformers.
I don't know what we
I
can do about that.
Yeah, because I can't really drop out. I don't think, can I? No, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just mute myself and I'll restart my headset because it's probably a bit something.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, I agree. Like this guy, there's definite pros to him. What's what you like in players?
I like this guy.
Yeah.
I think it's a good pick. Yeah. I just like the intercepting guard that I think is going to actually be a little bit better than it is.
I like
Uh,
Swanger as a corner, not a strong safety.
Yeah, I might play him at corner if I were.
Only because he not the run defender that I want for my buzz guy
Yeah.
and his height. But he looks like a
Yeah.
cornerback to me. Because I love bump and run. That's probably my favorite coverage to call.
Yep.
And he would fit the bill.
Yeah, I think so too. I'd play my corner.
Yeah.
Is
There's
my
got to be
audio
something
still
in the
horrible, by the
man.
way?
I don't know.
Oh no, you're good now. You're good now. We
Yeah, I
can
just
hear
He
needed a
came back from
restart.
Andromeda. All right.
you.
The wonders of restarting Bluetooth devices. Yeah.
My only concern with this guy is what if you're running cover two, you know? He doesn't have the man to man to play in one of the
Cover two?
Yeah, isn't cover two they play man to man, right? The cornerbacks.
I thought it was a bump type of deal.
I'll have a
No,
quick look.
it's the press coverage, which is the bump,
Yeah.
according to the game logs anyway.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. There was a guy shared two images years ago on FOFC that showed all the coverages,
Yeah.
whatever all the defenders play. But yes,
Man,
they play
man,
man
man,
to man
man to man
in
plays
cover two and
bump
one.
as well, which is like really unintuitive.
Yeah,
For corners, I like bump and I like punishing hitter. Those are my two favorites. And he's got the two favorites for me.
yeah.
Why punish hitter?
He
Every
likes
guy I've
hitting,
had from punishing hitter, I get lots of turnovers.
likes hitting
Yeah.
people, man. He's playing
Yeah.
old school
Exactly.
football.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, have you guys seen that? Have you seen that video on YouTube? It's called something like it's some old CBS show where they showed, I guess, highlights of the game or whatever, or like Monday Night Football. And there's a video on YouTube called something like CBS football show. Every single play is now a penalty. And it starts off with this like montage of like people getting pile driven into the turf and like, horse collar tackles. Yeah, a game that almost looks entirely different to what we see these days.
Oh, I gotta see that.
Yeah, I'll
I
try and
grew
dig
up
it.
on the NFL and CBS,
Yeah,
so
I'll try and dig it out for you. What was the CBS show called? Can you remember? There was
CBS
anyway. It
show.
doesn't matter. Yeah, I
NFL
guess.
Today was the
Yeah,
pregame show, but was
yeah,
there
that's
a
the one. It's that. It's NFL CBS NFL Today. Every play is now
yeah,
a penalty. Is the name of the video, I think.
yeah. Brent Musburger and Irv
Okay.
Cross.
Okay. I mean, maybe we're just going to wrap up on this guy. There's been quite a few of these guys that I've seen in the first round that we've looked at where it's like, hey, it's fine, but not that exciting. Maybe it was just one of those classes where there just wasn't a lot of particularly good players. Or
I
really
think it's a
exciting
fine
guys.
pick.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, then we've got another QB coming up, guys. This is for a class with no quarterbacks, this is now the fourth one taken in the top 20.
Wow, that's a weird player.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this guy.
Yeah. What a
Like, the
strange
Saints
looking
rush is
player.
good. The accuracy can be good. But what?
So I
Elite kick
think
holder.
I think you got those kind of passing bars from like screen pass down to third downs, and then you've got those kind of mental skill ones, right? Accuracy down to 2-minute offense.
Yeah.
And I quite
Yeah.
like the guys who are really good in those mental ones and don't have so much passing bars. And this guy does have some passing bars as well. What I don't like is the overall score with that big accuracy and big sense rush, which sort of suggests to me that he's maybe going to be a bit of an interception machine.
I think
Yeah.
so.
I'll be fascinated to see what becomes of this guy.
Yeah,
I love that height and weight. That's the perfect height and weight.
Yeah, that's right on the money, right?
Yeah.
He's good for a high completion offense, not a throwing offense. He's like the running game guy. I'd take this guy, but not in that pick range.
I have questions about that accuracy bar. I don't know if it's gonna get to 80.
I mean, his position drill, though, which is what
And
the
he's not
accuracy
even
bar is
playing.
for.
That's
So
a questionable
It's 89,
combines.
though,
I don't
which
know.
feels pretty high.
That
Right.
position drill is really volatile, though, Like, it
Yeah,
could be a lot more
exactly.
or less next year.
Exactly. That's that's
Yeah,
how I look at it. Yeah.
yeah. I had a guy that I drafted in the IHOF, Tom, who had like a position drill kind of, it was insanely high, like 95, 96 or something. And I played him and he was brilliant. And then he
Right.
came back in year two and it had dropped like 20 points and he was garbage.
Right. So it's just not a reliable indicator of much.
Yeah, I mean, when it's really high, I think the guy will play well, but it can just change a lot, basically,
Yeah, yeah,
especially in those like early years. So it's really questionable whether it stays up there or not.
yeah.
Mm.
Well, this guy had a projected max sense rush bar according to my scouts.
Yeah.
So he's got come
Yeah,
out at
it's
like the
good.
bottom of that, but still his sense rush is very good.
It's good.
You know, low intelligence. He's a green group QB. His birthday's in November. No, his
Which is
birthday's in
like
December.
always
December.
intriguing. Yeah. Yeah, I was just checking my notes for this guy. I just wrote down interesting guy.
I thought about if he made it to me, I thought about him. I have to say. I was thinking about this guy.
Yeah.
He didn't make it to me, so
Yeah. Bit lower, like in
glad
the
I didn't
second
have to
round or
make that
whatever.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Still worry that he's just going to be an interception guy. That and everything. I
Yeah.
like everything else.
Is he's sitting him, right? He's not playing him. That's why he's got significant
Yeah.
seasonal rust. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
sitting him.
I'll be interested to see what
Not
happens.
even letting him do kick holding. Look.
That's a shame. Not making the most of that bar, that 90
Yeah.
bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, the QB landscape in this class was a peculiar one. I think everyone's scrambling for a guy who's going to be the guy, and it'll be interesting to see which one actually at the end of their first contract is still playing. You know,
Does anybody know if there were any kind of boomer quarterbacks taken in later rounds? I can't remember seeing one, but it's a little while ago that I looked.
we could do search by players on teams and then sort by future rating, 1 year experience. That would show them, I think.
We could indeed do that, couldn't we? Yep.
Everybody
Nope.
else was
There were
rough.
not. There was nothing
Everybody
much.
outside of Boltwood was a backup looking guy.
Yep. Really was. Yeah. We'll see, but he's definitely one to keep an eye on. See what happens. I'm not massively positive about his chances, but we'll see. Okay, so then it was Madison took this tackle. And coming up at the end was the bonus content with Tucson talking about this guy. He's really happy with this pick. And I can tell you he was a right tackle who converted to left tackle with no drop. So he
Yeah,
got
all the
pretty.
players, all the tackles and whatnot come out with one experience or two on both sides. So as long as you switch them earlier, you're okay.
Oh, it is pretty unusual to get no drop, I think. But he's just perfect size, isn't he? He's perfect size to be a
I mean,
left
the only
tackle,
knock
and
is
he.
endurance, but that position, the O line, it's not as terrible.
Yeah, I don't worry about the guys with super low endurance. I quite like picking them actually on the offensive line because you can get good players later in the draft, basically.
Yeah, for the pick spot, you got a winner.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, yeah. He's really happy with this pick.
Yeah, for the left tackle and the good looking pass blocking future, good protector.
Yeah. Okay, Tom's away for a minute. You got anything to say about this guy, Southie? You're on mute
I
if you're
like
still
this
with us.
guy. I
Yeah.
wanted him. I wanted him to be my pick. Why do you think endurance doesn't matter though?
No, I mean I'm not saying it doesn't
It shows
matter.
up on the depth chart, but I've never seen it really do anything in the game.
But if they're
I've never seen
tired,
it
don't they
sub
get
anybody
tired?
out.
Don't they get
It
tired
could
more
be that,
easily?
and that's where guys like Pelly come into play.
Yeah, I think that is a thing, but it's a fairly minor thing, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something you
So
can't detect within the
They
logs.
can't come out of the game. I guess that's a major thing. Or they
yeah,
don't come out of the game.
they don't exactly right. Like we were
I
talking
don't
about the
even think
wide
they sub
receiver
them in.
before.
In the NFL, tackles and guards sub all the time. In this game,
Yeah,
they
No,
play down
no,
that's
down.
not true.
in this game they don't. They don't come out.
They don't sub all the
Yeah,
time
yeah.
in the NFL.
Well, I was a Bengals fan, and Bengals used to, rotating guys.
Yeah, some teams do rotate like one or two guys on one guy
But
on the
I'm saying they
line.
swap them out every so
Yeah,
often. Nobody would
yeah.
go all
But
67 sacks or whatever.
I mean, most teams don't do that.
Yeah.
Rotations
Oh,
are fairly
But yeah,
rare
in this
in the
game, you
NFL.
can get a zero endurance guy and you'd be okay.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I think another thing is that it is, I think, established fact that the lower endurance guys get injured more.
yeah,
On average, right? But of course, on an individual level, that might not be true. And then probably your turf quality is more important in terms of who's getting injured. So, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me to take a guy with these bars. Okay, he's got no endurance, but I mean,
Right. The rest of them look great.
I
yeah,
wanted him. I wanted this guy. Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. And like I say, Tucson is really, really happy with this. So, good pick. Okay, so this is the second
Yeah.
guy that Salt Lake City took. So they had that Bryson Horn at 1-2, and then they got this guy 122.
What a
I mean,
pick.
he's got to be value, hasn't he?
What a pick. I love the balls of this pick because the static bars are depressed. I mean, the 19 bench. I love the balls of this pick.
Hmm.
I love it.
Yeah, I
Now,
think it's a
his
good pick.
agility is extremely good, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a linebacker.
This guy can do everything except inside pass rushing, I guess. I even think the endurance will increase.
He looks good for a 4-3 guy if he's in a 4-3.
I think he can
Because
play
he
in
can
any
cover.
system.
Yeah. But he's got the traits that I love about a 4-3 linebacker.
Yeah.
Coverage.
Yeah.
I'll take coverage
Yeah,
over pass rush on a 4-3
yeah,
linebacker.
yeah, yeah. Especially a strong side guy that can stop the run that well as well.
Because the pass
Perfect.
rush in the 4-3 comes from the front four, and anything in the linebacking core is just bonus.
Yeah. So if I had
Yeah.
to say, if there's
This guy on
something
my
I don't,
team.
if there's something I don't like, he is
Mhm.
dumb.
Oh, well.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a little bit. I think I'm overly fussy on not having dumb guys in defense, basically. Um, yeah,
I
but
think good
I mean,
player,
yeah, yeah, I would play him anyway. So
high
what the hell?
talent,
Everything else looks great.
good value.
Yeah, yeah, really nice. Did he go up? Do we know? Let's have a quick look.
I think he did. He had to have.
Yeah, he crept up a bit.
Yeah.
He crept up a bit.
And like you say, Southie, like you have to take a chance on a guy like that because his bench was, 19 and his static bars were in the bottom quarter of the bar range projected. So you
Salt
never know
Lake
which
plays
way
a
that guy's going to
3-4,
go.
so he's a 4-3 linebacker in a 3-4 system.
Strong
Well,
side in a 3-4 is basically a 4-3 strong side. I don't think it's a
Yeah.
yeah,
huge.
that's what his ideal front fit is apparently. 3-4 SL.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's fine.
because he's got
He can
the.
play in anything.
I missed his size. He's pretty big from what I can see with my small screen here.
Yeah,
Was it 260? No,
256.
I go. Oh,
Did they
he's
put
five.
weight on him? Let me go back.
Let's have a look. Charles
Yeah, I'm
Henry.
looking.
Charles Henry. No.
No,
That's
no.
what he was.
Yep. He is what he was.
Yep. Really nice. Very good pick.
Great pick.
Okay, so
In
the next
fairness,
one.
I think the
Go on.
quarterback was a ballsy pick as well, and I appreciate it, even though it
Chester
probably
Moss,
won't work out.
the guy at 120. Chester Moss, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're liking ballsy picks in the 120 range.
I like anybody who's willing to try to swing for the fences and get a great player.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So the next guy, I'm gonna read out what my notes say before we look at him. I love his size and his receiving bars, but oh my God, his endurance and his courage. So let's see what he let's see what he looks like. Yeah.
I like this guy too.
So like 6'3", 207 wide receivers. I'm getting
Yeah.
excited. 5 bench. I'm getting colder. If that route running was a bit higher, man, you could do something. Like, jump balls. Oh, but that courage and endurance, man, that kills me with this guy. He dropped a bit as well. My scouts saw him 56 before PS2 overall.
Great name, but I don't know.
A good name
I,
as well, yeah.
You
So he had a
cooked?
lot going for him.
but I just, yeah, I don't know. Looking at his bars, projected bars on Draft Analyzer, like the top, the top 4 bars, they look like they were going to be okay, but they've kind of all come out right at the bottom end of where they were projected to be. And for stuff like route running, that really hurts, in my opinion. If it's sub sort of 50, you can't reliably target him. You know, he can be
Yeah.
like the what do they call it when it's not the primary or secondary? Is it the outlet or whatever? He can be one of those guys, but you can't control how often they get thrown the ball, really. But that's a rough one, in my opinion.
That's such a wild birthday group. It could be anything.
What, the Greens?
Yeah.
The December birthdays, yeah. Seeing this guy, I mean, he had a 5.6 raw grade, which is like pretty high in that. And he was a sub 50 development percentage, so it's not like that was pumping it right up. But he just didn't, I don't know, just his bars never looked that outstanding. And they've come right out at the bottom of where they could have been. So
Yeah,
it's
this
just,
is, I mean, in Draft Analyzer, he looked,
Yeah.
it's that, oh, I saw his running way higher than it came out. It's actually pretty rare, I think, that it drops that much.
it's actually come out right where the white line is, almost, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like
but the
in
thing
yours, you
the
can see
thing
it.
is, I usually would trust where my scout saw the bar over the white line, but in this
Yeah.
case, the white line. And then the other thing would be that bench is super low. I don't
Who
know.
wait, who is Kansas City? Is
I
that
think is it Jizik still? Jay-Z.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah.
It is Joe, yeah.
Yeah. I always thought he was pretty good with the draft and pretty bad with the cap.
That is the Jay-Z we all know and love, yeah. Bad with the cap,
Yeah.
good at the draft. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know. I wonder if he was just trying to force the issue with a wide receiver. I wish he were on here right now.
Everybody loves their wide receivers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like him too, but I'm always worried about trying to.
It's probably the most reached after position.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why I
definitely.
try to
yeah,
shy
oh
away
yeah.
from drafting them.
I've seen 10 of them go in the first round before. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's the kind of position where, like, if you're drafting, like, I don't know, 110, sometimes you can get a really good player because you know there's at least a couple of reaches in there where people are going to be trying to get
Yeah.
wide receivers that just don't deserve to be in there.
Yeah.
But this guy, I mean, that 26 soul score, a lot of it's
I
gone into
don't
the
know though.
improvisation.
That's just such a weird birthday that it doesn't necessarily rule him out.
Yeah, I'm less fussy about the soul than you are with wide
Yeah.
receivers, Tom. That's what I say. Like, if my scout sees the bar up there, I think it usually is coming out up there, even if the soul maybe doesn't quite look like it. But in this case, that didn't happen.
No. Yeah, so I don't think this guy can be a primary or secondary option really, but he can maybe
Not
make the
looking
most
like
of
this,
his
probably.
tertiary targets that he gets.
Let's keep going ahead. We might have keep your eyes on the lobby, Tom, because we might have somebody else jumping on.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I can do
Um,
right. Let me admit Rylan in. Yo, I can't see a microphone for him though. Oh, there we go. Rylan, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yo, how you doing?
hey, Rylan,
Hey guys.
good you could make it.
Hey,
We had a
Rylan, what did you think of the trade today?
You might have to be more specific.
Bailey is gone.
Oh, the Giants?
Yeah.
I mean, something had to happen there.
Yeah, I don't see how they could justify keeping him with the two catchers they have in the ABS system. Uh, so I don't know.
Plus, they can't score any runs. So,
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
what have you guys been chatting about?
The draft.
well, we talked about our teams first, actually, for around as much as an hour, and then we've been sort of pushing through the draft here, and we got as far as 124. So
Nice.
you're here for the dregs.
Perfect.
We all gave you praise for the wide receiver, no combine guy you took, who turned out to be probably the best wide receiver in the draft.
Uh, Just
So
lucky.
you must be happy with the way that turned out.
I was, but it wasn't something that was I could predict. You just hope. It's a mystery box, right? Just happened to be a good one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It seems to me a little bit. Is that like one of those Napoleon type things, like in his Lucky Generals? You're one of those lucky generals, then, aren't you? Because I can't remember discussing a draft pick with you where you didn't say, "Yeah, it was just luck." And yeah, there. Yet again, it worked out well so far.
Seems to be pretty good. So there wasn't anything that you saw in that receiver then that you liked
I
that gave
mean,
you an inkling that he was gonna end up being good.
I think when we did our mock draft, I had him at like 1-3. So I
Yeah,
thought I thought he was very good, but um there wasn't anything that made me think he'd be better than he looked, which is sort of how he's turned out.
well, it turned out really nice for you.
I don't want to
Uh,
derail. You're on 124.
yeah, yeah. I'm sort of referring back to my notes every time. This guy went. Is another one that, according to my scout, dropped after PS2. Um, Not sure exactly what to say. He's okay, isn't he? But maybe a
He's
bit
okay.
disappointing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a few of these defensive backs that we've been seeing, I sort of feel like he'd be kind of middle to late second, third round talent levels. He's not an outstanding
His
player,
agility
but
was right at the borderline where I don't take.
Yeah, and he's a, sort of another one of those.
I like
small
703
safeties.
and down if I can get it, not 710 or whatever that is.
Yeah. Well, he's tackling like a lunatic anyway.
Oh yeah.
I think I'd play this guy at free safety, just because, or maybe a nickel corner because the zone defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where I would look to put him as well. At nickel, probably.
I mean, he's usable, but it's got to be disappointing, like you said.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not a first round talent at this point. He looked better than this before the draft.
Yeah, but maybe there just weren't many of those first round. I mean, this is around the time that I started to pay attention, and I was looking at what players were available around this point, and I was really struggling to find anyone I liked. We'll get to my pick. It turned out okay in the end, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure the
Columbia
class
didn't
was very deep.
sprinkle with Harpo, but their second round pick was awesome. So
Let's take a quick look at what they got in a second then. That always helps to
offset the pain.
yeah, exactly. This guy, yeah, he's good
I
for
don't
his
know
late
about this guy. I don't know about this guy.
I mean,
late second.
Yeah, late second is good. And he made up for the first round pick that didn't go as well.
But it's a defensive end. Where's the pass rush? I just want a pass rusher there. A 50, I mean a 60 pass rush. Uh, It looks okay in the overall rating, but what does it do?
How did this guy have a 32 solar seismic and a low intelligence?
He has a May 3rd birthday. That's how.
Yeah. So what color does that make him?
The dumb bird. He's the second dumbest birthday by
Okay.
yeah.
Hmm.
that was another thing that my wide receiver was lucky on. I think he had one intelligence.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he does.
That's stupid lucky. Like he shouldn't have had that.
Yeah, I love the super dumb
Wait, what
wide
was his
receivers.
birthday? I
Let
love
me
that wide receiver. Wasn't he in July?
let me get him for you. He's the end of June. June
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, cancer, like me. Uh Dumb guys. Uh no, I love that guy. I liked him.
Yeah, but 30 soul should not equal one intelligence no matter what your birthday is.
Oh yeah, that is pretty
If you're
crazy,
running
isn't it?
routes very well, it can. When you're
Yeah,
running
but
routes at that proficiency, yeah, sure.
yeah, that's still got to be an outlier though, surely. Well, he didn't do the workout. Maybe he handed in somebody else's solar seismic.
Cheater.
Oh,
He had good crib ups.
you see him a little worse than I do. I see him as a 71.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. But you saw him go up as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. What's next? So next, it's you, isn't it, Southie?
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting pick.
You took this guy.
Interesting pick. I don't know if that was a good pick.
He's
I
crazy high developed.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, he's old. He's about 24. Okay, yeah, 24. I don't know if I love this pick. I don't love this pick, but
What do you wish you had taken?
um, yeah, I didn't have any, but I would have taken the tight end that went next probably, and
Right.
I probably should have, but
Yeah,
um,
that's interesting because you and Rode are both using kind of bad scouts as well, right?
Road wanted my guy, but I probably helped him out by taking my guy. Um,
So what did you think you were getting that you didn't get? This is sort
I
of implied, I
thought
guess.
I thought he's about what I thought he was. I don't know. I'm not complaining that he didn't turn out to be what I thought he was. My linebackers are just getting old, and there was some need.
Mm.
There was some need involved. I actually don't really love this pick, but we'll see what happens. I think second year is going to be interesting because he'll
Well,
probably be fully developed by the end of the year,
he'll be fully
which
developed
is
by next week.
yeah.
There's some history in McAllen taking first round outside linebackers, so you continue that
Oh God,
tradition.
yeah, yeah,
I
that's
love it.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, are you actually playing him at outside linebacker? Because that's like a
Yeah,
pretty
he's a starter. He's a starter.
normal sized guy for you.
He's a starter, yeah. No, that's a good size. I wish he were like 6'4", but whatever.
I always assume that you want somebody that's like 3 inches taller and 30 pounds heavier than what
I
the game
do.
says,
Than
I do.
anybody else. Yeah.
I do. It's true.
which is why I
But
thought this guy might be an inside linebacker for you.
no, I have my inside linebackers are good. Um,
Okay.
so I just don't really have a slot there. Um,
Or
so
maybe
he
even
would
a
have to play
safety.
out the safety, yeah. If I could have dropped weight on him, I would have thought about that. Um, but no. I don't know. This is not a great pick, but let's see what happens in year two.
Yeah, you usually sort of also try to draft guys that you think are going to kind of creep up, don't you? Isn't that part of your strategy?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Had you
And
had your eye on that Charles Henry Southie before this?
I don't know that I did. I wish I could say I did, but I don't know that I did.
So, like, if he was still there in this position, would you still have gone with this guy? Had you just
I
honed in
might have
on
gone,
neither?
well, I don't know. It's hard to say because I
Great
might have,
question.
I don't remember exactly if I had my eye on Henry, but it would have been hard to pass him up
Yeah,
if I were looking at them both on the board.
yeah.
yeah. Just
Um,
just because you were
yeah.
saying about the risk that obviously you took there with the low
Yeah.
statics and stuff like, would you have taken the same risks, you think, or do you think you would have
I
made
think I
another
would
pick?
have because I like to take a swing on a great player, a guy that could be great. So I
Yeah,
probably would have, but I wouldn't say that I was. I don't remember that I was really clamoring for Henry.
yeah.
I know I wanted Cortucci,
The
and I know
tackle, yeah.
Chester Moss was actually somebody was eyeballing, um, but I can't tell you that it was. I really wish he would have slid now. Just looking at, I'm just looking at the guys that were there and the guys that went. Um, I did like Shane Sims a lot. I
The guy
just
that went
don't.
next.
Well,
Yeah,
let's bring Sims up as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's see. Oh, South.
I
Oh,
mean, I mean,
Southie.
I
is
liked him a lot. I really
is
did. I have to say,
Southie. Come on now.
is
this is
this what
volatility. This is
is this what he looks
volatility.
like?
Nah,
Okay,
this is volatility, though. Come
let me
I'm
on,
not
find.
laughing. That's not a bad pick, but well,
it's volatility because look at the big play receiving bar.
what happened
Yeah,
to him?
just a second. Here we go.
Ah, maybe not. Maybe not. No, I think it's not.
Boots, if you click on his ratings history, can we see what the drop was? Or
Yeah, I can tell you by my scout as well. My scout saw him 47 going down to 37.
I
Ah,
think does that come
good
up on a
call.
second
Your
monitor
scout
for
is
you
a
on the
genius.
database?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've got a spreadsheet open on the other
Oh,
monitor.
okay.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, but that one in game, so it didn't have him that much higher. It wasn't like he dropped from like a 60 to a 37. It said he was a 45 or something, didn't it?
So before
Wow.
PS2, I noted down for this guy. He's got huge route running and endurance, and he's massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked him a lot.
Oh, what else did I write down?
This guy was not on my radar.
No, I don't
Oh.
have this guy on my radar.
No, but that's
Uh,
because Rhodes is drafting this guy based on something that he thinks his scout is seeing different to everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, he's going to take targets, but he doesn't have courage for a tight end. He doesn't have getting downfield for a receiver in general.
I'm surprised though because the agility is pretty good. It's very good.
Yeah, his bench is not crazy low either, is it?
No,
Well,
it's very
the
good. That's
agility,
a blue. That's a
the
blue.
agility, the agility's coming up, right? It's not topping out at 31.
I hope not, because that's a very good agility. I think seventh under 7.4 is red. So go to tight ends in Analyzer.
Yep.
I bet you he had the best combine score of all the tight ends. Can't guarantee you that.
Uh,
I'm not sure how
okay.
much that's saying.
Not much, but I'm
Yeah, I
just
don't know. Was it a good class for tight ends? That's another position group we can search by future overall after we've looked at these other guys. Because it'd be
Yeah, just a
interesting to
second.
see.
yeah, it
Okay.
it was because you just sorted and he was the top tight end there.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no explanation except for incompetence on my end. But,
Yeah, so I mean, these are another guys like running backs for me. I don't know what I'm looking
oh
for on the
yeah, yeah, it's
combines.
it's very true. There's just so
Yeah,
much at work. Yeah.
yeah. Huh. Don't know what to say about this. I don't know why he dropped. Well, I actually picked a guy later, much later in the draft. I picked this guy, Briggs. And I was
Did he
basically
pop?
thinking, no,
Did he pop? No?
no, he dropped. And
I got
I basically picked
yeah.
him because I was thinking that combine's pretty good for like a guy in the fifth. Let's see whether he goes up. He didn't. He went down.
I got Sircone later. Um he's way down, but these were the two guys. It was Sims and Sircone. Um
Hmm.
but Sircone has no route running. It's he I think he's about a 55 future, but who cares? He can't
Yeah,
run
right.
around.
If he can't
Yeah.
catch the ball, then yeah, he's dead to me.
Yeah. Do we know how Road feels about this guy? Has he said anything?
He
Let's
is one.
not uh let's not touch on that.
Right.
I don't know what he feels about it, but I
I mean, this
guess.
guy's raw grade was 5.1, which is not like super low. It's not a sub 5. I tend to think sub 5 you'd expect players that look like that, so to be just above.
I
But
wish I knew because this guy had everything I mean look at that um I guess the route running's there, but look
this
at that
guy
score
had,
with that birthday.
what did you say? This guy had everything you would want.
Yeah, he did.
Did he?
Let's get him up
Well,
again.
he didn't have the run blocking or the third down, but the broad jump was pretty good.
I mean, if this guy is like, if you're playing in a heavy passing offense and this guy's like tight end 3 or something, I could see that. I could see that being
So
the
so
case.
what's going on with that bench then? He's got an elite bench. He can't run block.
Yeah.
His courage is nothing. His blocking strength is average.
I guess the
What's
concern
that
is
about?
4.75 is a good 40 and his big play is pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's a concern.
Yeah, where's all that bench gone?
It's gone nowhere.
The statics are probably giving it away.
Hmm.
Although I wonder, wait, go back to the scout view. Did the blocking
Uh,
strength drop? I think you covered this.
let's have a look. But this guy doesn't know anything, does he, this scout? I mean, yeah, he thinks it dropped 20 points.
Yeah, that might be volatility. I don't know. That's that's not normal. That
That's
and
a
that
pretty
the
pretty
scout
big
shouldn't
drop.
matter for that because it's a
Mm.
static bar. So
Yeah.
the
What about
scout,
the big play also dropped?
Yeah, there might be volatility going on here. Even though it's low, or is it oh, very high. I bet you this was volatility. I bet you.
You think he would have kept the route running if it was volatility?
I don't think it's impossible. And I don't think he's going to be an 84. I think he'll be like a 65.
Hmm.
That's just my guess.
I mean, if he is an 84, then he's usable, but rather pick him in the fifth.
What is a player that only has route running though? That might actually be a bad thing.
I don't know, route running and
No.
endurance.
I've definitely seen Road have success with guys like that.
Yeah. No,
This
I
is-
mean he can have success with anybody, but
Well, due to a disastrous injury to one of my players in the RZB, I've got a tight end like this who is basically my most useful receiver. I only use him in the red zone, but he's got 17 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons, I think.
all right.
He looks worse than this, actually.
Those tight ends that are like 6'6" and over, my ears prick up when I see them in the draft.
I love it.
And if they've
I
got
love
good
it.
bars, then it's like even better. But it doesn't always work that way.
One of my little rituals is I sort the tight ends by height just to see if there's anybody I can't resist.
They have to be 6'4" for me.
No, I mean I'm looking for. If I see one who's 6'9", I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, the super tall guys, the 6'8s, the 6'7s, like the Jimmy Graham type guys, or whatever. I always like them.
Well,
What are his bars like? Rubbish. Doesn't matter.
not to go too far afield, but 6'8" defensive ends are I'm gonna draft him. You know, I'm gonna draft that guy if he's 6'8".
Yeah,
So,
and turn him into a tight end.
nah, he's gonna bat the ball now.
Yeah. Okay.
I like a 6'8" guy as well in defensive ends, the tall defensive ends, the rangy guys. In my head, I don't know if you remember, there was a defensive end. He was like a fringe player for a few years. Margus Hunt. Do you remember him? He was on the Bengals for a little while, and the Colts, but like he never went anywhere. But
The
he was
German
6'8".
guy?
I think he was from Russia, maybe the Soviet
No,
Union.
he was German. He played with
Was
the
he?
Giants. He was from the Giants, and he was from Germany. Yeah, I think he
No, I'm looking at
yeah,
his Wikipedia.
Marcus
He
Hunt.
played for
He was a Giants
the
draft pick.
Bengals. Was
Well, he
drafted
went to the Bengals later on. Are you a Bengals fan?
I'm a Bengals fan.
I'm a Bengals fan.
Unfortunately, are you?
Two on the
He
same call.
grew up in a small
Going
town
on
of
there?
Clarksey, Numa, whatever that is.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Wow. Yeah, Marcus Hunt was with the Giants, but I thought he was like 6'4".
No, Marcus, he was 6'8", because I remember that was kind of like one of the only reasons he was on the roster. I mean, he
Oh,
had
maybe I'm
eight
thinking of the
sacks in his
wrong guy.
career, but
Oh, I'm thinking of
Marvin Lewis
Marcus
back in the
Kuhn.
day loved drafting physical specimens, and he was one of them.
yeah.
I'm thinking of Marcus Kuhn. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Marcus was 6'8", and he didn't pan out the way they thought.
No, and like those sometimes when when NFL teams take a flyer on like a European guy or whatever, it's always because he has one thing like that. Like he's just really tall or something.
Yeah, because they
Oh,
struck
yeah,
gold with
Marcus.
another defensive end that was same dimensions, and Marcus didn't work out as well as the other guy did.
Yeah.
Wow. 6'8", 295.
Yeah, you'd think, wow.
He bounced around for 9
Yeah.
seasons.
Yeah, he played
Just
a lot of
Probably
teams.
just because of his size.
So
Yeah, that's what I
if,
mean.
if this game generated a 6'8", 295 tight end, I would draft him as early as I possibly could, just for fun.
That's
I
what I
mean,
mean. Stuff like that keeps people in the league for a little while.
Yeah. Should we let Ryland talk about one of his other guy?
Yeah, sounds good. What did he
Here
have?
he
Oh, he
is.
had this is his actual pick.
This is his actual pick. Yeah.
Actual.
Well, like his own pick, I meant.
The one based on the finishing position the previous season.
Yeah.
The one based on what?
Yeah, where you're
Oh, I see
point
what
at
you mean.
which you got knocked out in the playoffs or whatever. Yeah.
Early, yeah. I don't know. This guy just this guy seemed like a sort of like a can't miss prospect. I was surprised that he made it to me a little bit. I would have
Pretty
rather
good
taken
pick.
I would have rather taken Cartucci if Cartucci had somehow gotten past Tucson and Southie and anybody else between us. But
He wasn't getting past me, but
right, he obviously wasn't going to make it to me because he was too good. But this guy was a good consolation prize.
So you see him as bumping up a bit as well?
Let me see.
I think he will.
I saw him. My scouts sees him going up 8 points after PSG.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
This
Durant,
is
we
a
have him
very
as 57 out of 67.
this is like a top 10 player.
He's kind
He's
of
definitely not
presented
a top
in,
10 player.
In
well,
this
maybe not
draft,
for
I think he
positional
is.
value, but yeah, for talent wise. But he presented Southie in the kind of the same way that you were saying about the other linebacker, like his punishing hitter and his where his static looked lower in draft
So
analyzer.
he's a
Like Charles Henry.
20
Yeah,
bench. Henry had a really good 40 in agility.
I'll tell you what drew me to this guy. It's the position drill.
the 40 position drill. What is that for linebackers?
The pass
Cover
coverage.
The zone defense. Yeah,
and
Yeah.
hidden interception bar.
right.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's good for coverage because you can play
Yeah,
him weak side or strong side if you wanted to flip him over.
I like my linebackers to be able to cover the pass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And this guy having amazing position drill, I'm not sure how rare that is, but it feels pretty dang high to me. Um, Made him an
He's
easy
got all the
swing.
coverage bars. All of them.
Yeah.
So naturally,
Man-to-man.
he's going to end up with a career PD percentage of like 72.
That number doesn't mean anything, does it?
Who cares about it? It's all about team
No.
defense, isn't it? I suppose when he's on the field.
Yeah.
Half of them are tackles for 2-yard passes anyway.
Does man-to-man ever get used by linebackers? I don't think it does it?
What about on
Yeah.
blitzes? On blitzes, no?
Does it?
There is one situation. So if you're playing cover one
Oh yeah, cover one regular, which I'm assuming
and
regular is
yeah, I mean it is possible
base.
for one of the linebackers to end up in man to man under some.
Yeah,
I mean, but
it is the weak
it's
side
it.
as well.
Yeah, but it's so rare. Who cares?
Yeah,
I see, I can't, my screen is all messed up, but I see three different spots where you can play a man as the weak side linebacker. They might all be cover one variations.
Yeah.
Oh wait, are you playing a 4-3?
No, I'm a 3-4.
Oh. Yeah, I think it happens. That's
just for reference.
why don't you play him at strong side?
Good question.
I think he would be a really good strong side linebacker in a 3-4.
I think he might be my best blitzing guy.
Really? At 53?
I don't invest in the blitzing very much because
Yeah.
I can't
There's no
get
need
the
to.
right guys to blitz.
Yeah, there's no need to. I think the weak side should be like a high pass rush guy because he's blitzing much more.
Oh yeah, my strong side guy has 9 pass rush and 28 strength.
Yeah, just leave him where he is,
This guy's
I
better at
guess,
that.
for now. Just get a 100.
Plus, I think
Just sign.
the weak
Here's
side
what
is
you
where you
do.
have is where you want the versatility in your pass coverage.
Here's what you do. Just sign a defensive end, like a 4-3 defensive end with a really high pass rush technique. Move him to weak side linebacker, and then move this guy to strong side linebacker.
Well, I don't know that there's just really high pass rush technique guys sitting out there, but
Yeah, I was
No, I
going to
know.
say they get hoovered up. I had this guy as the 13th player overall, I think, in terms of the talent rating. So the fact
but
that he's
you weren't interested. You got a center,
yeah,
another high value
Center's a big
position.
deal. Center's a big deal in the offensive
I had that
end.
center though. Mario Stevens, I had him as like the 5th player. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I was going to make that call regardless, I think. But that's amazing value for you, obviously picking him up in like the late first, I think.
Well, this was the first of I think 3 linebackers I drafted in the first 60 picks.
Right. You're building out that room, are you?
I mean, I just couldn't find what I wanted in this draft, so
Right.
Well, you did pretty well
Yeah,
considering.
I'd say
I'm
so.
I'm I'm really curious about this guy. Like if he had somehow stuck around to 132, I think I would have found it hard to draft him, you know.
what does he look like from your draft analyzer?
My defensive scout is a heinous embarrassment, so who
You
cares
missed
what he
this
looks
earlier.
like?
He's
Let's
got a
see. Come on.
440 bar
You saw
four.
Okay,
mine.
let's get in just for fun. Yeah, okay. So Terrell Drake. There he is. He looks like that, is what he looks like.
I
Who knows?
mean,
He looks like a pass coverage linebacker.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what he is.
He looks like a pass coverage linebacker exactly, and I mean, honestly, a lot of the success I've had in this game has been dumping on teams with bad linebackers,
Mm.
and so I do appreciate linebackers have to be able to defend the pass. They have to be able to, I think. It's
I don't
just
know.
do they need to be this good at defending the pass? I don't know.
So if you have guys a really good secondary, we'll say 65 corners, 65 safeties. Do
Yeah,
linebackers do bad coverage linebackers do you in? I don't
yeah,
know.
because tight ends can still just kill you, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
I still think it's a good pick, but I think he's worked out to the best of his
Yeah, he went
abilities.
up. He went up.
Like in terms of where he was kind of predicted to be, I think he got a good
Interesting, because
role
I
out
thought
of it.
he looked like he was sort of on the low end of the bars from that screen.
Yeah, but look how wide they are, man. You can't. They're not telling you anything.
No, but he didn't end up on the high end of those bars.
For the coverages.
Closer
Other,
to the high end than the low end.
I guess I'm
Yeah,
looking
I think so.
at the few that didn't, right? Like run defense isn't at the high end, endurance, special teams,
No, no.
play diagnosis, none of those are at the high end.
Run
Yeah.
defense will be at the high end at the end of the day.
But I think he's so good in zone and bump and run
I mean,
that
that's
those
what I
two.
wanted him for, so I'll take the high end being those bars.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. He's got
Yeah.
average intelligence, so he's not going to be a liability or anything.
No, there's no doubt that he's very good, right? And especially I think in a draft where that we've seen a lot of players that are nothing like this good in the second half of the first round.
I was definitely considering the guy who goes one after this. He looked good too.
Okay, let's take a look at so he's a guy that went to Vegas, right? And
Started in Vegas.
he tanked, didn't he? No, he
He's
didn't.
been traded.
He's been
Oh,
was he traded because he wasn't a chemistry guy?
Almost definitely.
Yeah.
What did he get? Did he pick him though?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Right.
Vegas picks this guy 128. And yeah.
So did he pick him out of the chemistry group and then get cold feet, or did he pick him and he knew he was going to trade him? I didn't see the trade. I didn't look.
wait,
I don't
who
think
is
he
Las
knew
Vegas?
he,
Who's Las Vegas?
Is it
what do you mean?
Sabian?
Yeah, Sabian.
He's a
Yeah,
chemistry
Sabian.
guy? He's
Yeah.
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 affinity
Yeah.
guy? Ah.
Yeah.
I think he picked him because he thought he was like one of the few good prospects left, and
Right.
then afterwards was like, well, he's good. Maybe someone wants him, and I can use
Mhm.
whatever I get to get back some chemistry.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. Okay. Makes sense.
I wish I were smart enough to have made him an offer for this guy because I like this guy a lot.
Oh,
Could have drafted him
he was on
then.
the trade block.
Yeah,
That too.
yeah. I wish I was smart enough to be able to click on a web page and read it.
You like this guy. I don't like this guy.
I like this guy. I mean, I guess the zone and the man are concerning, but I like this guy.
Where do you play him?
Strong safety.
Strong or
With-
free?
I
Strong.
don't like playing safeties with 25 zone.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
honestly don't mind. especially
Is
when
that-
they've got the big bump.
Yeah.
But you don't mind because you consider it a low value or low impact position group, or you don't mind because
Maybe
you think they
even
can still do the job
corner.
anyway.
Maybe even corner.
No,
That's
I
a
wouldn't
wasted
play.
run defense, right?
I would. I would play him at corner. And I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's 211 is not 220.
My biggest problem with this guy is he's very dumb.
Oh,
So I would
that
not play
doesn't
him at
bother
corner.
me. Play
Oh man, he's
diagnostic.
he's like a defensive pass interference waiting to happen.
Play diagnostic. I
Yeah,
like
you
it.
force them
And
3rd and 25, and then this guy gives up the heart of their play, pass
I'm
interference.
I'm telling you the truth when I say this. I would play this guy strong safety or strong side linebacker.
but why is the pass interference a bigger? Oh yeah, that's a possibility. Why is the pass interference a bigger concern at corner than safety?
Because it's like 35-yard penalties and stuff.
Is the probability higher though that it was generated by a cornerback just because of the interaction they're likely to be
Yeah,
assigned?
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I don't
I
know if
mean,
that's how the penalty engine works.
people that are like thinking about what they're doing try to pass to their best wide receivers in critical downs, right?
Yeah,
And they're usually being covered by cornerbacks.
yeah. I don't know.
Wait,
I
are you
couldn't
saying
play it.
you think there's a correlation between who was targeted and who got called for DPI?
Well, very dumb guys are probably more likely to get called for it.
Right,
This is a
but
bit like,
does it matter what position they're in?
yeah, I think it's more. I mean, it's pretty rare that it goes to a linebacker, for example, but they can be in coverage.
I haven't examined penalties to that finite degree. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
I can't bring you a statistical proof either. It's a little bit like something that Southie brought up earlier, which is like offensive linemen. When they're stupid, is that offside penalties or is it holding? Or doesn't it matter? So I think with the defensive backs, maybe it's a little bit the same thing, right? Is it? Anyway, I like the defensive backs to be smart if possible.
I'll
This
run a
guy's
query
very not
tonight and
smart.
post it in the Discord.
Okay, sounds good.
But yeah, no zone bar for me, no play safety. That's my rule.
Yeah, I carry these guys at safety and use them at strong safety. I wouldn't play him a free safety with no
Yeah, no,
coverage.
strong safety is perfect spot for this guy. I'm in the
Yeah.
same
I
ring
think
with you
it's
on that one.
I think it's okay. I mean, it's not so one to one. I think that bump and run matters when he's in coverage, even if he's like in zone according to the log. He's really good at bump and run coverage. That's helping him, I think, right? To defend the pass.
Yeah.
Let me find a guy on my
For
roster.
a late pick, he has bars that you can use. As they say, they can't all be pretty. So
Have a look at this guy.
His bench is relatively low, but his punish hitter is pretty high for that bench.
This guy's got years of starts on my team. He's got 2 rings. It's like if
He
you
looks
want to look
good.
at PDPCT, he's 80% over his career,
I
right?
thought
And
we
he's
just said
got
that
no.
doesn't matter.
Yeah, well,
I think I think it tells you something for safeties and corners.
I don't think it matters. But the point is, I play him a lot, and he's just run defending, punishing hitter guy, right? And I play this guy strong safety and strong side linebacker if I, maybe got an injury or something, right?
That's crazy.
And my team has done okay, right? The big difference is he's very intelligent. But apart from that,
No play diagnostic.
no. But he's still good.
This guy might have a play diagnostic. We think he will. We'll see.
Yeah. Dante Offins is better than Rick Tibbs, in my opinion. And Rick Tibbs has been useful and is on his 3rd contract.
But yeah, but what was Tibbs when he was younger? He's in his 8th year now. I don't know.
What was
Feel like
he
20.
like on his
It
overall
was,
or what?
yeah,
Oh, he
just
was
curious.
never. He dropped. So he was always a kind of 40 rated player, basically, even though he started out a bit higher.
Yeah.
So that's just to say, I quite like this Dante Offense guy. I think that's a guy you can play safety, basically.
I
That's all
like
I
him
showed
too.
you the other one for.
I like him.
Yeah. Ooh, but controversial. Some of the panel approves and some doesn't.
I mean, I don't love the player, but I think at this point in the draft, it's a dang good pick.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I just
he
can't
does
see
three
it.
things really well. So
I
hey,
can't see a defensive back with probably a high interception bar, probably a high play diagnostic bar, not being effective.
No, I think he's going to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. We will see. Is this guy going to be good? Brandon
I,
Adams. He went to Dakota at 129. He was another wide receiver who can't bench press anything.
7.
My note
And
says
he
he's very
plays.
similar.
Yeah.
He's very similar to the guy at 123. That's what my notes say.
Mhm.
Which was basically no big play, no courage,
Mhm.
no endurance.
If you're forcing the issue for a wide receiver, this is not the worst pick because he might be able to run routes.
And he's
I don't know
big.
why. Yeah.
I love the
Yeah,
size.
he's
The size is awesome.
This is not a first round pick. I
no.
don't think.
Apparently he's returning kicks so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Where
a
if he's not a first round
good
pick, where
special
would you
teamer.
think he goes?
You can take him in the second round. That's fine.
He would go early in the second then, right?
Yeah, that's fine. But I don't think you take him here. There's got to be somebody better.
Yeah, look at the 512.
Well, we can take a look at
I
512.
don't think that's comparable, but
No, you can't think about a fifth round guy.
This is
Oh no.
the guy we're comparing him to.
He can't run routes though.
That's right. And he's tiny. Well, he's not tiny, but he's not 6'4".
But he's a home run hitter for my team.
What's his
And route
average per
running didn't
route
come
though?
up.
Look at the average per route. It's about six yards.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I'm
know.
saying, but for fifth round against all the other stuff in the first round, I got a bargain.
I don't know. I mean, it's a debatable question.
Yeah,
The
because
the
my guy's
overall is
got
going
the
to be
big
great. The
play. He
overall
can
is going
do
to be
third
great.
down.
But if you're throwing to a guy this often who's getting his 6 yards
Yeah, he's
a
actually my slot
target,
guy, but right now he's up because Lane is hurt. But he's the guy that I have routes that are deeper down the field for him because he's like 50-50 guy.
Based
Yeah.
on the other receivers, like if this guy had been taken in the first, I wouldn't have been shocked. You know, if he'd have taken and looked like this. Obviously, I don't know what he looked like before, whether before he was revealed, whether he was masked or what.
He
Yeah, because
look. He
this guy
look.
was
He
a no
no.
combine guy, and I
Yeah.
took him because he had two things that stood out to me: the big play,
Yeah.
and his position drill.
Yeah.
It was blue and
Yeah.
position drill and blue on Soul. And I said, "Oh look,
That
here's a wide receiver. I bet he could play a third down guy."
that late December, January birthday, I have no understanding of that birthday because it doesn't operate the way the June, the April, early April, and the November birthdays work. I don't know how that works.
This
Yeah,
Hedrick
because
guy,
he's
I had my eye on him several rounds earlier than you picked him, and the only reason that I
he's
didn't pick him
wide
was
receiver 3. So if I was going for a wide receiver 1 and got this guy, I might be a little disappointed. But for a
yeah,
wide receiver 3, who can catch third down passes, that's
yeah.
not a bad deal.
I like to carry a guy like Hedrick, but
Mhm.
But they're much more useful, I think, when they're on their rookie contract because he's so cheap that you can do something. You can work around the low route running with just
And the
explosive
thing is, I've
plays and
seen
stuff like that.
1,000-yard receivers with this bar profile, so it's not exactly
Oh,
damning as a
no.
profile.
He's not
But
going to
are
get
they
to 1,000
are they
yards on a
getting the ball
season.
forced? Is the ball are you forcing the ball to them, or are they getting the
No, they
ball?
have a
Because the
design
yards
play,
per
and I know
target
that with
is
his route running and his big play, there's a chance he'll catch one or two of these things. You know,
Yeah, he will catch some people. He won't get to 1,000 yards, man. And if he
exactly.
does, you're
But
going
I'm
to be
saying
throwing
it's
to him
the
220
profile
times.
itself is not ideal, yes, but is it useful? Yes, it is. Because they all can't be superstars, as I always say.
so. I have a question. If you have if you have a wide receiving core with, we'll say, 84 guys with 80 route running, and then a guy like this,
Mhm.
does he get some kind of uh, boost from the core, or what
Who
happens?
knows?
Mm.
Well, I'll find out how good he is. I have to play him for the next two games
We'll
in
get
a
four other guys
wide
with
receiver group.
80 route running, and I want to see what happens.
I'm gonna attempt to answer your question, Southie. I think he does.
Yeah, I think it's possible that way. I don't
Yeah.
So
know
you're
how
saying he's
else
a
you
good
can
wide
do it
receiver
though.
5?
Well, he could be 3, but if everybody else is 80, he could be 2. It doesn't necessarily matter where he's playing, but I think it goes by the position group. I don't know. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean Hedrick is an outlet guy, and with bars
Yeah,
like that, put him on a fade.
because next season I'm going to work him in as my secondary guy when I make routes like S9 or F8 and things like that. I'll just make him the second option, and I might get some bang for my buck that way.
I do think he's hurt a little by the fact that he's a rookie, so
Yeah.
I won't put too much into the
Let's
yards
go
per
round.
target.
Let's go round the table. We'll start with you, Rick. Adams or Hedrick? Who you like better?
My guy. So,
Right, Southie. Who'd you like better?
Um, I like Hedrick better. He's a better player.
Tom.
I've never had a guy like Hedrick. I always look on other people's rosters and see guys like that with route running that low, but I think I would take Hedrick just for the intrigue of the size of the other
Yeah,
bars.
yeah.
That's what is there is you can't deny the size of those other bars and just think that maybe if he
and
gets the
here's
right,
the other caveat I'll throw in.
yeah,
Anyone who's played in the IHOP has seen Ben take these guys with this route running level, and suddenly it pops for whatever reason.
Oh, if it
So
pops, it's
that
going
was
to
the
be
other part of
crazy.
my dice gamble.
Yeah. Rylan, who you like better?
Are we just talking about like as they are? Are we including draft value or
No,
As they
no.
are.
Don't
Forget
go.
about
Don't.
draft.
Yeah,
Forget
don't
about
go too
draft value.
complicated. Just like if you had to start one of these guys, or you have to put one of these guys on your roster tomorrow, who'd you prefer?
I would take the guy that I can use on special teams, which is Hedrick.
Okay.
We're not talking about special teams, you know that.
That's the
The
difference to
the
me.
irony being that Adams is on special teams right now, returning kicks.
what are you returning kicks?
He's returning kicks, yeah, for 21.5 average. So
What about as a receiver, though?
Yeah, he
Making them
hasn't
look
caught
that
he's,
anything yet.
he
27.
hasn't been targeted yet. And another black mark on Adams' card is like Rick Clayton absolutely hates him. And Rick Clayton is the greatest wide receiver who ever played in the Imperial Football League. So that's got to
Is he
count for
still?
something. Yeah,
Is he
he's
still
still
going?
going, man. He's still going. Yes, he is.
What year? Can you look at what year he was drafted in? I feel like he was in the
I
draft that
think I
my
think he's the
stud
same
was in.
year as I think he's in the same year as Johnny Peel.
Right. So this is
I
like his
think.
13th season or something.
Yeah, I think that was
He's
when he was drafted.
like he's been around a
Let's
long time.
Oh no, it was the year before. 63.
He's still good
Still
as well.
going.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, and he wasn't the
Like,
first wide receiver picked. He boomed up hugely.
yeah,
172 touchdowns. There you go.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Good going.
Very.
Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
And he still has 100 special teams.
Yes. And can solve extremely complex math problems.
Yeah, he's got a lot going for him.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about Johnny Peel before, much earlier, Rylan, and Rick Clayton is another one of these guys. He's 37 years old. He's got his combine, you know, he would be an elite receiver
Darryl
prospect with
Green.
these numbers, right?
Yeah.
Is
Just
that
never fell off.
440 or 448? I can't read.
Oh.
440,
Wow.
sub 7 agility, 16 bench, 55 position drill.
Yeah, he'd be a first round draft pick tomorrow.
Oh yeah, higher than he got picked at originally.
For sure.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Right. Well, okay, we've trashed Clown's wide receiver. So what happens next? Lannister. Yeah. He had a good season last year, didn't he, in Iowa?
Yeah.
Must have picking 30th.
They
Yep.
did very well. Yeah, it was the first time he made the playoffs and he had a deep run and was a little bit unlucky against Murfreesboro as well. That was a shootout game in the in the conference round.
And he'd had that Iowa situation when he first went in there was real tough because they'd been on Rex had them since Dog
Yeah,
Fanfest,
so
I think, like 3 or 4
his
seasons.
cap was just a disaster, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he's played the long game really well
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I think this is a good pick, and I had this guy on my board. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Um, hmm. He went down by my scouting.
Yeah, I like more
Quite
punishing
a bit.
hitters for all secondary guys.
Gene
So I would have looked this
Harper's.
guy off.
Yeah, just shy away from corners in general.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find him. Gene Harper. Yeah.
Oh, I would have probably taken this guy if I were.
And a lot of these defensive backs have
No,
been
static
really...
was too sketchy for me.
Nah, that's fine with his bench.
Yeah. I don't mind that static
I've
being
had
low.
Yeah.
I've had terrible luck taking low static guys, just like Harper. So I say you
This
must
guy-
have beyond the middle.
I would take a low static guy who's a defensive back actually, but the other bars
Yeah.
would need to check out.
And they do though. They do check out.
Yeah,
No, he's
I'm
a good player, but I don't like the profile. That's just my opinion on that one.
I prefer a little more interceptions.
Yeah, I tell you what, I don't
Few
like about him, Southie, is that position drill. Gets me worried.
38.
I don't care about that combine for corners. I care about it for safeties. I don't care about it for corners. I don't know. I like this guy.
A lot of these first round defensive backs, it feels like you have to look for a reason to love them. Do you know what I mean? They've all got something not
Yeah.
quite there. There's not been one guy where you're like, yeah, he's got everything. He's amazing. All the defensive backs have kind of been a bit flawed at times. But like this guy's perfectly playable, with that man to man and stuff. I mean, sure, his zone and bump aren't that good, and he hasn't got any.
But
I
he's
think
still only
interception.
the only defensive back who was a real success was that Max Asensal that London took as safety at 1.8. He's
Yeah, and
really
he was
good.
the number one player, like on my board. So,
Yeah.
He's still only 51% developed. 32 current. I don't know. Let's not close the book. And he's 21 years old. This is a young guy. I kind of like this guy, actually.
So League Scouts saw him absolutely tank.
Mm.
My scout sees him dropping, but not that much. I
I
basically
don't hate
didn't.
this pick.
Yeah.
But he still had no punishing hitter bar, right? So he still had like no static even before he dropped. So it's hard to
Yeah.
That's
know,
okay. This guy.
hard to understand what happened there.
But this is not a
But yeah,
volatility guy, I don't think.
no,
He's just not as good as he looks originally.
no. But he'll,
Well, we have no way
he
to
can be
say
pretty
without
good.
the punishing hitter, but
Yeah, but you don't see any signs of it elsewhere.
no,
He's,
you don't, because the man to man looks about right or plausible.
hmm Yeah, so yeah.
I don't think this is a bad pick, and I think we have to check back in.
What I mean about the other bars checking out with that static bar being possibly 0, I think with this guy I was looking at is 40, and he looks like he might have had a maximum man to man. So then I think I would be looking for his position draw to be a bit higher to justify where his. But my scout was also garbage, so I'm just talking nonsense probably. But some of his bars are coming out, like the run defense comes out quite a lot below the minimum I saw.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that because if if the run defense, if the agility is not from the run defense, then it should be from the bump. The bump. Um,
Yeah,
I
right.
don't know what happened here, and I
But it
think
isn't.
we have to hold off on this guy before we decide he's a bust.
Yeah, and like I say, I think it was difficult picking down this end of the draft. There was. I mean, I couldn't see anybody that I liked when it was coming to my pick, which is basically coming up in a minute.
I hate drafting corners. It's like drafting running. I don't know. I hate drafting corners early. Although I do it, I wouldn't say I'm opposed to it.
That's kind of what hate means.
I don't like it, but I will do it.
Uh, um,
What do they call that? A necessary evil?
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
You
speaking of
know,
first round running backs,
I'm still fascinated by the guy that you took, the dreadlock guy. That was a
Mm,
great pick. I don't think I could have taken that guy. Um, what was his name? Dreadlock Holiday?
yeah.
Oh,
That
the
That
UB40
was a
guy.
great
Yeah.
pick.
was one of the last times we got together. Yeah, and I traded up to get him because I was
Yeah.
convinced that the problem my team had in the playoffs was he couldn't defend the pass. And lo and behold, they won 2 bowls after I drafted
Yeah.
this guy.
Oh, maybe I was right on him. I don't know. I didn't. I thought this was an overrated guy, but he's got everything you really want except for the diagnostic.
Yeah, so his interceptions is maybe a little bit compromised with that low, but I mean, yeah, he's been great outside corner for me. I mean, the individual performances on this number again don't look anything interesting at all, but the team has been much improved since I took him.
he's
I
coming.
didn't realize this is a 69 combine league.
Yeah, it is. I think it is different. I forgot to actually.
It
I
is.
actually had completely forgotten that. Yeah.
Does that just mean that the combines are more indicative of the bars, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you need to spend more effort matching the combines to the bars to be sure.
You're always talking
Yeah.
about the combines anyway, Southie. Are you sure you didn't know that?
Yeah, I think the combines have their place. I probably overemphasize them, but I think they have their place. But
No, but if you're going to overemphasize them anywhere, it should be in this league, right? This is the only one that's got that
yeah,
rating that I know of.
yeah, yeah. I
Rylan,
don't know.
Rylan, you mentioned you were eager to get to the next pick.
I wasn't
I
eager. I was
didn't
just trying to throw a transition in there.
but I'm realizing that this video is getting quite long, actually.
Not
We've
for me,
seen
only for you guys.
we've seen some bad running backs so far.
Yeah, but we're about to see a proper bad one.
Free agency as well. He's not even on the team.
Yeah.
Was
Okay,
that
so
volatility?
I did not understand this pick at the time. So I was wondering whether it was some kind of auto pick because let's bring him up in draft analyze. I couldn't understand why this
Rodolfo
guy would
Ford.
get picked in the first round. Let me find him. And this is a GM who is extremely good at drafting.
James UMD?
Yeah, I feel like he's
Yeah.
always getting sort of sleeper value off
Oh man,
like
Yeah,
he's
late
he's
he's
round
good.
picks and
he's
He's
stuff like
good.
that.
very good at drafting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. So
Wait,
let's but why would he draft this guy?
what's the birthday? Oh, December.
December 23rd.
Yeah, I have no explanation on that.
I
Maybe
mean,
he had
draft
thoughts of
analyzer.
wide receiver transition. I don't know.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
that's something.
okay.
That's
Yeah,
something.
but he never switched him.
Right,
We
right.
don't
Yeah,
know
he
that
might
he
have
didn't
tested
switch
it.
him
He
on
might
his
have
end.
tested it post draft and realized.
Yeah. I was
That's the only
wondering whether
lure I
this
could
might have
see.
or he's an auto pick, right?
He had a high raw grade,
Right?
so
So he could have been an auto pick, couldn't he? I could not understand otherwise why what he thought was gonna
And is that
happen
height
about this guy.
5'5" that I'm looking at, or
No,
five something?
he's no nice. He's 5'9", 204, so he
Okay,
could
on my
get he
screen,
could.
it's like, damn, I ain't never seen no 5'5" guy.
But I
5'5".
mean, why would you switch a guy like this to wide receiver? His receiving bars aren't good enough.
Right, but
What's the
we're looking for a
position?
reason, right?
Position drill is pretty good though.
Yeah, but his route running is like 50 in draft analyzer.
Yeah, and
James
the
can let us
birthday is
know
that,
on
right?
the forum or something when this
It
gets
is, but
posted.
like,
I
what if that was 60 something and you're getting almost
Yeah,
70 getting downfield, and you flip him over and he shows 60 big play. Now you've got something.
right.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
It was a gamble
but
pick, maybe that went south quickly.
I can understand taking guys who've got 80 route running and thinking I might flip him to wide receiver.
Mhm.
I mean, at that
I
weight, is he didn't drop weight, which is the maybe a telltale sign he was never going to be a receiver. But
yeah yeah right.
Yeah,
What
'cause
is Go to your scout view. I want to see the statics. What happened to them?
the
Yeah, I
statics
will.
weren't very good.
No.
I wonder about volatility again, but it shouldn't be a
Well,
factor with that
Okay, so
volatility.
breakaway speeds went down 20. Speed outside went from 18 down to 0.
Oh, that's volatility, even though he has none, but that's not normal. That
Yeah,
doesn't
but the
happen.
thing is, man, that's volatility on a bad player. I mean, he was never good.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what kind of player he truly would be.
A special teams guy. I'm of the opinion that this might have just been an auto pick, you know.
I think running backs, when you look at the combines on running backs, it's hard to say, well, the combines are terrible. Why would you pick them? Running backs seem to be pretty good with kind of mediocre combines. So I don't know if he
Yeah,
thought
but
he was getting a
don't
good
the
running
scout.
back.
But
I'm with Boots here. I think odds are this was some kind of auto pick situation.
I don't know. I
with
don't
the
think he would have done that.
no, but with the sort of bureau grade being so high, that is the kind of player that the AI might pick. And I just don't see anything in the scouting of. I mean, unless maybe there was one of those situations where the scout just got it completely wrong and saw something massively better. Yeah.
What's the scout level? Let me look. Does he have a bad scout?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, I mean, he's a free agent, so this was just, And he traded with you, didn't he, Rylan, to pick up Dresselhaus? Is that right? That was the ultimate.
He has a good scout. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
I
was the
think that is.
ultimate cost of this pick, right? Because
Yeah,
he had to use a future pick to get a running back.
He has a scout that specializes in, or an offensive coordinator that specializes in running backs.
Yes, I mean, he took a massive dump, which probably was a volatility thing. But he was never looked like he was going to be anything in the first place, which is what I find confusing about it. So that's, yeah. Anyway.
If you're going to convert a guy from running back to wide receiver, you don't do it until preseason 2, right?
Well, first of all, he should have dropped weight for training camp to get down to 192 or whatever.
all right. I have some information here.
Yeah.
James knew that running back was going to be a risk, but ended up being riskier than he thought. So I do
Okay.
believe he picked him on purpose.
Okay.
He
Gamble
liked him
pick.
as a
Yeah, I
gamble,
mean, that's
and
fair.
it didn't pay off. I mean, this
It's a
isn't a
big
bad
gamble.
gamble necessarily. It's like no matter who you picked here, if they get the volatility stick, and then they're a 15, they're just unusable. But he saw something in this guy that made him think he might go up, and
The raw
Mhm.
grade is 5.7.
The good raw grade.
Check. Yeah, 5.8 I had it as, but it can be off
5.8.
by like
That's
whatever.
very high.
Yeah, that is very high, yeah. But then he had a slightly higher, he was like 60% developed thereabouts, wasn't he? So that pushes it up a little bit, I think.
That probably explains some of the
I'm
raw
gonna
grade.
have to do the case tomorrow.
So it was just a gamble that didn't pay off, and it surely didn't pay off.
No.
Yeah.
I think he's earned the right to gamble with his track record, though, isn't he?
Oh,
If he
God,
thinks
yeah.
he
Yeah.
saw something or he had a
Oh,
hunch
yeah.
about something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when
And
you're
like
drafted late in the first as well, you've got to take a
like
swing on guys
yeah,
if you want a skill
and
position.
and in this draft, whereas I've said a few times, there was I couldn't find anything I liked. It's my pick next, right? And I was just, what am I supposed to do with this? It's just don't like any of these guys. So there was really thin pickings here in the last 10 picks of the first round. So I actually got away with it, didn't I? Basically, because this guy turns out pretty good. I'm happy with this one.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
should
looks
be.
nice. Yeah.
I took him
Where do you
basically.
stand on endurance for O-line?
It's for me. It's in the nice to have only area. So we actually, I think, talked about this a little bit just before you jumped on. So it's pretty much the only position where if I put a guy in the depth chart and it says there's a concern about endurance, offensive line is the only part of the depth chart where it wouldn't worry me. Because if you look at the logs, these guys don't get taken out. It might mean they're slightly more likely to get injured. And I think that if you're up against a very good pass rusher, having low endurance might mean that pass rusher can be more effective later in the game, but this is pretty fine margin stuff. So he's smart and he's got big blocking bar for the run game. He's got a big blocking strength, which is fine on the guard. And he's large and yeah, I'm fine, absolutely fine about this pick, really.
Yep. I think he's decent.
Yeah.
I would have taken him at this spot as well.
Yeah.
I love a 6'7" guy. I would have taken him.
Yeah. And he's run blocking at 47% basically so far.
I wish
Yeah.
I'd have taken him.
What, instead of who? The linebacker?
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't, man. Because then I would have been left with nothing to take here.
We could have taken Meyer. No, wait, no. Bird
No,
would
I
have
didn't.
taken Meyer, so you could have taken the tight end.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I got a bit lucky in the sense that I was able to actually find somebody that was useful, basically, to take in the first round.
Useful. This is a good player.
Yeah.
Yeah,
High
yeah,
intelligence as well, you like that.
yeah, and I really need to rebuild my offensive line. I've actually messed it up by delaying too long to draft
Messed it up.
guys.
You won the Super Bowl. Come on.
Yeah. But I'm really thin at offensive tackle, for example. I really wanted to get a tackle in this draft, but once Kutuchi went, there was nobody worth taking, I didn't think.
You hardly get those drop into the end of the first round. Anyone that's worth
No.
grabbing,
No. But I think, yeah, okay. So I've won 2 bowls in the last 3, so that's fantastic. But this team is on a downward curve for a little while now because my trenches are very green and in some positions just not good enough, basically. Yeah. So in that sense, this guy's going to probably at some point soon be my best offensive line player.
Yep, he's good. Did you want to just have a look at some of the position groups to see if there's any outliers there? Like, have we sort by future overall? Like defensive backs, all the guys taken in the first round. I don't know how, whether someone got better value in like the 4th round or something. Like, if you try sorting by
Yeah.
future overall,
Okay.
just see if there's any surprises.
Yeah.
I can't
Sure.
think of
Let's
a
do that.
better way of doing that.
Yeah. So I can tell you that there was a good running back taken later. So let's find them. Yeah. Norfolk took this guy. No, not this guy. It was this one. Montreal got this guy, I think.
Surely you'd what?
Surely what?
I wish his
Sure.
whole rec was higher, but
Yeah, surely you made some.
Yeah.
he's got
So go
everything
on.
else, all his other bars though.
He's like Rick's wide receiver, this guy, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a little bit the running back version of that. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's basically the equal highest overall running back, right? And actually, the 2
No,
highest
Monroe's
guys
a reverse guy.
were not taken in the first round.
Yeah. I mean, that says
Yes.
everything you need to know about the running back class, I think.
It does. Okay, fullback we can skip over. Tight end.
Yeah, see, who's this guy? Zachary Sircon.
We talked about him earlier.
Yeah, he
Did we?
doesn't have route running. That's the
Oh,
killer
yeah,
for
okay.
him. Then there was, I think the guy so this guy was pretty good in the second round.
Nice and balanced, this guy.
Was he?
Apart
Yeah,
from
he's
his
useful.
no big
No,
body,
he's
but, yeah.
useful. But his endurance is a bit low to be like a real Y, I think.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Joe took this guy. I wanted to take him.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's still a bit messy, isn't he? None of these are game changer guys, probably.
No, they're all role playing guys. Yeah.
Yeah, we've looked at all the best. We've looked at all the
Yeah.
best ones of these. What's that guy that Iowa took like? Oh, he's good in the 6th round.
Yeah. If that can get to 50, that route running. But even then at 49, I mean, it's, he's not going to drop the ball. Nice.
Yeah, you can't complain with that. I don't think in the 6th. Yeah, we've looked at all these guys. This Biederman guy, yeah, he was on my list definitely.
Oh,
Yeah, I wanted to. This is the other guy that I was thinking about taking 132.
I mean, that's a first round player, right?
Wow.
Easily.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
I had him mocked 121.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right. Why didn't I take this guy? There was a reason.
Probably the dash.
Why didn't any of us take him?
Yeah, it might have been. I think maybe his combine was just not as good as the guard I took.
Biederman. The name doesn't really ring any bells. I don't remember.
No, no,
Yeah.
I definitely had a close look at this guy, 132.
He looks good.
Guy's really
Yeah.
interesting.
I don't know what I don't remember this guy. I wish I could tell you.
So
I had this
when
guy's
I
like the 85th player in the class.
no, no, I had him much higher. Yeah, I think
He's gonna replace the picture.
He's low developed. Does that bother you?
No.
I think I was a little bit unsure about his intelligence, maybe.
Yeah.
What's it worked out at? His intelligence is it's 41, right? Okay.
41, which is fine, especially for a team like Calgary, I think. Yeah, I mean this is
That's a great pick.
that is a great
Yeah.
pick.
Kudos to is it Frankie in Orlando?
Yep, that's
Okay.
frankly. And looks like
No,
Jay
no,
Moore
not in
might
my
have got a
division.
guy as well. Yeah, 5th round. Look, Derek Roberts.
Oh, man.
He's dumb as a rock. But apart from
Oh
that,
man.
Yeah, but in the 5th round, you
in,
take that all day
yeah,
long.
This
God,
is
yeah.
depressing. I want these offensive line guys that you're showing.
Yeah. Let's have
I'm gonna be
so
making a
what's
lot of
this?
trade offers after this
This is
video.
Derek Roberts. He must be close.
This guy could
Hey.
play is he a right tackle?
He
Not at that
is
weight,
a
surely. wouldn't
left
it?
tackle.
Oh, okay, no, never mind. Yeah, no,
Basically.
yeah. I was gonna say if he was a right tackle, he could convert to left without a
I mean,
problem.
this shows you how a low solar system can drop you in the draft, doesn't it? Jesus. So he had I mean, apart from that, he's got an elite 40 time. Okay, I don't care about the
Yeah,
bench when it. I mean, he's got these bad combines, but they stack up with the bars, right? So it just makes sense.
Yeah,
He
he
should.
26 is
just
the
needed
bench.
blocking to work out, and yeah, those are two really interesting picks, man. I mean, that one in the 5th round looks better considering Frankie got that other one in the 2nd round or whenever he got him.
Yeah.
To
Wait,
get a guy with this profile.
who is Portland?
Jay
Jay
Moore.
Moore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You said that.
Really nice.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's had a pretty good track
Good
record when
picks.
he participates.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there was a 60 rated guy went to Vegas
Oh
in the
man,
4th round.
what's going on? Everyone in my
Holy
division
crap, man!
getting
It's just great. Okay, it's a great tackle class apparently, but everybody missed it.
these bookend tackles. Yeah.
Oh, this is depressing. Oh God, these guys are good.
Yeah, you might have to resign, Southie, because I can't believe you
I
let all
might.
these guys slip past you.
6'5", I mean 320s.
Yeah.
It's
Oh yeah,
depressing.
and then of course there's the guy that Rick got in free agency. We talked about him a little bit earlier on. I
Yeah, this
also
guy
bid
was
on
nice.
him, just not sensibly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was one of those guys where the lead scout saw one thing and I saw the other, and I gambled and won on that one.
The
Yeah.
reason I didn't put a
He's
serious
a
offer in
dumb
on this
guy,
guy
but
was
hey,
he's too small to play tackle, I think. That's the thing. So
Yeah,
he's more like a play center type guy, maybe.
yeah, but I'm going to see if I can put some weight on him next training
you
camp because I
can't.
got him post training camp.
He can't put on weight at that height and weight. It's not
Hang
That's
on.
possible.
good though, man. That's good value in my opinion. I wish
Yeah.
I'd got him in free agency.
Put him at center or guard.
Yeah, and then
Well, right
Salt Lake
now
City.
he's the tackle 2 behind Yankovic. Somebody cut Yankovic and I grabbed him.
Yeah. You don't need to move him until you have to, but
Exactly. So for now, he's a developmental, fingers crossed kind of guy.
yeah.
Let's have a quick look at some of these other positions. So defensive tackle.
Ugh.
Yeah, it
Reckon
wasn't. I
anyone?
don't think it was a great draft for defensive front guys.
And I took
Let's have
3 of them.
And you took 3 of them.
Same.
That is right. Defensive ends. The best one is a linebacker.
Confusing that it doesn't sort it.
I
People
think
like that.
this guy was on my list. How did he shape up? Yeah.
I mean, he looks good from the end of the 4th
This
round.
is just like that other guy we talked about,
Yeah.
Gerhard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a bit
Like, I'm not.
artificially pumped up.
Yeah.
I think the passer strength is great for defensive tackle. I don't know how it works for end.
What in the 4th
Don't think
round? You wouldn't. Well,
Yeah.
it's
Should
almost the 5th round basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
sure.
is
In
a
the
great
fourth
pick.
round, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
But he
It's
might
a
not
great
be a
pick.
great player. We'll see.
I love how Jim, when he made the game, must have typed mistaken the letter E for the letter S, and the name Justice became the name Justix, which
Just
is not a
sticks.
name.
Let's have a couple, look at a couple of these linebackers.
Oh,
Oh man,
Middle of the
nice.
I should have
second.
taken that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Where was he at 124 or whenever you picked?
He's kind of dumb
Wait,
though.
show me him in your analyzer. What am I doing?
Brett
I
Shearer.
quit.
Brett Shearer, what did he look? He had an elite combine look. He was great in everything.
Yeah, I quit.
And he looked
He
really
had
good.
he had a maxed punish hitter with an 18 bench.
No, 22, and he's a linebacker.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry, 22. But that's
yeah,
still not, you wouldn't think of max. What
no,
am I
maybe
doing?
not.
I quit.
Now this guy, I definitely remember the. Okay, this guy had an amazing combine as well, if I recall correctly.
No, not
Uh,
really.
Man,
Just
he
the
looked
no,
bench
great
and
there.
the coverage.
Great
was he
name.
a, was he a max
Oh no, it
statics
is
guy
pretty
then?
good. I'm sorry, he's a middle linebacker. Yeah, it is pretty
Yeah,
good.
he does have a great name. Yeah, so I definitely. Yeah. Okay, he's dumb. He had an elite 40 time and position drill, actually. That's right.
So this
And
guy's
he,
like a 5'3"
5'3", meaning what? Sorry?
the
Grade.
raw.
Grade, yeah. Not his
Oh,
height,
You might have
obviously.
looked off the low sole and the eventual low play diagnosis, but other than that, he's really good looking.
Yes, that is in fact this, and yes, exactly that, Rick. That's why I disregarded him basically at any point. And then the fact that he's a sort of 4'3" or a sort of inside linebacker size, but his best attributes are pass rushing.
yeah, he had a 5-1 raw grade.
Yeah,
I had him at, but
yeah.
Oh, that low. I thought he was a little higher. That's a weak side linebacker and a 3-4, but his height is pretty.
But then he's small, isn't he?
Yeah,
Isn't he a bit small for a weak side linebacker in a 3-4?
I would do
Yeah.
it just because of the pass rushing possibilities.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
great
And
value.
it, and it, and he's got good coverage as well if he's not blitzing. Third round, this guy got picked up by Colorado Springs. Yeah,
Another nice
can't,
coverage guy.
can't
Coverage,
stop the
yeah.
run, but yeah. This is
Oh,
another
this
one
is
of
a. I like this guy.
Ryland's famous linebacker group.
This is like the opposite of that other linebacker where he can't cover, but he's all run, stop, and pass rush.
I like him.
Yeah.
We have him as a 62.
You got him as a 62.
Oh, you know what? I really liked this guy. I remember this guy. I think we were
Espina.
talking about him at the time. Yeah, maybe we were talking about
Yeah,
him in the Discord, or I think I referred to him as. You asked me what I was looking at on my board, right? And I said something about a dumb linebacker.
Yeah, I think so. And I said,
Yeah,
I think I know who you mean.
yeah, yeah. And then I
And I
think
picked
I
him.
think I picked. Yeah, exactly. And then you picked him. I was like, oh no, because I did like him, but just you have those moments sometimes where I was sitting there and I was thinking maybe he'll be there in the next round, maybe, just maybe. But no, you got to take the
No.
risk sometimes. But he looked like he could have been good, and he is.
this guy was on my kind of watch list as well, actually.
I don't love zero play diagnosis, but I
No,
didn't love the board either. So
yeah.
Everything else is there except for the coverage, but
End of the
you,
third round for this guy.
wow.
yeah, that's a great pick.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
When you look at this guy, what do you see in this guy?
Middle linebacker.
Good run defense.
You know what I think it is the 760 is entirely from the run stopping because he's got
No
no
bump.
bump.
Yeah,
So
yeah. What did he look like? Well, again,
I like these
errant.
kinds of picks.
Boots, why have you got two draft analyzers open?
Yeah, because one of them is with
Are you in the
this
middle of
is
another
this is
draft?
yeah, it's the RZB
Oh,
weird
okay.
draft that's open in the other one. Let's not go into that.
Interesting
Uh,
thing, not to go back to that dumb guy, that Espino, or who I thought was going to be dumb, who
yeah,
actually turned
yeah.
out to be average intelligence. But so his raw grade was like 4.8, right, which is low. But when you saw Draft Analyzer by bars, which I guess is, I think, is like the predicted overall according to Draft Analyzer, he was like, the 10th best player or the 8th best player or something. My Draft Analyzer said he was going to be a 75. And he had
Oh,
like a
really?
low develop percentage, but he had a
Okay,
really low like combine
six,
score.
Oh yeah, yeah. It
66.
says 73.
Yeah,
Yeah.
66 he was on mine, but my
Well,
scout, of
that's what I mean,
course, blah blah
but
blah.
it's like he was so interesting because there was nothing really to say like this guy should hold on to what he's got. I don't think, from my amateur opinion, but
The
he just
statics.
did.
The statics.
Yeah. But then
Yeah,
he had the
that's
high bench, so they weren't like outliers. He had a good bench score, right?
yep.
So it's like they were
26
justified.
could be elite or it could be average. Even I don't think 26 is red.
Yeah. Either way, he's an interesting guy that ended up working out. So
Yeah.
Okay,
Good
and then
pick.
and I think the original question was about defensive backs. Yeah,
yeah.
they were
So
all.
was there
Oh,
value
yeah. Okay, so
outside the first round?
this guy, Western Gage, I definitely had this one on watch mode, and eventually Tucson took him in the fourth.
That's good value for a fourth round pick right there, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's probably good value for a second in this draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, for defensive
In
backs,
this draft, yeah, yeah, exactly.
definitely.
So by my
And he's
scout, he's the highest overall, and he's just got all the pass defense, hasn't he? And got much else.
he's got
I
enough
love it.
interceptions. He's got
Yeah.
endurance to play all the time. He's not
Yeah,
dumb. He's got a lot going for him. That's good value. I mean, he's short. He's 5'9", but some people don't mind that. I don't personally mind that.
I don't mind it. Not for corner.
No,
In
that's
theory,
good.
it should be a problem, but I don't think it is.
yeah.
That's a good pick.
All right.
Real good pick.
I think we've been at this for 4 hours, guys. So we might be testing the viewers' patience by now.
Blimey.
Well,
Viewers, what?
Oh,
Nobody's watching this.
I
ah,
yeah, on that note, let me drag this out a little bit and see what you guys think of the DB I picked. He's about four up from your cursor. Oh, that's my cursor. Ryan Coston.
Ryan. Yeah, the name sounds familiar.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I like this.
I think he's a free
yeah,
safety. Is he?
yes.
6'2",
Southie, is
197.
this guy going to go up, or is he what he
I don't
is?
think I think he'll go to about 55, but I don't know. He
55 would be
might.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like
yeah,
this guy.
yeah,
He was just a gamble on some combines.
I think I
yeah.
had him actually, but I don't know if I had him.
I did definitely.
Yeah, I think I had him. I think I probably just
Yeah.
had
So
other
What
this
does that
guys
is
mean?
better
You
than
had him?
what.
yeah.
I mean, I had him on my board. I don't know
This is
what
this is
valuation
exactly
I
what
had.
this is exactly what I was talking about before when I said I don't mind if the static is 0.
Yeah, not for defense,
If
not for
if
corners.
if the other bars check out, and I think the other bars check out, don't they?
Yeah,
As in the combine justifies where they are, or maybe even undersells it a little bit.
I gotta think there's more in the bump, but
He's
probably
just so
not.
developed already, though. I don't know if you
Yeah.
really have him to go anywhere.
Sometimes these high development guys, they'll max out or they'll go to 100% in year one. And you think, well, that's that. he was a high developed guy. But then in year two, sometimes they pop, even at advanced stage and high development. I don't really know why, but it did happen to me in TFL with that strong side linebacker, where he popped like another 10 or 15 points in year two after 100% development. So I don't know. I think this is a good pick. I think you had a wonderful draft despite you claiming ignorance. This was a great draft for you.
Well, it should be, right? I had 2 first rounders, 2 second rounders. I should come out with something.
You made them count. Especially with Sosa. I love Sosa.
And I guess I won't be on this call for the next 2 years since I sent out my firsts.
No, we're always interested in what you have to say.
It's interesting, man. Or Rylan knows. Do you remember the draft rating system that guy from that other league used to do? And it basically
Yeah.
gives there's something where it gives you like the average value. It's basically
Why that guy's got the hardest name to remember.
yeah, I can't remember what his name is. It wasn't like Bug or
It's gonna
something, was it?
bother
Something
me.
like that.
But I do remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, but basically I have
I
something
think
that
Rick should know. Rick, are you still here?
still runs that.
Rick's gone. Rick used to post that for other leagues too.
Yeah, but basically looking at there was something in it that gives an indication of value per round, right, based on what you would expect to get, and it's all done on players' overalls and like future potentials and stuff. But basically, the first, second, and third rounds, especially the first and second in this class, were -4.4, and 0 is like average, right? So the first and second round were
It was
really
the
bad.
ankle grading. I was cutting some chicken in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's it. That was Finkel, that was his name, yeah. And the third round was -2, so really bad. But then in the fourth round, it was +2.03, right? So good, really good. Fifth round, +1.13, and sixth round was 0.81. So like the fourth, fifth, and sixth rounds in this draft had a lot of value over expected. But the first, second, and third were really under, and especially the first and second. So that's kind of the story of this draft, I think, from what we've seen at times with some of the picks and stuff, particularly in like skill positions early on. So, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. Interesting. I think the main thing I've learned on this call is that there's a lot of like secret in-draft chat between people talking about picks. Only person I ever talk to is Southie.
I think Southie talks to everybody.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm right on the edge of this.
Well, Rylan and I, we tend to chat and both lament our indecisiveness, but then he seems to make really good draft picks, and I don't always. Well, apart from my first rounder this year, that was like the only one. I think everything else was terrible.
Well, anybody who's out there who's not asking Rick what he thinks about their draft picks, you should start doing that.
Yeah, those late round receivers.
I get lucky once in a while.
I've got a 7th round wide receiver leading the charge for me this season at Calgary, to be honest.
What, from this year's
Impressive.
class?
No, a couple of years ago. I think he was 731. He was. He's not amazing, but
I mean,
when you say leading the charge, I'm starting to wonder how much you're passing.
not much this year. I'm running the ball.
I mean, that's great value though for like a nearly.
Oh, it's amazing.
We actually have got when we got all these. So this was Mr. Irrelevant this year, and based on the running backs we've been looking at, I think this guy's pretty good.
He might have the best whole wreck of them all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
surely.
that's a great pickup.
Yeah.
I mean, if this guy was on Vancouver, he could go for 2,000 yards, couldn't he?
But seriously,
Yep,
this
that's that guy.
Is
Yeah.
this your reverse back?
It would be on my team.
Yeah.
For running reverses.
He's a
No.
reverse guy.
Is he?
Yeah. Whole wreck and speed downside.
I think this is my reverse guy. In fact, it is this one.
No,
No?
not for me.
Well, guys, I
I
have
think reverses
big
are already
cruise
risky.
chicken.
I don't want to throw in 80 elusiveness on a play that could go for -7.
Yeah, that is kind of why he's on them. But I mean, you guys definitely know more.
I mean, it all
I
depends
don't
on
know more. I
how you're
just
running
watch
your
other
offense.
people.
Depends what you're trying to do on the whole and on that individual play. But the way I do it, I don't want to go backwards, even if sometimes they go forwards for 20.
If your offensive line is really, really good, does that mitigate the elusiveness volatility?
I don't think so.
No? Because in another league I have an incredible offensive line and high elusiveness guy, and he didn't really go for many negatives, but it might be a 1 year coincidence. I don't know.
All right, guys. Y'all have a great night. All you guys back in the Euro section of the planet need to get to bed.
Oh yeah, I'm on Sunday
Yeah.
already.
I gotta go cook dinner.
Yeah, man. It was good to
Right.
speak to you,
Yeah.
man.
Hey, guys.
Rick,
Yeah,
you're
but
having
maybe-
dinner?
Yeah. Well, we eat early.
It's 3 o'clock.
Did he just leave before giving us his excuse for having dinner at 3 o'clock?
No, he's still
I
here.
want to know.
We eat early.
That's not early. That's like a late lunch.
Yeah. Dinner
That's
for us
crazy
is
early.
3:30 and 4:30. So we're right in the range.
Early
When
bird
do when do
special.
you go to bed?
Nice.
Yeah.
I go to bed. Well, I'm retired, so I go to bed pretty much anytime I want.
Yeah, but don't if you stay up till like 7
Well,
p.m.,
here's my
you're gonna be hungry, aren't you?
breakfast at 5 a.m. I eat breakfast at 5:30 in the morning. I have lunch at 10:30 or 11. So dinner is timed about right.
What about the hours from 5 to or 6 to
So I'll just snack on
11?
peanuts and pistachios.
I like pistachios, but
Yeah, those are good things, man. Yeah,
Nice.
unsalted peanuts and lightly salted pistachios and watching TV. Great combo.
Sounds good.
yeah.
Sounds
Isn't
real
it the
good.
UK? Isn't it the UK where we can have dinner at midday or whatever? Isn't that a thing?
I don't know, man. We got a lot of shit going on down here, but I don't think anyone's having dinner at midday. I think that's lunch. People call that lunch on this side.
Maybe it's like a regional thing where it's called
I
dinner
try
in
to
some
push
places.
dinner for 4 o'clock, but sometimes the missus likes it early, so I gotta go in there and do my thing because I'm the chef in the house.
Nice.
All
All
right,
right,
man.
I eat
man.
dinner at about
Enjoy.
10
Yeah, enjoy,
p.m.
man.
So,
All right, till the next chat, guys. Maybe we should throw a mid-season one together.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 6 hour,
Sounds
six
good.
hour chat, 6 hour mid-season chat.
We'll go for
I'm
the,
here for that.
half the time.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
Right.
guys, take care.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see you, Rick. Take care, man.
Rick has sent
But
me to
don't-
bed, guys, so we're gonna wrap it.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah, well,
forget,
this is a
we got
long one,
the additional footage.
Oh, damn,
Yeah, I got 40 minutes of Tucson coming up in like
yeah.
5 seconds.
Jeez. I mean, the test of people's patience, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just like I might turn this one into like a Netflix series instead, maybe.
Yeah,
Release it in like
that's
3 or
exactly-
4 separate episodes.
That's it. Let's be episodic.
All right, guys. Listen, thanks a lot for contributing and coming out, and it was really nice to catch up with you all. It's been a while since we did one, and I had a lot of fun. So
Yeah, well, thanks for sorting it out, man.
thanks for
And
putting
I
this
hope-
on.
Thanks for putting it together.
Appreciate it.
yeah, have a good weekend. The rest of the weekend. I'll catch
Yeah,
you
you
soon.
too, man. Right, take
You
care,
too.
guys.
Bye, guys.
Yep.
All right, so I'm here for some bonus content. I got Tucson, the GM of Madison, the Madison Demons, undefeated in the exhibition games this year. Hey Tucson, how you doing, man?
Good. How about you?
Yeah, I'm also good. I'm looking forward to 2076. Yeah, should be a chill season. Won a couple of bowls recently, so no pressure to achieve anything for me. But I'm really glad to get the chance to have a chat with you for a bit of extra content here because yeah, I mean we were setting things up just before, and I was saying to you right that Madison is an interesting team, I think, at the moment. Well, in general, always an interesting team, but in particular, at the moment, you're in a sort of period of flux, right? Where what is it? Was it 2070 when you won the bowl with Madison? Is that right?
20. It was either 2070 or 2071.
Yeah, it's like five or six seasons ago, right? And
Yeah.
teams don't last that long, right? So
hmm
you had some pretty significant retirements at the start of this season and over the last couple of years. Your legendary quarterback Javier Heath has come back for another go round, and I think he was out of contract, wasn't he? So you had to re-sign him
I did.
to keep him on the roster, right? Yeah, but you had guys like tight end Marco Olpin, it was, wasn't it?
Correct.
You want to bowl with him? He's going to go straight into the Hall of Fame, probably.
Yep.
I think a couple of seasons ago, you had, one of the all-time greats wide receivers of the IFL retire in Ricky Carnation, right? I think he's the leader in
Actually,
receptions or targets, is it?
both.
Both, right.
And he's
Um,
also the all-time leader in yards after catch.
an all-time leader in yards after catch, which is a pretty nice record to have, and those numbers are also high as well, right? So they're records that could stand for a while as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't like the targets and receptions. If anybody decides to feed a wide receiver, they can definitely beat that. The yards after catch, though, that one might take a little bit. Like it's going to take a special player to beat that. And that was something where I know Rylan had always asked, like, dude, how are you getting these yards after catch with Carnation? And I'm like, I honestly don't know. I throw him slants, I throw him screens, and he just he does the work.
Right, so he's getting them on short routes primarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. But I mean, like I say, you've got this. This is some legendary type players which have been dropping out of your roster recently, and Heath will go, right?
Yep.
You
We
also
already had one Heath go too.
Yeah, Trey Heath, the left tackle, retired in the off season
Yep.
this year, right?
Yep.
I don't think he's going to make Hall of Fame, but he's also been a
Nope.
long-term starter for you, right? And
Yeah.
another key part of that bowl team.
Yes, and the main reason why Trey Heath is not going to be Hall of Famer is not because he's not Hall of Fame caliber. It's more the fact of how they calculate the stats for offensive linemen. And really, if you aren't a run first team, you have a very low chance of getting an offensive lineman to make the Hall of Fame because they aren't getting those key run block opportunities and those blocks and everything.
Yeah.
So because I've for a long time have been a high volume passing team, I don't get those opportunities as much. So even though I would try to run to the left side as much as possible, when he was my tackle, he just doesn't quite have the stats. He's not too far off, but he won't make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but no, nevertheless, I mean, a key component in your bowl winning team, right? And probably the greatest period of success that the Demons have had under your stewardship as a GM. That would be correct, would it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, we are probably already had the last year of that continued success of where I was basically making the playoffs every year, challenging for a bowl, winning a bowl.
Yeah.
I don't expect that to happen this year.
Yeah, I think things are hodding up in the NC North, aren't they? With, in particular, Dakota and Horsetooth looking
Yes.
like coming forces. Pittsburgh, I don't know so much about. They had Chris Batts was the GM there for a long term, for a long
So
time.
Pittsburgh has a new manager who is part of my external friend group from other games
Oh,
who
okay.
play FOF. And
Okay.
he is brand new to the game.
Yeah.
And they're trying to help him, but it's been a bit of a struggle getting him to kind of manage his team all that much. So Pittsburgh right now is looking like, he's actually had some good drafts, but he
Right.
hasn't really necessarily been making the picks and stuff. And we'll see if he can kind of get into the game a little bit more. But he's got a pretty good base for a team. But
Yeah.
they're probably the last place team in the division this year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're going up against 3 experienced GMs, then it's not easy
It's tough.
as a newcomer to the game, right? But on the other hand, that means you'll be getting easier schedule next year, prime draft picks to pick up some high value positions and so on. So that's what we love about this game, right? Is that if you're doing badly is just part of the road to doing well later.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, with all this, with this sort of changing of the guard at Madison. How's it going with your sort of rebuild, do you think? I mean, it's difficult to, there's a sort of phrase, isn't there? Like, flying the plane while building it or whatever, right? That's the challenge that good teams always come up against, right? It's very difficult to remain strongly competitive while, turning over high value positions with lower end draft picks and so on. What's your take on how things are going?
Honestly, so I'm going to be at a crossroads after this season once Javier Heath retires. And that crossroads is really me making a decision of, do I want to commit to I'm going to suck for a couple of years and rebuild some of those positions, mainly quarterback, from sucking, or do I still think I have a team that can compete as long as I get a quarterback and try and go out and get an experienced quarterback who can take over the mantle and continue trying to push success. I do think my team is more aligned with the second part than the first.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've done a very good job of, as positions have turned over, I've also had replacements ready. For example, we just talked about how I had a left tackle retire.
Yeah.
And I had a tight end retire, who were both, generational type players.
Yeah.
I already have a tight end who started taking over the starter snaps last season.
That's
who
Victor
looks
Morris,
like an
right?
absolute, Victor Morris, who looks like an absolute stud already.
Yep.
And he's continuing to perform in this preseason, and I expect him to continue to perform this next season. So I already have that position taken care of.
Yeah.
For left tackle, I once again addressed that in the draft last season as well. I went out and got Gary Price, who I'm not sure if I'm going to have him start at left tackle or if I'm going to have him start at right tackle this year, but he's going to be one of my 2 starting tackles.
I'll just bring these guys up while we're talking about them. Yep.
And the reason why I have that flexibility is I also have what's his name? Jeff Bryant, who is more of an aging veteran. He's kind of been my third tackle, and graduated into being one of my starting tackles. And he kind of profiles a little bit better, I think, as my starting left tackle for now because of his pass blocking and the fact that Javier Heath has 0 sense rush. But Gary Price is looking to be able to take over that left tackle spot, or he may end up just being my starting right tackle for years to come because of how I addressed the draft this year as well. We had another tackle who kind of dropped in Brendan Cortucci, who I very happily selected when I was on the board. And he, I think, profiles a little bit better as a left tackle for the future, but he's going to take a couple of years to get there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's a nice pair of developmental tackles you've got there. And they're both left tackles, which is nice as well, I think, because
Well,
that's
Cortucci came in as a right tackle, but he profiled as a left tackle from, Draft Analyzer. And after checking out the switch, really all I lost from switching him from right tackle to left tackle was he was a 25 out of 67 when he was right tackle. Now he's a 22 out of 67 as a left tackle. So it's a little more development. That's it.
So can you remember what percentage you got when you were looking to switch these guys?
No
Approximately?
negative, no percentage for Cortucci. I was just able to switch.
Wow.
Yep,
Must be
I
because
got
of his
lucky.
Yeah, it's got to be
And I
because of
think
his
it's also
size,
because
right?
he's got it's size plus he has equal experience as left tackle and right tackle coming in.
Yeah. Because I got a guy on my roster that I would like to move to left tackle. I'll bring him up so you can get a look at him. Trey Coombs, he's called.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just take a quick look at him. But he's a right tackle, so you can probably see here why I'm interested to move him to left, right? Because he can't run block, basically. I mean, he's a 6th-round pick, so so these
Really good
bars
6th-round pick.
and that intelligence, that's pretty good return on a 6th-round pick. But I would prefer him to play left side, but he converts at about 91%, and I'm really not convinced it's a good idea to switch him, unfortunately.
No, normally I wouldn't position switch a player from right tackle to left tackle. The only reason why I did it with Cortucci is because I literally didn't have any percentage loss from doing so. Otherwise, what I would do is I'd just keep him as a right tackle and start him at left tackle anyways.
Which is what I'm thinking of doing, actually. Okay,
Yeah.
but enough about my guys. Yeah, so you've been rebuilding your offensive line.
Yep, rebuilding the offensive line. I still have my
high class tackles here. Yeah.
Yep. My receiving core has had the good turnover as well. Off of Carnation, I ended up taking Tucker Doty, who has developed into quite a good receiver. Got a little too many targets last year. I need to kind of fix that a little bit because I want him to kind of get even with Julio Riley. But I don't know if that was just
more like a 150 targets type guy or something like that.
Yeah. But he's still developed into quite a good receiver and an absolute steal as a 3rd-round pick.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Other than that, I mean, I still have my 2 elite defensive ends. My secondary is good. I got some turnover there in my safeties. That's going to happen soon. But I, once again, was able to address that this year in the draft by drafting Josiah Browning, who I got in the 5th round, who looks like a very decent starting safety, probably at strong safety.
Yeah.
Oh, your scout likes him a little better than mine.
Yeah, let's have a quick look what the... Yeah, okay, so he's pretty stable through the PS2.
Yeah.
He's very, very intelligent, very high play diagnosis. He's got to be a purple guy, I guess. Yeah. Looks like strong safety material to me, and in the 5th round, that's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, you took a cornerback that was on my radar as well.
Weston Gage.
Weston Gage, yeah. Again, 4th round. He's got those pass coverage bars. He's a little bit on the small side, maybe, but not crazy small.
No, I still think within reasonable.
Yeah, and I like
size.
that endurance. He can get on the grass. Basically all the time if you need him to. He can stop the run a little bit. So he's a nice, also a nice pickup.
Yep. So, like I said, there's still a lot of talent on my team. The real question mark becomes quarterback. Once Heath retires, do I still keep pushing to contend, or do I decide to do kind of a soft reset, which is going to take probably 2 seasons
Yeah.
to try and find my new guy?
Yeah, so let's have a quick look at Heath here. So basically, this is a guy now who he's in his 16th season, so he's a cohesion monster,
Yep.
and that means that he probably can play quite a bit above what we might consider a 39 overall quarterback to be able to play at, usually, just
Yep.
because of his experience on the team.
Mhm.
He's always been a strange, or like a sort of niche profile, hasn't he? With that 0 sense rush, 0 scramble. So this is a guy. He's in the
He is a
pocket
statue.
passing, and you have to protect the crap out of him, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, 65,000 yards. So, I mean, he's on for the record, right? That's where you're going with
Yes.
this guy this season.
Yep. That is the plan, is that he will get the all-time record for yards.
Yeah, he's got one season below. Well, I mean, he's been close to 5,000 yards for most of the last 14 seasons, basically.
Yep.
He had 2072. He had a noticeably lower amount of passing. You must have been doing something different in your game plan that season, I guess. Yeah, you had less
Yeah.
attempts, but not hugely less, perhaps.
That, I believe that was the first or second year of Harvey Sharkey. And like the offense was extremely efficient. Like you can see based off his passing stats, like, he had less yards, but 25 TDs, six interceptions. Like I threw the ball a little less because I could lean on the run a little more.
Yeah. And he's been, I mean, he's basically never been injured, right?
Yeah. He had an injury in his second and third years, and then he had like one game in 2067 that he didn't play. But for the most part, he has just always been healthy, which is insane considering the amount of hits that he takes.
Yeah.
By the way, he is the record holder for most sacks.
He is the record holder for most sacks, and it's a shame we can't see what the second place number is. But I think he's probably miles ahead.
No. It was a little, if he had retired a little earlier, he might have not made it. If he retired like 2 or 3 seasons ago, he would have been second.
So let's have a little look here. So he's got two records currently, right? Before he retires, he's got most times sacked, 709, and most games for 300 yards passing, 111.
Yep.
Which is basically half of his games.
Yeah, pretty close to.
I mean, 300 yards passing, that's good, right? I mean, that's a heavy commitment to passing the ball.
Yeah, and I mean that's why he's at this point about 3,500 yards away from setting the all-time record.
Right. Okay. So it's very, so Gene,
very doable,
and that record has stood for 50 years and a little bit more, right?
Yep. 2019 was when Gene Hamilton retired. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you didn't play in the league then, did you? I sure as hell didn't.
No, I didn't come in until I think it was 2045.
Okay, he was a Calgary guy and also Horsetooth. Okay.
Well, Pittsburgh and Dakota. You got 3 out of the 4 teams in my division.
Try to stop me. Gene tried to stop me, Hamilton. Well, Javier Heath is going to try to stop Gene Hamilton this year, and he has a pretty good chance.
Yeah.
This is one of those things, like, basically barring injury, right? And I'm doing superstition stuff for you here.
Yeah.
Tucson, right?
Don't worry, I'm thinking the same thing. Barring injury, he should get it.
Barring injury, he should get it. There's another record which can fall this season, barring injury as well. And it's Johnny Peely, my defensive end. He already has
Mhm.
the record for total
That's in
number of
Hurries.
sacks, 187. Yeah.
And
He
Hurries.
needs 5.5 sacks to have the sack record for all leagues,
Oh
all
yeah,
time.
barring injury, he gets that.
Yeah, well, he got 5.5 last season.
You need to, I don't know, maybe have him play some linebacker and blitz him too.
Yeah, well, actually, his numbers picked up when I took him out of some of the personnel groups.
Yeah.
So put him on the field less and just had him play more efficiently. So that's what I will aim to do this season, basically.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you're planning like base 3 in the pass rushing, the obvious pass rushing
And so on.
formation.
Yeah, and then probably nothing else. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And he actually had a couple of crucial sacks on the way to the bowl last year as well. So, it's also production in those critical moments as well, right? Like I don't remember which game it was, but there were one of the teams I played, they had a chance to get back into things, and then basically, Johnny Peely sacked their quarterback, sacked fumble at some point, and we just ground it out from there, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's a couple of big records on the line with some of these vet
And
guys.
another thing that I did quickly want to highlight with Javier
Mm.
Heath too is there's only one other guy who's comparable with him for the yardage that he's thrown and the amount of games that he's played. So you have Heath started 220 and played in 223 games. The guy who I just passed this last season, Luther Montemayor, had started 226 games and played in 226. And then I guess there's one other guy too, Travis Kennedy, who had 219 games played and 214 started, who was like 4,000 yards less than what Heath had. But otherwise, all the other guys on this list have like 240, 250, 260 games played.
Yeah. So that's also where this like 300-yard passing type record comes into the picture as well, right? Where there's just been this commitment to throwing the football season after season over a long period of time, basically.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be interesting, man, because your division looks like it's going to be very competitive, right? You've got Horsetooth. Rick is now the GM there. That team looks like it is primed for some serious playoff runs, and he's going to run the ball down your throat until you get absolutely sick of that by the looks of things. He took a very good guard in the first round of the draft this year, who was ideal for that kind of thing. And then you have also Dakota there, who, I played them in the playoffs last year, and when I was preparing for that game, I was very impressed stroke concerned by the amount of talents on the roster they have there, right? I mean, I think they have the wide receiver, they have the quarterback, they have just dangerous pieces everywhere, right? A little bit on the young side, maybe, at the moment. But give it a season or two and some cohesion to build up and those guys to get into their second contracts, and it's going to be difficult up there, right? For you to, could be a little bit of a rough transition maybe from this legendary team that you've had over the last 6 to 10 years. And the next couple, as you say, I think it's up in the air whether you'll be able to keep making the playoffs basically when those other teams are so well positioned.
Yep. Yeah, and those are teams that, for a long time, like Dakota, Horsetooth, were the two teams that were basically competing for fourth place in the division. And Pittsburgh and myself were duking it out for who's going to win the division and probably who's going to take a wild card slot. And we are having a complete change of that at this point, where I think Pittsburgh and I are going to be the two bottom teams battling it out for fourth place in the division for at least a couple of seasons. And Dakota and Horsetooth, they're primed to, not just be winners of the division, but they're both kind of set up to where they're a piece away from really being a contender in a very tough conference in the NC.
Yeah, I think it's credible to think that your division could send 3 teams to the playoffs this year. I mean,
This year, potentially.
I'm not saying it absolutely will, but it could do because I
Let's
don't
see here.
have.
Who are we playing outside of or outside of division? So we got the NC East and
Let's pick you up here.
the AC South, I think. Yeah, NC East and AC South. Well, the AC South might be a little bit of a easier task than, like, say, the AC East, but the NC East was pretty good last year too. They had a 10-6 team, a 9-7 team, and then third and fourth place were both 8-8.
Yeah, it was pretty competitive, their division. No standout superpower team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've got 3 road games to start as well, which is always a little bit nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, we can probably pencil in 2 losses there.
Yeah, I don't
Like
play. I
I
don't play
think
you
I
in the
beat
regular season. Yeah.
yeah I think I beat Pittsburgh, and then I think I will lose to Murfreesboro and the Couve.
Yeah.
However, and so another thing to kind of consider is that last season I was very close to being completely out within the first 6 weeks of the season. So I beat Horsetooth to start off the season. Then I went on a 4-game losing streak at Vegas, at Tijuana, at Salt Lake City, and then you beat me at home. And 3 of those 4 losses were absolute blowouts, and my team looked like it was complete garbage. And then I beat Vancouver at Vancouver. And I remember being very unhappy about this because I'm like, well, if I lose to Ryland, I got a bye week 7. I think, I'm just going to be out. Like, I'm done. I can start playing some of my younger guys. I can go after some stats, and we'll get a little bit better draft pick than what I ended up getting. Yeah. And then I went after the bye week, 6 games, I think?
Yeah.
6 games in a row. So a 7-game win streak, and all of a sudden I'm in pole position to win the division.
Including both of the teams that played in the bowl the year before, Alaska and Boston.
Yeah. So then it became a real question because throughout the whole season, I maintained a negative point differential after week 1. I was
that's
53 points negative at the end of the season because all of my wins were usually 1 possession games. And I had 3 losses in a row where I lost by 23 or more points.
Yeah.
It was like a tale of 2 teams.
I remember you had a negative points differential because we played each other in the wild card round, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I was preparing for that game. Yeah, we played a really close shootout game. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those weird seasons. I'm like, when people post the Pythagorean, and I'm like, that doesn't fully it's a good baseline to judge which teams are getting unlucky and which teams are getting lucky and which teams are good and which teams aren't. But it's not the end all for it because I think, with my team, with the way that the stretch went, like Pythagorean would hate me last season. It'd say I probably should have lost 2 to 3 more games based off of my point differential. But I think it was really my team was a better team and just had some terrible sims.
Yeah, Yeah, and if you just want to go pure Pythagorean, then maybe your team should have gone 7 and 9. Well, it's not so different to 9 and 7, right? It's not like you
No.
it's not like you had minus 50 points differential, posted 12 wins, and that's just a
Yeah.
crazy anomaly. And you had the division record as well, right? Pythagorean doesn't take that into account, right? You won 5 games in division.
Yeah. I only had one. Yep, I had one loss against Dakota in week 17, but
Yeah.
I honestly I realized that I'd won the division no matter what, so I kind of phoned in that last week.
Yeah.
And focused on keeping the team as healthy as possible.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense. Yeah, so like I say, I can see you definitely, with Javier Heath, if he stays healthy all season, you've got your really nice tight end and still a talented pass catching group coming through. I can see you getting 9 wins again, 10 wins maybe. 3 teams from that division making the playoffs. Yeah, that could definitely be a thing. I'm not confident about Calgary's chances this season at all. I think, we're definitely in flux as well. I haven't rebuilt my offensive line as well as you have.
Well, these picks just end up falling to me. Like Price was another one where I'm like, wait, this is like a top 10 pick that is here at 20 something. I'm going to take that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that every time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like next year, if we're picking in the 20s again and another, great left tackle falls to me, I'd still consider taking it and trying to trade one of the 2 that I have.
Yeah.
If he's better, or trading that one if he's not quite as good but still good.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, offensive tackle is absolutely premium position worth taking in the first round and worth taking multiple times in the first round, in my
not
opinion.
only that, but something that I wanted to address on is for my strategy for tackles too is, if you haven't noticed, I like taking left tackles and playing them at right tackle.
Yeah.
I think just making sure that you have left, options at left tackle, whether your starting tackle goes down or not, is better. And then you can throw left tackle over to right tackle. They'll be fine.
My first Calgary Bowl winning team had 4 left tackles on the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You had a left tackle playing left guard, left tackle playing center, and a left tackle playing right guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
right now, all 4 of my tackles are left tackles.
Exactly. So you can move those to other positions. You can change them to interior offensive line positions if you need to, without probably losing much or anything. I mean, depends again on the size, weight, and experience. But I mean, that's basically what I did, right? So I didn't have 4 players listed as left tackle. I had a center playing center, but when I drafted him, he was a left tackle, right?
Mm-hmm.
A small one, yeah. He only weighed 300 pounds or whatever, right? So he was more center sized, or maybe even 298. But yeah, you just get so much more chance of successfully turning a left tackle into something else than you do of converting any other position into a left tackle, I think. Right?
Exactly, which is why I like, I put a premium on, if I can get a good left tackle, I'll draft him. I'll find a place on my line for him.
Yeah, definitely. We got a couple of minutes left on the call here, Tucson. I mean, maybe just to touch on the draft a little bit more before we go. I mean, did you have any thoughts about the draft sort of quality in general, or yeah, I mean, when I looked over the results, it was actually, the first round was a little bit difficult for a lot of teams, I think. I mean, there were very few players who got better after PS2, right? And a lot who dropped, right? So Yeah, I didn't pay a lot of attention early in the draft when I was drafting 132. I'm like, I just ignore those top 10, 15 players because I'm never going to get them anyway. Yeah, but maybe if just to wrap things up, if you had any thoughts about the sort of overall quality or.
So overall quality, I would say this is one of the lower tier drafts that I remember
Yeah.
for quite some time.
Yeah.
You had your standout players like Bryson Horn looked absolutely amazing, but that didn't end up working out, unfortunately. But you had
Yeah,
like
I
Dante
didn't, I didn't,
Collins
I,
was a
I
stud.
didn't think he was going to work out, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Maurice Brewer was my tackle one of the draft, and
Yeah.
he definitely held that.
Yeah.
But yeah, him, Dante Collins, Max Asenkow, however you pronounce that, and Brian Samuels were really the players that kind of stood out to me.
Mhm.
The wide receiver situation was kind of, you didn't have anyone who I think really separated from the pack. I think Klusterman was the safe first wide receiver off the board, which is what happened. Carson
He was,
Garner looked really good in the draft process, but after PS2, he revealed that he was in fact a dud.
yeah,
Ronnie Sosa,
his big play receiving was pretty low compared to
Ronnie
what we.
Sosa, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna keep going. So
Yeah,
Ronnie
sure.
Sosa, who was the no combine wide receiver, I thought it was between him and Garner, who was wide receiver two, and it looks like
Mhm.
Sosa ended up being wide receiver one of the draft.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
the one thing that pushed him down a little bit on the board is the fact that his endurance showed really low, and he ended up getting a higher role on that bar than what I would have expected based off of what was showing in the draft process. Because I think I saw him basically 0 to 25 for endurance or close to that, and he basically
Yeah.
got the max roll.
Nice.
So yeah, Ryland got a good one there. The wide receiver that I really liked and
Yeah. Be quick.
ended
Be
up
quick now.
passing on was Brandon Adams, who
Oh
ended
yeah.
up dropping as well. I like those big body wide receivers, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Me
So
too.
the main the main takeaway from this is the skill positions were pretty terrible. The non-sexy positions, like your offensive linemen, that's
Yeah.
where you had a lot of value, and also in the secondary. The secondary was really
DBs.
good this
Yeah.
draft.
Yeah.
DBs were insane.